Well, it's been a bit overcast for the morning period so far, but we do believe that we're going to get a full day of Whitsuntide Games events in. As I say, welcome to each and every one of you to the live broadcast of the Whitsuntide Games 2026, right here from the Sekirani James Athletic Stadium. And of course, TNR Communication is happy to provide you with this broadcast. As we begin day two, a number of athletes out in the field, already getting ready, going through their paces, warm-ups and so on to get ready for the first bit of competition. Let me say a pleasant good morning to Joel Lewis. Joel, good morning and welcome to day two.
Yeah, good morning, Clyde. And we're off already with action with the under 11 200 meter. Seems to be Antonia Taylor in lane 3, but it's Tanya Gibbs-Latouche on the outside in lane 1, claiming her first victory of the morning.
Yeah, certainly the action has started on the track. A bit of rain earlier, but that still does not stop the action here. The sun is out with us, and we have our first event of the day. And that was the first heat in the girls 100 meter dash on the 11. So that's your result right there. I can tell you that we're going to be moving through the paces rather quickly. There is that threat of rain. And so we got to make hay while the sun shines.
Yes, indeed. Although it seems to be clearing up ever so slightly, but based on the weather forecast, we are in for a little more as the day progresses. But hopefully it shouldn't disrupt the flow of events too significantly.
One will hope that it does not. Number of records being broken as we get ready for heat number 2 in the 100 meter qualifying for the finals of the 100 under 11 girls. Good run there from the athlete Faye Augustine from Altitude Track Academy. She's in lane 5. Of course, the top finisher plus the next two fastest time will advance.
Yes, Faye Augustine, a bronze medalist in the 200 meters yesterday, securing her spot into the final for the 100 meters today.
Yeah, good run by her. Just waiting there to see her time. And Tia Livingston of Southern Pros is in second. Time of 14.81 seconds. Just maybe enough to get her in. Let's wait and see.
Games record for this event is by Leah Rose Charles. 13.81 seconds established back in 2023. Would we see that record being eclipsed here today?
So we're getting ready for heat number 3. Athletes all on their mark. And we have a clean start. Let's see. Where does the running come from? It seems to be that athlete in lane number 2, Zarina Harry, biomechanics. She's running well. On her inside is Hadassah Frank, but it's going to be Zarina Harry, I believe, biomechanics with the win. Of course, biomechanics out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Look at the replay here. Still on the 11. It's a bit of work needs to be done, but certainly she is one to look forward to. Zarina Harry, 14.47. Hadassah Frank, 14.52. So Frank just doing enough to possibly get herself into the final heat.
Yeah, as we go into our next heat, the heats are indeed flowing quick and fast. Right now the bubble time is 15.93. 15.93 should secure you into the final.
7 athletes lined up here. We're in in heat number 4. Lane 1, Hooper, Nicholas. Lane 2, Joseph. Lane 3, Charles. 4, Charles. 5, Tong. 6, and Filbert in lane 7. Mustangs, High Performance, Classic Lighting Finish Line, Southern Pros, Adrenaline, Abilene Wildcats, sorry, as they're about to set off. Let's see, where does the running come from? It seems to be lane 2. Zolani Nicholas, lane 2, looking good. But here comes on the outside, Nadira Filbert. Could be Filbert with the advantage, and Filbert from Momentum Track and Field. It is indeed Filbert. Automatically into the finals.
Yeah, decent time of 14.46 into a slight headwind, so not a bad performance at all by young Filbert.
Sydney Joseph, 14.72. She'll be looking to see what happens later. Of course, is one the winner, and then the next 2 fastest losers. There we go, lane heat 5. And let's see what happens here. Momentum Track and Field looking good. Zakia Joseph of Roots Sports Club looking well also. Good form, really striding well. Zakia Joseph from Roots Sports Club. And she has this one. The automatic qualifying spot is hers. Shanique Richards of Momentum Track and Field came in second. And that's her time, 14.59 for Zakia Joseph. Shanique Richards will have to wait to see what happens. So we're getting ready for the 6th and final heat. As the athletes are off. Let's see, the running seems to be coming from the middle of the track. I believe that's Extreme Velocity, lane 3. But here comes Burnley Athletics. No, that's Princess Tongue Achievers rather. So Chelsea McDonald of Princess Tongue Achievers with a late surge to take the victory in this one.
Princess Tongue Achievers out of Trinidad and Tobago. And we can hear the contingent giving their full support in the stands. So congrats to Chelsea McDonald out of Princess Tongue Achievers.
Well, Khaleesi Marshall will be seriously out of it. I don't think that 15.17 will bring her any sort of qualifying. So we get ready for the boys edition of the under 11 100 meters. So we have 7 heats in this one. So the top in each heat.
Plus the first best time, non-automatic time.
And here we go, clean start. And let's see, Howell seems to be running well. Howell, Fusion Athletic, he's looking good on his inside. His outside rather from GTC Runners Athletic. And Zeke St. Bernard, he will take the second position, 14.23 for Zeke St. Bernard, 13.82 for Howell.
Yes, just shy of the record of 13.75 established by Kyrie Gloucester back in 2025, a time of 13.75. So not a bad run there by young Howell.
Yeah, certainly a good run by him. Will want to ensure that he gets himself within the podium position and maybe he has already qualified for the finals. So he needs to get to the podium now.
Yes, and coming up in our second heat, we have Avery Marriott. Look out for him to even break the record in these prelims. Oh, a slight flinch there by lane 2. That is Jamal Lamkin out of High Performance.
Yeah, boys are a bit eager to go. And there we go. It's Avery Marriott in lane number 1. He's running away. And there is no catching. 13.48 the flash time. And positive 3.2 miles per second wind. So we will have to wait to see what happens here. Later on, this would not stand as the record.
But still good signs from young Marriott, meaning he went well beneath the record. So hopefully with a legal win, he can replicate a similar performance and break that record in the finals.
Certainly we expect, and anyone betting on him would put all their money on him to break that record. He looked really good last evening, and he continues. He seems to have gotten some good rest. He's continuing his good form, Avery Marriott.
Yes, Marriott breaking his own record in the 200-meter dash yesterday, establishing a new record of 27.17 seconds. So he's certainly in stellar form. Marriott out of St. Lucia. So any Lucians watching should be quite proud.
So we're getting ready for heat number 3. It's 3 of 7. We have a number. We have 7 athletes lined up to start this one. Get onto their mark. Clean start. Let's see, where does the running come from? It looks as MJ Garrick of Mustangs. He's running well, but here comes Jadon Wilson, Top Flight Athletics. Wilson taking command of this one. He's going to run to the line. Let's see what the time looks like. It looks like a decent run from him. Flash time 14:09.
Yeah, so he books his spot into the final. Officially 14.14 seconds by Wilson out of Top Flight Athletic, followed by MJ Garrick out of Mustangs. I don't believe the 14.74 will qualify him for the final, but a good run nonetheless by him.
Yeah, certainly a good run. Just may want to wait to see what happens, but 14.74 seems to be a distance off. So get ready for heat number 4. So heat number 4, we should feature Winston Church in lane 8, so we should have a full field here. Let's wait and see what happens. It does seem like we have a full field in this one.
This one definitely promises to be a competitive one with Cadmiel Graham out of Burnley Athletic, as well as Tegan Yard out of Elevate Performance, Barbados. So, let's see.
So we do have lane 6, Rohan Gilbert missing, but clean start. Let's see what happens here. As the boys get down, it's quite even still. No one really making a big move, but here comes Burnley Athletics. Burnley Athletics is in that of Cadmiel Graham. Seem to have it there. I left it a bit late.
Yes, he did. It was pressured right through by the athletes to his left and to his right, as well as Church on the outside. But he was able to finish strong and come through to seal his spot into the final.
So there it is, Cadmiel Graham of Burnley Athletics, a 14.06. Winston Church really worked hard to get in there, 14.16. So let's hope that possibly could get him somewhere close to the finals.
Yeah, it's a competitive time. We would have to wait and see whether or not that secures his spot into the final. Church, better known for his 200 and 300 meter run-in, as we could have seen with the closing speed there, but
we have
seem to be a false start.
False start there, heat 5.
Yeah, but these are young children, so more than likely they would be afforded another opportunity. May have seen a little flinch there by the athletes out of lane 5.
So all 8 lanes occupied. Charles, Benjamin, McPhee, Forsyth, Roberts, Stewart. Kylie Stewart is in this one.
Yes, he is. Let's look out for him.
Let's see. And it seems to be Kylie Stewart taking command of this one pretty early. He has some competition from the athlete from Exceed. Exceed Sports Club is moving. That's McPhee. But here comes on the outside Amir Rennie. Big performance with a late surge. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, it seems to be Rennie just clinching it at the end there.
Really seemed to be picking up the speed as he got closer and closer to the finish line. And there he goes, just about. Now it's pretty tight. It could be lane 8.
And it is in fact lane 8 with Amir Rennie. Mere milliseconds separating them, and not only that, but he has established a new record, Amir Rennie, out of Peak Performance Track Club. So we say congratulations to him. Not only him, but Kezron McPhee out of Exceed
Sports Club.
So congratulations to both of those athletes, and that promises to be a really spectacular final come later on today.
Yeah, it does promise to be a good final. Certainly Rennie getting the speed just at the right time. He got really into his running just in the nick of time.
Yeah, and given the performance by his counterpart there, I would say that he almost certainly would have booked his spot into the final, as he broke the record too. But let's see.
Heat 6 is on the way. Let's see. Still a bit even, the athlete there from Classic Lighting MVP. But here comes Xavier Jeremiah of Track Blazers. And certainly the lead is changing. It's changing ever so often. Because Holden Batiste of Sprinters Athletic made a really good challenge there. But it's going to be Xavier Jeremiah, St. David Track Blazers, booking his spot into the finals, 14.18.
into a negative 0.1 headwind. So that's quite a stupendous run there by Jeremiah out of St. David's.
And Jeremiah doing just enough to get himself across the line there. So get ready for the last and final heat. Of course, it's only the winners of each heat plus the fastest non-automatic qualifier. Clean start. Let's see what happens here. And the athlete there in lane number 4 seems to be running well. That's Lionel Joseph, Southern Pros. Joseph has this in command. Let's see what happens. His time is what is important. Flash time 14.23, so 14.26.
Yeah, so he secures his spot into the final. Lionel Joseph, quite an impressive form there at such a young age. Held his form right through, quite efficient, no flailing of the arms from side to side. It's really good to see these types of mechanics at such a young age. That tells coaches that there's a lot that can be built upon.
Yeah, certainly has good form. So with that set in place, all the coaches need to do is to work on the speed, ensure that the start, he gets his starts right. And then you work on the acceleration fees. Right there you have a complete product. So the action will be coming to you quick and fast. So we're moving into the girls, the under 13 girls 100-meter qualifying.
6 heats in this one, so it will be your top finisher in each heat plus the next 2 best times. So this one has a little bit more leeway for the athletes as opposed to the last set of events that went off. So let us look for some strong performances.
Yeah, has just one more space available. Not much leeway there.
Not much, but
so even if you can't win, you got to get close to the winner.
no easing up at all. These athletes need to know these conditions so they can bag themselves a spot in the final. The record holder, Alda Lewis, established back in 2017, 12.53 seconds. Not sure if how close anyone in the field could get to such a amazing record, but let's see.
Well, they do have Kanai in lane 6, who has a seat time of 12.9, so she's in good form. She just may try to challenge that record there.
May indeed, may indeed.
I haven't seen her at her best as yet.
But today's a new day, so let's see what it brings. In this race, we can expect to see the running coming from Jazian Johnson, a first year under 13, really dominated the under 11 circuit last year. Let's see how she translates into the under 13 category this year. Slight stumble there by the athlete out of lane 3. That's Clarissa Castello. Castello out of High Performance.
So they're back on the starters orders. And let's see what happens here. Here goes Kanai. She's out of the blocks pretty quickly. Kanai, Johnson, that's where the competition is. Kanai seems to be running away from Johnson now. Let's look at the flash time. It's going to be important, 13:03. 13:03 for Kanai, qualifying there in a decent time.
Officially 13.08 with a 3.7 tailwind. So quite a strong tailwind, but nonetheless 13.03. An impressive performance by young Kanai.
Yeah, Jazzy and Johnson will have to wait to see what happens. 13.49.
I believe that performance is strong enough to book a spot into the final. 13.49. This is the type of time we would like to see our under 13 girls running. Anything under 13.50 seconds is not a shabby time at all. However, we still have to await the other heats to determine our finalists.
Well, we're getting ready for heat number 2. And they're off. Let's see what happens here. And still pretty tight here. But the athlete in lane number 2, that's Zandra Walker of Idat Academy. Zandra Walker of Idat Academy seemed to have this one, 13.56. So good run from her.
Yes, 13.56, not a bad time at all by Walker out of Idat Academy from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have it 13.56 by Walker. Janaya Robertson out of Mustangs, 14.09, and Josanne Baxter out of High Performance, also from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 14.11.
So we're getting ready for the next heat. Heat 3. We do have a full field here. Can look for Sophia Lewis from Phoenix Track Club. She has been in some good form. Made the finals of the 200 meters last evening. You have to also keep your eyes on Ayana Joseph. She's been in pretty decent form from Southern Pros.
Seems to be Camilla Coy actually in lane 7. Camilla Coy out of Supernova Athletic. One to definitely watch in this preliminary event.
Yeah, I want to agree with you there. Clean start. Let's see what happens here. Early run-ins will come from Coy. As she takes command of this one. Coy, Supernova Athletics. She's run away with this one, slowing down just as she gets to the line.
Yeah, impressive running by Coy out of Supernova Athletics. A time of 13.36. A really impressive time by young Coy with a legal win at that.
Yeah, really good run. She had the presence of mind just to ease it down. This is not the final, it's just qualifying, and she knows that she had it in the bag once she cleared the rest of the field. So it's looking very impressive here. Of course, we're getting ready for heat number 4. Clean start, let's see. It's pretty tight here still. The athlete there from Classic Lighting MVP, that's Ziona Williams. But here comes Khaleesi Walcott of Sprinters Athletics. She will qualify 13.43 the flash time.
Yeah, not a bad flash time at all. The bubble time being 14.24 seconds. So definitely Taraji Williams out of South St. George government should qualify into the final, along with Zion Williams out of MVP.
Well, certainly good times there. It's only 2. So we still have to look and see. Maybe these 2 from this heat could get in.
Yes, one cannot tell just yet, as
Still
they
have to
say.
wait and see.
Yeah, it's not over until the fat lady sings, so let's wait and see what the other heats bring. Expect to see good running out of lane 7. That is Aliyah Samuel. Aliyah Samuel out of Peak Performance.
So they get on the starters' orders. Clean start. Let's see what happens here. Keep your eyes on the field. It's still a bit even, Steven. Jamie Smith in lane 1 is looking good. She's looking strong, and she seems to have this one in the bag. It's Jamie Smith of Classic Lighting Finish Line. She will take this one. 13.54 for Jamie Smith. Aliyah Samuel of Peak Performance, 13.88. I'm not certain that is going to get her into the finals.
So just get her in. Just get her in, as the bubble time is 14.09. So Aliyah Samuel now into the final.
So we're getting ready for the final heat, heat 6. Of course, it's the first place winner plus the next 2 best times. It's going to be important. A full field here. Chaya Pair is there. Sky Kane, and let's see what happens. Sky Kane from XL Track Club is looking good in lane 2. Sky Kane is running away with this one. Here comes Chaya Pair. Sky Kane. Flash time 13.42. No, wrong. 13.44, 13.88 for Khadija Joseph of Phoenix Track Club. She's in second position. Chaya Pair 13.89. So they were pretty close at the line.
Yeah, that battle for second and third place there, quite intense, but it's Kai Kane winning by a handsome margin over her compatriots.
So the boys are lined up and ready to go for the first heat in the on the 13 boys 100 qualifying.
It's 1 of 7. The winner advances. Plus the next best time. It's 1 of 7. The boys winning the dash under 13.
Record in this event, Kai Lawrence 11.92 set in 2017.
Crazy record at that, 11.92 from under 13, almost unheard of. So,
2017 he set that record, and he was here last evening.
winning the over 20. As a matter of fact, I was told that that was the only event he has not won, all age category, in these games. So he was able to complete that there.
Let's see what happens here. It's Jadel Andrew. He's the favorite in this one. And look at him move. Jadel Andrew, he's going to go across the line now. And let's look at his flash time, 12.69.
Yeah, Andrew has been dominating the circuit for the entire season, only been beat once in the 200-meter dash. But it is Andrew with the win here today, 12.68 seconds. A really good time by him.
It's Ron Purcell of Sprinters, Southern Pros. He is looking down at the rest of the field to see if his time can get him into the final, 13.59. Getting ready for heat 2. Heat 2. We have Fort, Jelani Fort. And of course, we must
yeah, look out for Zevon Phillip. Zevon Phillip out of Adrenaline Ducks. Adrenaline Ducks.
Yes, Adrenaline Ducks. They have a good team here, Adrenaline Ducks.
He will be heavily contested by Kieran Hostin. Kieran Hostin also an excellent runner, so let's see how it pans out.
And they get a good start. It seems to be Fort, Sprinters Athletics. Here comes Philip, but Fort and Philip. It's going to be Philip taking it this one.
Flash time of 13.23 seconds, rounded, and it remains the same, 13.23 seconds into a negative headwind. So a good performance there by Philip, as well as Fort, 13.47 seconds.
Yeah, 13.47 just may get him there. Let's see. 13.23 for Zevon Phillip. So he's automatically in, Phillip. As we look at him again, Ford just seems to have it there, but at the last moment, Phillip really put on the afterburners and blew past him. Get ready for next heat 3.
Yeah, so Adrenaline Ducks out of Trinidad and Tobago, so Fort making his Trini posse quite proud.
Philip, rather.
Philip, my bad, Philip.
Yeah, Fort making the, I would make it the St. Joseph Catholic posse happy. Fort out of Grand Bacalet in St. Andrew. I know his mom will be there cheering him on. She'll be hoping that he can get himself into the finals later. So we're getting all set for heat number 3. It's going to be Anderson, lane 1, Smart, lane 2. June from Lions Athletic in 3. Marshall Top Flight Athletic in 4. Alert First Choice Junior School in 5. And Classic Lighting Keaton Lalian here. Let's see what happens here. Still pretty even. The athlete there, Anderson from High Performance, is running well, but in the middle of the field, lane number 5, that's Zumar Alert, First Choice.
Yes, Alert with a 13.31 performance, not bad at all.
So Zomarala 13.31, a good time. 13.55 for Kishon Cobb. And 13.55 for Marshall, Zubri Marshall. So they will just have to wait and see what happens. Possibly one from here may go through.
Yes, indeed. And we love to see the representation by all the clubs, you know, Abilene Wildcats out of St. Lucia, Ascend Athletics out of Trinidad, and
Abilene Wildcats is out of Trinidad. And they're
my
out
bad.
of Trinidad.
Right, and Ascend Athletics also out of Trinidad. Biomechanics out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Burnley Athletic out of Trinidad and Tobago. Cougars Track and Field Club also out of Trinidad and Tobago. Elevate Performance out of Barbados. Extreme Velocity also out of Barbados. High Performance Track Club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It That Academy also from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lions Athletic from Trinidad and Tobago. Mustangs from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Neon Wolves from Trinidad and Tobago. Nevis, as the name suggests, out of St. Kitts and Nevis. Phoenix Athletics Club out of Trinidad and Tobago. And Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua and Barbuda. So the major difference there, Phoenix Athletics out of Trinidad and Tobago, whilst Phoenix Track Club is out of Antigua and Barbuda. Roots Athletics also out of Antigua and Barbuda. Princeton Achievers Athletics out of Trinidad and Tobago. Roses Academy out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Stallion Athletics Club, Trinidad and Tobago. Supernova out of Antigua and Barbuda. Exceed Track Sports Club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Excel Track Club or slash St. Vincent Grammar School, so the athletes would compete for either or, out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So there is a comprehensive view of the clubs represented here today and the island that they are originating from. So as we take this next heat.
So we're getting ready for heat number 4. Pompey. St. Bernard. Let's see what happens. It's a good clean start. Pompey looking good in lane 1. It's Tariq Pompey. Tariq Pompey. Let's see. Here comes in the middle of the track. Lane number 5. Kudre from Adrenaline Duck with a good run. But it's Pompey. Flash time 13 seconds flat.
Oh, wonderful performance there by him. As we see the rain start to come down once more. As stated earlier, we are expecting more showers today. So this is unsurprising, but you, the listeners, should stay tuned because it is expected to clear up as the course of the day progresses. So we may have a slight intermission here due to the rain, but hold the faith still.
Yeah, it does seem a bit overcast as you look to the top of the stands there.
Yeah, I can't even see the mountains in the background.
So we may be in for a bit of an interruption. But as soon as we have clear skies and the action continues, we will be here to bring it to you live from the Karani James Athletic Stadium. So in the meantime, we will take a short break and we will be back with you momentarily.
But before we go, some of you listeners were wondering where can you access these live results from, as alternatively from our commentating. And if you are to go online, you can search up Whitsuntide Games and Mile Splits, and you'll have access to all the results, including the field events and the track events, and you'd see who has qualified to the finals. So that is, once again, Mile Split, Whitsuntide Games, and you should be able to access the results there.
Extraordinaire from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, none other than Mr. Olivier himself, and he is the coach of IDDAT, and we're so happy to have you here with us, Mr. Michael Olivier. You've been in this business for some 52 years as a coach, and maybe much less than that with IDDAT, but it has been a life full of commitment to young people in terms of coaching track and field. Tell us about that.
Well, kind of, and I'm really kind of happy to have been invited to talk to you.
Well, I look at your resume and it extends way beyond track and field. Former Calypso monarch, I was told, and you've also coached a lot of illustrious athletes that have gone before us. You had a stint in Jamaica, and many people would know of Shafiq Maloney as well, that you've been coaching from since she was a very young age. The Keo Davis and others that you've brought along here with you in Grenada as well. But tell us what this journey has been for you, first of all. Before we go into IDDAT, what has this journey been for you as a coach for so many years? And what is encouraging you to remain in this business?
Well, while at University at Cave Hill, the Jamaicans thought I was probably a good runner, and they insisted that I go to Jamaica to work. And I started in Jamaica at a school called Wilmer's Boys. Spent 3 years there, and then in my desire to be part of St. Vincent's independence, I left Jamaica in '79 and came back to St. Vincent. A little turmoil because I was involved in Calypso and coaching and a little
The
controversial.
mighty Lord have mercy, right?
Not the mighty, just Lord have mercy.
Lord have mercy.
So I went back to Jamaica and I worked at St. Elizabeth Tech. That's a rural school about 125 miles out of Kingston, and I had a fairly good 16 years there.
I understand Pocket Rocket was part of one of the clubs that you worked with in Jamaica as well?
Well, she was not part of my club officially. Her coach was Michael Carr. He didn't have a club, so she used to compete with us when we go to do relays around Jamaica. So I wouldn't say I was her coach. I just assisted her along the way.
Well, tell us a little bit more what IDDAT now. We understand that IDDAT was originally formed in Jamaica, but now you have a sort of a chapter in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Well, I started it that. It actually means Integrated Team Developing Athletic Talent. I started in Jamaica. That's about 4 years, and then I was asked to, by the then Prime Minister, to come to St. Vincent to try to create, I call it a stir in track and field. And I started that club in St. Vincent in 2011.
And it has been going really, really strong because besides coming to Grenada, I've noticed that the club also goes to other Caribbean islands, St. Kitts and other places to compete as well.
Actually, we have an arm in St. Kitts. There's some kids who have had, social issues, parental issues, and for them to continue in St. Vincent would have been like a hazard to them. So through a former Jamaican international athlete called Janice Daly, she moved to St. Kitts and she has been coaching athletes who we have sent there. Presently, she has 4 young, very talented kids over there, and we expect her to develop them the way she has done with people like Shafiq Maloney and Tyra Charles.
Well, you're here with some 48 athletes. Just imagine we have just about 1,100 athletes here, and one club, IDDAT alone, is bringing 48 athletes.
But they have clubs with more than us. They have clubs of 60 and 70.
Yeah, of course. But to bring 48 athletes here with a very strong support base as well, because I see a number of intentions are here, along with the youngsters to give their full support. Tell us what has it been like preparing these athletes, and we're going to get into maybe the performances so far. But just take us through the preparation for the Whitsuntide Games 2026.
Well, to begin with, our academy operates like a family because we have a lot of parents who are involved, and we have had good support from the business sector. It could be better, but we have to be satisfied with what we have. We prepare kids for the inter-schools championships and whatever club events they may have. And this meet is a very important meet to us. I think we need to have a meet like this in St. Vincent also. So it looks as if, in some cases, it operates as if this is the Olympics for some of the kids, coming to Grenada. So they take it very, very, very seriously, and we are very committed to perform well here. So if you're not performing well home, you're not going to come with us.
So which community is this club based in St. Vincent?
Well, we are based at Annesville, but we have kids from maybe 16, 17 different schools throughout the island, and sometimes you have difficulty in transportation, but we survive.
You mentioned about the facilities, and this may be the first time some of them are performing at a world-class facility. We do understand that you have, I want to call it a mini stadium in St. Vincent, or let's say at least a track in St. Vincent that they can practice on, they can get some track readiness on. But what does a facility like this mean for these young athletes who are competing in a world-class environment with the world-class equipment and technology, with the wind gauges and everything that happens at an Olympics happens here in Grenada?
Well,
What is that experience
our
like for them?
facility has significantly improved the standard of the sport in St. Vincent. I think since we have had that facility, we have had a significant rise in the number of clubs and actual participants in track and field. Coming here now, to mean the elite stadium, like we have lights here, we don't have any lights home. We have a warm-up track here, we don't have any home. So we're not really ready to go international in terms of our facility. But we need to have a track of this, an event of this magnitude in St. Vincent. We need that.
Well, I don't want to get too controversial with you, Mr. Olivier, but we look back at St. Vincent and the Grenadines' performance at the recent carriacou that was held right here in Grenada, and it may be something that you may not want to speak about in the first instance, or something that you may not be very desirable about based on the outcome of St. Vincent's performance. I think they may have been one of the few countries that did not win a single medal at the Games. And it's not to admonish them in any way, but what do you think can be done differently in St. Vincent and
Well,
Grenadines
the
now?
performances here has not really reflected the quality of athletes we have. I think that the selectors made a significant error in not sending some people from the under 70 team. Those people you see performing here, a lot of them weren't even considered, right? I think they need to put more emphasis on the development aspect of it and give kids a chance. The method that they use right now to select teams for carriacou is not good enough for me and other coaches. They look sometimes at who came third and fourth the last year and set the standard around that, which is not the proper way. We have much more talent than the region has seen, and I hope that something is done. Maybe even change some of the selectors and let us have people with a little bit more, inventiveness.
So as we talk about athletes now and the selection process and performances, let's zero in on the Whitsuntide Games here in Grenada. And you came with 48 athletes. Amongst them, you have Keo Davis in your club. You also have Roy George, who has done a splendid performance yesterday, 11.15, a personal best, new record. At 14 years, that must be an encouraging performance for you.
Well, he is a new light we have in our academy. But it's not just about the talent. What these kids, what he has in particular is good support system in terms of parenting. And if we have more of that, I think we'll get better results. Some parents, in our academy, we have good support right now from the parents. But I think more clubs need to have the parents integrated in their programs.
So also Keo Dash is part of your, Keo Davis, I beg your pardon, is part of your squad. And he must be one of the leaders in the squad as well. He's a name that we know for quite some time.
Well, he has been around with us since age, I think, 14. He's now based in Texas along with Jamal Saunders. And we are happy to have them participating here. Hopefully they'll see them in the 4x4 later this afternoon.
Absolutely. And St. Vincent and Grenadines obviously would need to have maybe a track meet like this. We know that you have your inter-secondary school and inter-primary school games. But outside of that, what happens at the national level from your federation and other organizations?
I think more can be done. We do have some meets, but the participation is as good as we'd like it to be. But we need to complete the facility. We need to be able to have like lights so we could do some work in the night. We need a cage for the throwing event they discuss. And we need a warm-up track. So until we get these, we are not going to put our heads up internationally.
In terms, so what makes good athletes or a good athletic program? There's a number of things. One, you spoke about the facilities. Two, the talent of the youngsters is another one. The level of coaching, the equipment and infrastructure. I'm getting to the support structures from not only the parents but from the corporate community as well. How is that basket, that combination of all of these things in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to support?
Well, it's improving because participation has significantly improved. One of my biggest concerns, suggestions is to have the parents more integrated in these programs. A lot of parents only come around when the kids start to do positive things, right? But from the embryonic stage, I'd like them to be involved. Us at the academy has that kind of support from the parents, and a number of clubs are improving it, but we need to have it on a wider scale.
Absolutely. Um, and before we put a wrap on the interview here, I just want to again expose to the people who really
Ah,
Michael Olivier is. So many people do not know that you're the father of Protege, the reggae artist and superstar.
that's not my fault, really.
Really, really. And so you're not just a track and field coach, you're a former Calypso monarch of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lord have mercy. And the father of Protege. I mean, you what we call a total all rounder.
Well, I'm thankful for him, and he's a good boy.
So it's been a pleasure speaking with you, Mr. Olivier, and we wish you and IDDAT all the best. We know that IDDAT is doing quite a lot for these youngsters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And you, as a coach for 52 years, and been working with IDDAT from Jamaica, now in St. Vincent and the Grenadines since 2011. I'm
That's
sure
right.
you must be really, really pleased with what has happened with IDDAT over the years.
Well, I'm happy so far, and it's improving. And I want to also commend the other clubs for being here, and the coaching whole fraternity is improving. And I think St. Vincent on a whole, in another 2, 3 years, we're going to make a bigger and better impact
So
regionally.
as we're about to resume, what can we expect from some of the athletes that you have here? Can we expect more from Roy
Today,
George
well, he's
and the
going to be in
others?
the 200, and he should be. I hope he makes the final. I think he may finish in the top three, all things being normal. We are going to see some other good performers during the course of the day.
So thank you very much, Mr. Oliver. We want to wish you and it that all the best for the remainder of the games, and we know that you're going to be back here next year, God's willing, at Whitsuntide games and maybe some of the other meets that we have here, the national champs and others that you've participated in the past. And so we extend the best wishes to you and thank you for stopping by the studios of TNR Communication as we bring this interview to the viewers who are out there. And they're just wondering, what does it that mean and who are the persons behind it that we thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
So viewers, we are going to continue with some more live interviews momentarily. We're trying to get also the coach from Extreme Velocity out of Barbados, as well as the coach from Princess Tongue Achievers Club. A number of supporters are here from the various clubs throughout the region, and we want to say a special good morning or good afternoon. Good morning it is to Anastasia and Sherilyn and Miss McDonald out there from Princess Tongue, and they're here to support their youngsters who are doing extremely well at the game so far. And we want to say a special good morning to the folks from Barbados, from the Elevate Sports Club, as well as the Extreme Velocity Club. And we're going to take a very, very short break and come back with the next interview as we have a number of the coaches and athletes lined up to speak with this morning while we wait for the resumption.
We've got lots of action in store for you here on day number 2 at Whitsuntide Games 2026.
58 teams and clubs competing here over 2 days of competition. Say a special thank you to the Grenada Athletics Association for staging these games and ensuring that they are an annual part of the Grenadian local calendar. We're getting to head back to the track now for heat number 5, under 13 boys, 100-meter dash.
So we welcome you back to the live action here as the under 13 boys get themselves ready for the 100-meter dash. We're about to see the starters for heat number 5. And we'll have Kijon Henry, Colin Sandy, Kimmel Hall, Ronan Lessie, Kadim Joseph, Daquan Descent, and Zayden Alexis.
Yes, you could expect to see Leslie doing quite well in this one. Keep your eyes also on Daquan Descent, two of our local athletes who have been doing quite well over the season. Also, one could keep an eye on Kejon Henry out of Supernova Athletics, a track club out of Antigua and Barbuda.
So there they go, the start of heat number 5 in the 100 meters for the under 13 boys. And looking good there already is Kimmel Hall from sprinters. But on his outside from St. David's Track Blazers, Ronan Lessie, who was the eventual winner here and would get the automatic qualifying spot going into the finals. Ronan Lessie, we've gotten accustomed to him here on the track. And a good performance indeed to earn a spot into the finals later on this afternoon.
Yes, 13.42 seconds. Not a bad time at all by young Leslie, followed by Kimal Hall out of Sprinters Athletics Club, 13.88, and Kejon Henry out of Supernova Athletics from Antigua and Barbuda. All decent times posted by these young athletes.
Well, 13.42 for Leslie. Kimon Hall from Sprinters to place second was at 13.88. He would have to wait to see what will happen.
Yes, unfortunately, the bubble time as it stands is 13.55, so not quite able to get into the finals, but nonetheless, a good run by him. 13.88 as we prepare for our 6th heat out of 7.
Well, the 6th heat will see Kyle Bain from... We will see Kyle Bain
out of Rising Champs. Rising Champs, a local club that is.
Carrie Glasgow is there, Omari Roberts, Dexton Forsyth, Kaj Kador, Zilon Samuel, and Liam Mitchell. They're up and running here now. Let's see who makes the early break. It looks as though the athlete out there in lane 6, that's Kyle Kador. And on the inside in lane 1 is Kyle Bain. But it's Kador. Kador wins this one and qualifies into the finals with a very comfortable run indeed, a flash time of 13.46. Adjusted down now to 13.45. And Samuel from Mustang was second in 14.02 seconds.
Yeah, strong run there by Kador. Excellent form as he comes down, really maintaining it right through the race. And that is what we like to see from these under 13 athletes, being able to maintain that form. And I've been told that he's quite a disciplined athlete, and it shows in his running style. So congratulations there to Kai Kador out of Momentum Track and Field.
Well, these youngsters are really giving off their best here, looking for an automatic spot into the finals. And the winner automatically goes through.
Along with the next 2 best times. Actually, along with the next best time, I beg your pardon. So it's a top qualifier from each heat and the next best time. So only one non-automatic qualifier gets into the finals from these preliminary events.
Well, the bubble time is 13.55. Kishan Cobb of Southern Pros, he is in the top 8 so far. And we will look to see what the timing in this final heat would be, so that we will know exactly who will be the top 8 going into the finals.
As a matter of fact, I think Fort just would have pipped him out on that final qualifying spot. But of course, there's one more heat to go, so let's see if he hangs on to that 8th and final qualifying spot.
Jelani Fort of Sprinters Athletics Club at 13.47. now occupies the next best second position. And as you mentioned, we're going to see what happens in this final heat here to know who are the top 8 qualifiers going into the finals. So in this, the final heat again, we're going to have Dre Abbott from Biometrics, Marvin Roberts from Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Carrie Gloucester from High Performance, Elijah Saunders of IDDAT, Dominic Garnes from Momentum Track Club, Javid Nelson from Altitude Track Club, and Zavaric Martin of Supernova Athletics.
Yes, keep an eye on Gloucester and Nelson out of Altitude Track Academy, and Gloucester out of High Performance St. Vincent's and the Grenadines. Keep an eye on these two athletes.
The final of the 7 heats in this category, that's the under 13 boys. The winner automatically goes through, and the bubble time, as we mentioned earlier on, 13.47, I think it is, yes, 13.47. I'm not sure if these youngsters are aware of the time. I doubt that very much, but they'll no doubt be running all that they have. They'll put out all of the effort, trying to get the first position for sure, and then that next best time to get into the finals.
Yeah, I doubt that they know what the bubble time is. However, their coaches should tell them just run and run their best. Don't ease up at the line at all, because there's only one non-automatic qualifying spot. So you give all your effort in the heats to secure your spot in the finals as they go down on their marks.
There they go, up and running. And who comes out ahead here? It looks as though the athlete in lane 2, Mervyn Roberts of South City Rising Stars on the inside, has some challenge on the outside in lane number 7 in Kyrie Gloucester. Gloucester it is, I think, just edge him out on the tape here. And we wait for the official one on that. Illegal wind speeding of 2.2 meters per second. Gloucester it is in 13.28, and we have Javrick Martin in 13.47, which is the bubble time, so they'd have to go through to the hundredths of a second here to determine who would be that 8th position. But Gloucester would secure it here from High Performance to get the automatic qualifying spot. And in a moment, we're going to tell you the top 8 positions, who would have gone through, be it the 4th or as the women in the under 17 category get ready for the 100 meters preliminaries. A lot of competition in this category, 100 meters under 17.
Yes, this event promises to be a stellar one at that, a very stellar one with the likes of Destiny Arnold and Tishona Bascom, Brianna Oliver, all of which have been doing excellent over the season. So it seems like 4th has been just pipped out, so the only non-automatic qualifying time would be that of Akeem Kudre out of Adrenaline Ducks, Trinidad and Tobago. That would be for the under 13 100-meter dash. Up next on track, the 100-meter under 17 girls.
And this event would feature Aliyah Sherritt of IDDAT in 2, Brianna Oliver of Altitude in 3, Jadel Joseph of Burn from Trinidad and Tobago, she's in 4. Kevon Joseph of TTC in 5, Tishona Bascom, St. David's Track Blazers, she's in 7.
Yeah, a slight flinch there by the Burnley athlete, that's Jadel Joseph. And now she awaits the official's decision.
Well, it's an anxious moment indeed here. The moment you're waiting for that call from the starters, as we look back here to see who would have just, indeed, in lane 4, Jadel Joseph of Burnley here.
Yeah, and
And
she
she's
was.
just been dished the red card here and been DQ'd from the event, much to her disappointment, and I'm sure to the fans who've journeyed all the way from Trinidad and Tobago to see her perform.
It's quite unfortunate there, but rules are the rules, and these are the under 17 girls, so a little bit less grace would be shown upon them as we go down to the race.
Looks like a little iffy there again, but there they go up and running out of lane 3 is Brianna Oliver of the Altitude Track Club. She has a slight lead over St. David's Track Blazers in Tishana Bascom, but it is Brianna Oliver of Altitude Track Club gaining the automatic spot into the finals.
Yes, Oliver with a strong run there, eclipsing Bascom, who for the earlier parts of the season has been beating her, sorry. But she comes here at the latter part of the season. I'm really impressed with young Oliver because for the earlier part of the season, she's been clocking near 13 seconds, but now she's consistently going 12.5, 12.4. So that really speaks as to the program up there in Altitude Track Academy. Bascom, 12.77 seconds. Not a bad performance at all.
Well, it maybe tells how the coaches have prepared these athletes. Maybe Tishana was prepared for intercall and peaked around that time because she had the better of Brianna and others. Tishana Bascom, we saw some misfortunes for her at intercall as well.
Yes.
But a brilliant athlete, outstanding athlete, and to see Brianna Oliver getting the better of her at the back end of the season may just tell in terms of the preparation at this stage of the season.
Yes, indeed. It could very well be that some coaches choose to pick their athletes for later times, but that shows good potential moving into next season for young Oliver.
And that brings into the question what we saw from Philip Mitchell as the season progressed.
Yes,
He's
indeed.
getting better and better and better, and he's consistently below the 22-second mark now in the 200 meters.
Yes.
And he's an athlete that at the beginning of the season was doing 11 seconds flat in the 100 meters, and now he's doing 10.8
consistently.
So some athletes develop as the season goes by, some peak for the middle of the season.
As they say, progress is not linear at all. Happens at different rates, at different periods as we go to the second heat.
Second heat would feature Soraya Shaw of Roots, Jael Peters from Trinidad and Tobago. Her parents are here, and she's a silver medalist in the 200 meters at Carriacou. There she is in lane 3. Jael Peters going to have an easy victory into the finals later on. Carriacou super athlete she is, and she's one of the athletes that was fifth in the 100 meters at Carriacou and second in the 200 meters. She comes in with an impressive 11.87 from Carriacou. She has just ran here 11.93 and easily done as well, so we can expect maybe a lot more from her into the finals later on.
Yeah, very strong athlete there in Peters, well built, and you could see the effort she gives into the track when she hits the ground. A really, really well coached athlete in Peters. There are 4 heats. The viewers should know there are 4 heats in this 200 meter under 17 girls. That means that the first That means that the top qualifier plus the next 4 best times, will get into the final. So top position plus the next 4 best times.
Patrick, classic lighting finish line, set to go in 7.
Yes, so
Patrick 151, the record holder in the under 15 high jump in progress at the southern end of the field.
So heat number 3 is about to be started in the girls 100 meter dash in the under 17 category. Tia Nuss is there, Leandra Franklin, Kylie Williams. We didn't see much of her yesterday. She came just towards the back end for the relay. Shellis Williams, Kyla Brathwaite, Antonia Jackson, and Michaela Patrick. These are the athletes lined up here for heat number 3 in the girls 100-meter dash under 17.
Important to note, the record stands at 11.92 seconds, established in 2019 by Yolanda Lewis.
They're up and running, a nice clean start here. Let's see who emerges out of the pack first here. He's very close to call. Kylie Williams is looking good there in lane 3 for South City Rising Stars. It's Kylie Williams. She powers through to the finish line, and on the outside from Classic Lighting finish line, Michaela Patrick in lane 7 would have picked up the 2nd position.
Yes, a good round there by Kylie. Seems a bit winded after that performance, but she has the rest of the day to recuperate and hopefully be ready to put down an even faster time for the final. So it's Kylie Williams, 12.84 seconds, followed by Michaela Patrick out of Classic Lighting Finish Line Sports Club, 12.87 seconds, and Antonia Jackson out of Nevis Sports Club.
Well, Kylie Williams has a season best of 12:41, just did 12:84. She did not have much to do yesterday. She normally do not participate on Saturdays, and she's here today and already stomping her authority on heat number 3 to gain a position into the finals later on this evening.
Yes, indeed, and I think we, the viewers, should be on record watch for that final event, as JL Peters posted a time of 11.93 seconds in the preliminaries, so just coming shy of the record by 1/100th of a second. So definitely one to watch come the final, as we move into our 4th and final heat of the 100-meter under 17 girls.
Well, we had a personal best from Rihanna Thomas from Peak Performance, 12.77 in the top 8 times so far. Let's see what happens as we go to heat number 4. Heat number 4, we would see Kayla Allen of South City Rising Stars, Carla Burma, Janisha Richards, Anisha Griffith, Michaela Frederick, Kaya Swan, and Joanna Gilbert is not here. A false start. Let's see who will be credited to this false start.
Seems to be
lane 5.
Yeah, that's Makaya Frederick. She's been doing all well throughout the season, and she knows it's quite unfortunate to see.
That's lane 6, Makaya Frederick.
Yeah.
Oh my, that's a disappointment here for Momentum Track Club. Makaya Frederick from the St. Mark's Secondary School has been one of their top athletes this year. It's rather unfortunate that she has to go out in that fashion. Quite a number of false starts so far in this meet and throughout the season too as well.
Yes, you can see.
And we're not using the electronic starting block, so can you imagine just what may have happened had the electronic blocks been used?
Well, it's good that the athletes get that exposure. Maybe try and calm their nerves for lots of competitions like Carifta as well.
Well, they're up and running this time. South City Rising Stars and Kayla Allen had a bumper start here. She has a slight lead over Classic Lighting, Kaya Swan on the outside. But it is Kaya Allen from South City Rising Stars over Kaya Swan of Classic Lighting finish line, who picked up the 2nd position.
And I'm quite happy to see the progression there by Kayla Allen. And she seems happy with that performance, and as she should be, 12.41 seconds. Earlier this season, she was struggling to run sub 13, and a 12.41 really speaks to the effort she must have put in over the season to ensure that this is where she is at the moment.
Well, 12.53 for Kaya Swan would also give her a position into the finals later on. 12.53 is still better than Tishana Bascom's 12.77.
Yes.
As we see a cross-section of the crowd here. A number of Vincentians, a number of Bajans are here. I had the opportunity to speak with a few of them during the rain delay, and they're here to support. Many of them are the parents of the athletes who are visiting. The group from Princess Town, Anastasia, Sherryland, and Miss McDonald. Such a pleasure to have you to chat with you guys during the break. The parents of Mariah Charles and Malachi Ramsan, they're here as well.
As we move on to the male counterpart, the 100 meter under 17 boys. In this first heat, we're set to see Philip Mitchell, Kelson Francis, Ethan White, Zahir Jeffries, Caleb Campbell, Elijah Amin, Josiah Williamson, and Marquez John, all set to compete.
Well, Philip Mitchell of Altitude Track Club is one to definitely look out for. He has been having a great season. 10-8. He's done a 10-8-1 earlier on in the season. Kelson Francis is the Ethan White, Elijah St. Army, Josiah Williamson, Marquez John. They're running for a good time here. They're up and running here. Good start here. Out of the dry phase now. Philip Mitchell stomping his authority on this one in lane 1. Philip Mitchell, the runaway winner here quite easily. A flash time of 10.80 seconds. Another impressive performance, adjusted now to 10.84. And Josiah Williamson in 11.53 picked up the second position. Kelson Francis of Classic Lighting finish line in third with 11.79. But a great run by Philip Mitchell.
Yeah, definitely. 10.84 is around what he's been averaging for the season. So we can see that level of consistency. And I typically say that once you see that athlete consistently going around that 10.8 or whatever mark it is, that means that they have a PB within them of at least 0.1 second faster. So we may see a 10.7 later on in the final.
Well, the wind reading was 0.8 meters per second, legal indeed, and so the wind has really subsided here. What is interesting with the wind over the 2 days is that over the season, most of the wind were aiding the athletes. We had up to 4.5 meters per second, but yesterday we saw a lot of negative wind speeds.
Yes,
it shows that the direction of the wind has certainly changed as the season progressed.
Yes, tends to fluctuate at different points of the season, so that could speak as to the variety we see here today.
Well, the boys are getting ready for heat number 2. Heat number 2, we see J.L. Lian from Bern, Trinidad and Tobago, Javid Noel from MVP, Nathaniel Alfred from South City Rising Stars, Henley Boucher, High Performance, Jaden Andrew of SAS, Mackay Ransom, that's one from Trinidad and Tobago. He's the one that we want to look out for. His parents are here. To Cherrymon from Princess Town. And we also have Malik Foyle from St. Vincent Grammar School, Renard Bernard from Abilene Wildcats. A full field here for this, the second heat in the 100 meters under 17. There they go. It's a nice clean start here out of lane 3. Looks as though it's Nathaniel Alfred from South City Rising Stars. Indeed, it is Nathaniel Alfred cruising into the finish line. A comfortable win for Nathaniel Alfred.
Yes, Alfred is definitely going to pose some problems for Philip come the finals. They have been battling for the entirety of the season. So let's see who will get the better of whom come the final. Official time of 11.05 seconds. Doesn't seem too pleased with that result, but a 0.1 meter per second wind, almost dead wind. So not too bad at all.
Well, Renard Bernard of Abilene Wildcats, he picked up the second position.
That's out of Trinidad and Tobago.
I can tell you, Philip Mitchell, Nathaniel Alfred, Akashi Stephen, Giovanni Green, they had a real quartet of a duo for the entire season.
Yes, they have battling throughout the season, although Stephen isn't at these games here today, but still quite an interesting battle throughout the season. But we have Giovanni Green. Not too sure if he'll be contesting the 100 meter, but definitely will be contesting the 400 meter come later today.
Well, we have not seen him listed here for heat number 3 nor heat number 4. So I guess he is reserving or preserving himself for the 400 meters, although we saw at the Classic Lighting Games, Tevon Hall got the better of him in that 400 meter event. And again, it says a lot about the level of preparation as the season progresses.
Yes, indeed. Wasn't quite too surprised with Hall defeating him there. When I saw his 53-second performance in that Carifta final, I knew he had sub 50 pedigree within him.
And speaking about the 400-meter hurdles, a bronze
Yes.
medal for Tevon Hall at Carifta 2026. First sub 50 run for the season or in his career. As the athletes get ready for heat number 3. Wow, and that's a fiery start here for
like
Jamari James of Classic Lighting Finish Line. I'm not sure what his thinking was here, but on the call for set, he was out.
Yeah, a bit of nerves, it seems. Really was jittering even before launching out, so maybe the nerves just got the better of him there, and more than likely the red card, unfortunately, would be administered to him as we look on, and there it is.
The much dreaded red card issued to Jamari James of the Classic Lighting Finish Line. He would have to look on from behind now as Gabriel, Peters, Ellis, Castle, Ambris, Batiste, and George would contest heat number 3. Looking for a place into the finals. Here they go. Nice clean start one more time. In lane 1 and looking good is the Marion Gabriel of MVP. But he has some challenge here in lane 4 from Marquis Caliste. Marquis Caliste it is who wins this one from Velocity Track Club. And he would get that automatic spot into the finals.
Yeah, not a bad performance there by Castle at all. 11.30 seconds seems to be a PB for him, albeit the wind is illegal. But nonetheless, a good performance there by Castle and George out of Altitude Track Academy. Gabriel claiming the bronze position after a stellar start, 11.47 seconds.
So these were the top three finishers. Castle 11.3, same time as Keon George, 11.3, and the Marion Gabriel picking up the 3rd position. The final of the 4 heats about to go down now in the boys 100-meter dash under 17. We have in lane 1, Russian Holder, Tajan Olivier, St. Vincent Grammar School, he's there in 2. Josh Brathwaite of Top Flight, he's in 3. Nation Fergus of Excel, he's in 4. We should see Dante Oliver of Altitude Track Club in 5. Rolando Fields should be in 6. Jael Dormant, Abilene in 7. Samson Phillip, unattached, in 8. Seems as though lanes 4 and 5 are scratched. Nation Fergus and Dante Oliver.
I think Dante Oliver just coming back there after
There they
his
are.
warm-up, yeah.
There they are. So a full field here, a full lineup for the final heat in the under 17 boys 100 meters. Your pick going into this final heat?
It's going to be between Oliver and Philip out of running unattached today. But I think Oliver has been looking good throughout the season, a stronger 100-meter runner than 200. So I would have my bets on Oliver for this race.
Well, Oliver comes in with a season best of 11.08. There they go. Nice clean start here. Let's see who wants it good in lane 1 and looking good is Russian Holder. But here comes the man out there in lane 4. It looks as Nation Fergus. Fergus it is in lane 4 from St. Vincent, from Excel, I beg your pardon, seemed to be the winner here.
And we would have to apologize to our
Excel Track Club fans.
Yeah, our Excel Track Club fans, because Nashon Fergus really did the dog and produced a time of 11.18 seconds, eclipsing the entire field, booking his spot into the final, followed by
as we look back here, we see Fergus here really moving nicely into position here to pick up the 1st position. And out there in lane 7, it was the 2nd place winner. And he would gain...
That's Jael Dormant out of Abilene Wildcats, Trinidad and Tobago, also qualifying into the final.
as we move over to the 200-meter track. And
Yeah, so our qualifying eight for that event would be Philip Mitchell, Nathaniel Alfred, Nashon Fergus, Marquise Castle, Jahil Dormant, Rishon Holder, Keon George, and Dante Oliver, making up once again that final eight.
so Dante's fourth position still earned him a position into the finals. I mentioned it was a 200-meter track moments ago. It's actually the 150-meter track as we get set for the 150-meter dash for the under-9 girls. And heat one, we'll see Soraya Dillon, Jazari Samuel, Rhea Porter, Elise Sylvester, Xavier Paul, Amaya John, and Maya Penny. These are the competitors in the under-9 category.
Yes, keep your eyes on DeLeon. She has been doing quite well over the season and yesterday.
Well, she's in lane 1 from the 473 MVP club. Lane 2 seemed to be scratched. Lane 3 is Rhea Porter. Lane 4, Elise Sylvester. Lane 5, Xavier Paul. 6, Amaya John. 7, Demaya Penny. There are going to be 4 heats in this category. So the top 4 finishers will get the automatic position into the finals, and then the next 4 best times. So the rain has subsided, a lot of clouds still hovering around, but nice cool conditions here. A little flutter of the flags as well, as they're on the starters orders again for the 150 meters in the under 9 category. Coming around the bend to make up the stagger as they transition into the home straight. Looking good already is Soraya Dillon of the MVP 473. She has a lead over the athlete there in lane number 3, that's Rhea Porter. But Soraya Dillon is going to be the runaway winner here in style as well. A very comfortable win. And in second place is Rhea Porter. And I think it was Elise Sylvester who picked up the 3rd position.
Yeah, wonderful run there by DeLeon, showing that thumbs up to her supporters in the crowd. Not pressured there much at all. So DeLeon books a spot into the final.
Amir John actually picked up the 3rd position from Xavier Paul, who came 4th. But 24.55 for Soraya Dillon and 26.63 for Rhea, who picked up the 2nd position. The second flight is on the track and getting ready. We will see here in lane 1, April Nicholson from First Choice Junior School. Jalaya John is there as well as they're up and running. And let's see who's going to make up the stagger. Looking good in lane 2 is Jillian John from Mustang. She comes around the turn and heads into the straightaway with a slight lead over the rest of the field. That's Jalea John from Mustang. She has the lead at the moment going into the finish line. And it looks as though the athlete out there in lane number 6, Xavier Slinger, would pick up the 2nd position. But Jalea John from Mustang, the winner in this 2nd heat.
Yeah, strong performance there by John, booking a spot into the final.
So it was Xavier Slinger, who we see who have been given the win here.
A little stumble there by John coming down to the end, and that may just have cost her that 1st position, but we can wait to see another stumble there by John. So those 2 stumbles really affecting her momentum coming through to the end.
Indeed, those stumbles here really took the momentum out of her. And so she picked up the 2nd position. Mustang it is from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The competitors for heat number 3, they're on the track. Azuria Mitchell from Sprinters. Royalty Herbert. Chloe Rouse. Zayla Jeremiah. Zuri Rock. Aria Thomas. And Kia Hood Clark. the 7 competitors. Kia Hood Clark is from GCT Runners Athletics Club. Aria Thomas from Holy Innocent Anglican School. Zuri Rock from Classic Light in South St. George. Zayla Jeremiah from 473 MVP. Chloe Rouse from Classic Light in Finish Line. Royalty Hubbard from Elevate Performance out of Barbados. Seems to be some issue with the start here. They've been called back. And so they're going to be a restart. It seems as though it was a faulty start for these youngsters.
Seem to be eager to get up and underway.
We look back here to see if there was indeed, there seems to be in lane 6,
Yeah.
Aria Thomas from the Holy Innocent Anglican School. Not sure if the false start rule would apply for the under 9s.
I doubt it. They're still young and tender. I don't think the officials would show them a red card just yet.
Sometimes the games have their own rules, although this is supposed to be a recognized meet. Apparently the false start not applied here to the under 9s. They're up and running this time. 150 meters in the under 9 girls category. South St. George looking good. So too is the athlete out there in lane 7, Kaya Hood Clark. On the inside in lane 1 is Zoraya Mitchell of Sprinters Athletics Club. It's Sprinters Athletics Club in Zoraya Mitchell who has a slender lead. But here comes South St. George Government School. South St. George Government School. Zuri Rock it is who is going to cross the finish line first. Ahead of Zayla Jeremiah of 473 MVP. But a good strong finish here by Zuri Rock of 25.82 seconds.
Yeah, strong performance there by Rock, and also a commendable performance there by young Jeremiah. Really nice form coming through the entire race, but Rock just having a bit more strength and endurance coming down to the last, I make it 25 meters, just being able to eclipse Zayla Jeremiah there.
Well, her son name is Rock and she was solid.
Indeed, indeed.
The final heat would feature here Kaylee Thomas, Rena John. Rena John will be in lane 2. Mia Joseph in 5. Natalia Amade in 6. Ava Eddie in 7. And Tavia Latouche Matthew in 8. Tavia Latouche Matthew from the Classic Lighting 473 MVP, one to look out for here. As they're up and running, 150 meters, the final of 4 heats. And coming around the turn as they head into the straightaway now is the athlete out there in lane number 5, I think it is, Mia Joseph of Sprinters. Mia Joseph of Sprinters with the lead here. A good strong run back by the athlete out there in lane 7, Ava Edding, and in lane 8, Latouche Matthew, but it was Mia Joseph of Sprinters who was the eventual winner here to go into the finals.
Yeah, time of 24.83 seconds, not bad at all. Edie out of Elevate Performance Barbados, 25 seconds flat, should book her spot into the final along with Tavia Latouche Matthew. So the top 3 there securing their spot into the final later on this afternoon.
Well, the youngsters are definitely giving a very good account of themselves on the track. And it's good to see them at an early age, developing good technique, running through the finish line as well, and giving off their very best.
As we move over to the under 9, 150 meter dash, male.
Well, the first heat would feature Jermaine Alexander from Classic Light and Finish Line, Romario Forbes. He's also the Demari Paul, one to look out for from Sprinters Athletics Club. He will be running lane 3. Amaro Joseph, Momentum, he's in 4. Tadic Samuel, he's in lane 5. Shazan Hooper in 6 from Mustang, and they're up and running. Look out for the Mary Paul in lane number 3 in the green top here, already taking command of this event as they enter into the home straight. The Mary Paul continues to do well throughout the season, and he's going to finish this one in style here to go into the finals. The Mary Paul of Sprinters Athletics Club, and in second position, Jermaine Alexander of the Classic Lighting Finish Line. the top two finishers. A time of 22.27 seconds. Alexander, 23.71.
Yeah, a good run there by young Paul. May have been a bit disappointed with his performance yesterday in the 80-meter dash, settling for what I can recall, maybe 7th or 6th, but nonetheless, booking his spot into the final here today.
Heat number 2 is about to go down. Key Jones from First Choice Junior School is in 1. Josiah Moore is in 2. Tyler Bain in 3. 1 to look out for. Omarion Arthur in 4. Kamal Williams in 5. Michael Richards in 6. And Jamil Samuel in 7. They're up and running. There they go. Going around the turn and heading into the home straight. And already we see Tyler Bain from Sprinters Athletics Club in the lead here. Tyler Bain, who has been second to the Mary Paul all season, is going to win this one with a close push on the inside from Josiah Moore. And Josiah Moore is from Elevate Performance out of Barbados. He will pick up the second position. 21.73 for Bain, 21.90 for Moore. And Omarion Arthur, who came in third from High Performance in 22.17.
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, Tyler Bain has just established a new record in the event, 21.73, eclipsing the old record of Keyshawn Cobb, 21.96 in 2023. So, a fantastic run there by our young athlete.
Well, as I mentioned, Tyler has been playing second fiddle to the Mary Paul all season, but he has maintained excellent form. As we get set for the third heat, Amir Burnett is there, Leisha Mason, Chaim Pear. There they go, coming around the bend here now. Looking good in lane 1 is Amir Burnett of Elevate Performance. That's Burnett from Elevate Performance in the lead. And he's going to cross the finish line just so as well in the lead. And in second was Chaim Pear from Sprinters Athletics Club. But a good run from the athlete from Elevate Performance out of Barbados.
Yes, Burnett a strong run there, booking his spot into the final. A medalist yesterday in the 80-meter dash for the under-9 boys, and now securing a spot to hopefully gain another medal in the 150 later on this afternoon.
Well, the boys are really doing the best as well as they up for the next heat. That's heat number 4. Joshua Bain, Zaid Sims, Joshua Garnis, Andre McDonald, Shavik Charles as they up and running. Joyan Arnold is also there. Massimo Langain, 1 to look out for. From the western side here, Kalen St. Louis. He's also there in lane 8 from the MVP 473. As we look back here to see what may have happened. Could have been out of lane 2. Very close one to call. Close indeed. Could have been 2, could have been 5.
Could have been anyone. I can't see who flinched first, and all of them have been afforded another opportunity.
Classic lighting finish line in Bain. Sims is there. Garnis, McDonald, Charles, Arnold, Langain, and St. Louis. A nice clean start this time. Coming around the turn and looking good. The athlete in lane number 2, Zai Simmons. He's looking good. Coming around the third from Phoenix Track Club. That's Zai Simmons in lane 2. But on the outside, it's also St. Louis from MVP. But Zai Sims. And then it's St. Louis from MVP who wins it over Sims. That's Kalen St. Louis of the 473 MVP. And Sims, who did a lot of the early running, had to settle for second.
Yes, a strong performance there by young St. Louis, I have it. Yes, St. Louis with a time of 22.94 seconds. Not bad at all. Zaire Sims, out of Phoenix Athletics Club, clocking 23.48 seconds.
Well, there's going to be a 5th heat, so it means that the top 4 would automatically qualify, and then the next 3 best times would advance to the finals as well.
Yes, the bubble time as it stands is 23.74 seconds. So the athletes need to run faster than 23.74 in order to book that spot.
Well, heat number 5 will feature Daryl Benjamin in lane 1 as they up and running. They're moving very fast now and going around the turn and heading into the home straight. The athlete in lane 2, August Jordan from Mustang, is looking good. Is Jordan from Mustang in the lead here. And the 473 MVP on the outside, so too is the athlete in lane number 3, Telesford. But it is from Mustang, August Jordan, the winner.
Yeah, August just being able to hold on there despite the pressure being exerted by the man on his right. That is
Caniel Telesford.
Yeah, good run there by all 3 athletes. Noah Charles seemed to have just pipped both of them, maybe.
Well, Charles looked to have picked up the second position.
Yeah, he did
It's,
indeed.
Jordan 2267, Charles 2267, and Telesford 2275. That's just how close it was.
Yeah, very competitive at this young age. 22.67 by both Jordan and Noah, separated by a mere hundredth of a second.
Well, there you have it. The final heats in the under 9 150 meter boys category. We'll tell you who the finalists are momentarily. Also in progress, we have some.
Seems to be the under 13 boys long jump.
We also see some athletes making their way onto the track towards the far side. Looks as though we're going to have maybe
300 meter
300
action.
meter events. That's in the under 11 category. So the officials are really trying to make up the time for the rain delay we've had, and we see the events going off very, very quickly now.
Yes, high-paced movement.
I don't think the rain should really warrant that level of efficiency. But that's the situation we have here. They're moving very, very efficiently now. We do have the starting lineup for heat number 1 in the girls 300 meter dash under 11. Chelsea McDonald from the Princestown Athletics Club. Miss McDonald is here, her mom, to support her. Ariel Charles is also there in lane 2. Tanaya Gibbs Latouche from Sprinters. Zakia Joseph from Roots. Anita Holder, Ayana Christian, and Corey Caliste. Anita Holder from the Elevate Performance Club out of Barbados. Ayana Christian from Supernova Athletics. And Corey Caliste from Altitude Track Academy. Welcome back, Clyde John, to the microphone, Clyde. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you, Leslie.
And we've had a brief rain delay, but now the events are flowing very, very smoothly. And already we've seen some record-breaking performances as well, as pristine conditions continue to prevail here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Yes, certainly the conditions have been good for record-breaking performances. We had quite a few last evening, especially in the finals of the events. Some went as early as the prelims, and so certainly tells you about the form of these athletes.
The wind is maybe quite favorable as well as compared to what we saw earlier on in the season, in what we often refer to as hurricane gale force winds. It's much more reasonable now, if I could use that word to describe it. within legal limits, might be more appropriate. But good conditions for running this morning.
Well, it's certainly a big contrast. As you get closer to the hurricane season, the wind gets calm.
Well, we'll give you a position at the Met Office, Clyde. You seem to have the weather very much well organized in your mind. But the athletes are on the starters orders for the first of the heats in the under 13 girls, under 11 girls 300 meters. They're up and running. We have McDonald, Charles, Gibbs Latouche, Holder, Christian, Joseph, and Kellyst. Making up the stag and looking good is Sprinters Athletics Club, Tamaya Gibbs Latouche. As the stagger is made up now, she is already in the lead here, going around the turn at the 200-meter mark here is Tanaya Gibbs Latouche. She's one of the phenomenal athletes coming out of the primary school circuit in 2026. Gibbs Latouche enters the home straight in the lead here. Maybe a 10-meter lead over Ariel Charles of the Arbenil Wildcats Track Club. But Tanaya Gibbs Latouche should be the clear winner here with maybe a 30-meter lead over Charles, as Charles dips for the tape here. And then in third we have Ayana Christian, I think it is from Supernova, the top three finishers.
Yeah, good run there again from Latouche. She continues to be outstanding, and one will expect to see her in the finals giving even a better performance, 46.05. So a really good run from her. And
46.05.
The record was 47.72, and she just ran 46.05, and so she becomes the new record holder. Jazion Johnson had that record in 2025 of 47.72.
Well, congratulations to Tanaya Gibbs Latouche. This is definitely one of her favorite seasons. As we get set for heat number 2.
Of course, the winner advances to the final. Then the next 3 best times. So coming up in this one, we will see Brazan, Marcel, Swan, Maya McIntyre. Summer Charles will be there. Tong from Supernova. Streaker, Momentum, Track and Field. So a number of athletes well known to this event. Of course, primary school athletes, all of them. It does tell you a bit about the positioning of athletics in terms of the countries and the clubs and so on. Future looks very bright. So just await the start of that event. And as you rightly said, Leslie, the officials really trying their utmost to ensure that there's a smooth flow. So right now I know it is just a bit of a technical wait. That's why we're waiting. It's all about the technology here. The athletes are ready. The starters seem ready. The board not quite as ready. Of course, Amaya McIntyre of the Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars. She comes in with a seat time of 48.63. Tells you if she can run anywhere close to that time today, she should have an automatic qualifying spot. And anyone can get on the 40 into the 40 under 47, and they will pose a challenge for Tanaya Gibbs, who has just claimed another record.
The sun, Clyde, is now out in its real brilliance. See all of the equipment properly stationed to ensure that all of the measurements are perfectly taken. The photo finish camera, the wind gauges. And marshal there by Albert Joseph.
So we seem ready to go. The board is cleared. Seven athletes are on the starters orders. Here they go. 300 meter on the 11 girls. Let's see who makes up the early running. It seems to be Amaya McIntyre, Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars. She is in lane 4 and certainly has made up some good ground, McIntyre, and is moving into the 150 region and taking good control of this one. As she heads into the curve just about now. Final straight away, McIntyre, arms pumping, looking really smooth and fluid is McIntyre. The rest of the field a bit back from her. She has some competition, but certainly she's strong enough. You can see the legs lifting, the arms pushing nicely as she heads for home. It's important to see the time that she will return.
47.72 on the flash time, adjusted now to 47.78. And do you recall Amaya McIntyre from the private primary school games?
I certainly remember her from the private primary school games.
Was one of the standout athletes, indicating that she wants to be on the Olympic stage sometime in the future. A good performance here, 47.78 to gain a spot into the finals. And Tegan was in second position. That's Tegan Straker of Momentum Track Club.
And so certainly McIntyre continuing her good form. She's a youngster who does work hard.
As the athletes in heat number 3 are on the track, Theodore, Charles, Harry, Kato, Joseph, Gill, and Taylor. They're up and running, and it's the 300 meters, heat number 3 in the girls under 11 category, and making a blistering start here. It looks as though it is Zorina Harry. Yes, Zorina Harry of Biomechanics. And she's in the lead at the moment. Going around the turn, the arms flailing a little bit here, but she's in the lead going into the home straight here now. Harry from Biomechanics. Zorina Harry it is, and on the outside from the finish line, out there in lane 7, is Sydney Joseph. But it's Harry who's going to take the first position, and Sydney would pick up the second position for finish line. And then South St. George Government School in Alicia Theodore picks up the third position.
Well, I'll tell you what, Leslie, you take the form of Joseph and you give it to Harry, and man, you could have a seriously good 300-meter runner right there. She was a bit all over the place, but she had the presence of mind. She had the strength. Started really well, Harry. And she has earned her spot into the finals.
Well, betting numbers here, 47.47 for Zorina Harry. The time for winning heat number 3 in the girls under 11 300 meters.
So Joseph will await the end of the event to see if she can get in. As we look into the distance. In the distance we do see a little bit of cloud cover coming in. It's getting a bit darker. We're getting ready for the next event, Heat 4. We should have all 8 athletes there. I'm seeing lane 5 seem to be vacant. So we're missing lane 5. That's so 1 athlete less. We have a field of 7. So they're on their marks. Start, they're off and running. And let's see who takes the early lead here. It seems to be lane number 4. I Make It Fair Augustine Altitude Track Academy. seems to be it's altitude. Let's go Faye Augustine. And she's right there. On her inside is Lane Tree Hooper of Mustangs. But it's going to be Faye Augustine. Augustine, does she have the strength to hold off Shariah Hooper? Here comes Kalia Gordon. That's Forbes of Excel. So it's going to be tight at the end. I really had a bit of competition there.
Well, that was a splendid run back from Shanella Forbes of Excel Track Club. I mean, with 80 meters to go, she was not in contention here for top 2 positions at all. It was definitely Faye Augustine and Shariah Hooper from both Altitude Academy and Mustangs, respectively. But within the last 30 meters or so, it was a really, really spirited run back from Shanella Forbes of Excel Track Club to be the eventual winner.
Yes, certainly. You have it right there, Leslie. I'm looking at the distance, just about maybe 20, 15. You would have really have Faye Augustine, the winner there, but Forbes, she really, really wanted this qualification.
Well, maybe we talked a little too soon. The heavens have opened up and we have a slight drizzle here now, John. But the games are continuing amidst the slight drizzle that we're having. And you who support cricket a lot would know that this may not be the best thing for cricket. But fortunate for us, it's track and field that's happening here at the stadium. And so the games will go on.
Here we go. Next heat, number 5. And let's see. Early running seemed to be coming from the athlete in lane number 8. That's Zamira McQueen, Momentum Track and Field. On the inside, in lane number 5, is Kiana Sylvan rather, making a good run. Here is the athlete in lane 7. Sari Warren making a good run. Warren, can she hold on? She has some challenge on her inside. Can Warren hold on? She's looking, she's anticipating, but she's pushing her way through, and she just holds on. She just holds on.
Well, a very exciting finish from these youngsters. Gordon a little bit wobbly at times at 49.85, and Sylvan giving good chase all the way through to the finish line. And in the end, it was Kiana Sylvan from Classic Lighting. Sorry, a lot of mix-up here on the scoreboard. But from our calculations here, it would have been Sylvan who picked up the 2nd position from finish line. And Gordon from Mustangs looked to us as the obvious winner here, unless there was some disqualification, because she did switch around the lanes a little bit here, Gordon, coming around the turn. Well, the boys are now on the track and they're getting ready for their 300-meter runs as well. In the first heat of 5, we will see Ava Davis, South St. George Government School, Zena Howell, Okashia Mitchell, Kiana Sylvan, Zaylee Gordon, Sari Warren, Zamira McQueen, and Daija Houston. We do hope we get the pronunciations of all these names. Quite a bit for us. 300-meter dash on the 11 boys. Just to give a slight correction to the names. The names called a while ago were for the girls 300 meter, in which Warren was given the win here from with 49.85. Sylvan was 2nd, 49.94. Gordon from Mustang, we see her here in 4th. And Zamira McQueen was given the 3rd position. So the boys in the first heat are actually Akim Mark from Momentum, Holden Batiste from Sprinters, Avari Marriott from Survivors, Antonia Spall from Runners Athletics Club, Reggie Hamilton from First Choice Junior, Carmel Charles from Finish Line, Tegan Yard from Elevate Performance, and Shamon Simon from South City Rising Stars. They're up and running here. The first of 5 heats in the boys 300 meters under 11. Making up the early stagger is the athlete there in lane 2, Holden Batiste. And on his outside, Avery Marriott is also doing well from Survivors. Marriott it is from Survivors, who is coming around the turn in good form. And Marriott making up the stagger and would enter the home straight into the lead. On the outside in lane 7 is Tejan Yard, but it is Marriott, Avari Marriott of Survivors in the lead, and comfortably so as well. He's going to win this one easily to earn an automatic qualifying spot into the finals. Marriott followed by Yard, and then in third position, Antonius Paul, the top 3 finishers.
Yeah, good run there from Marriott, and continues his good form. He just outside the record. The record in this event stands at 45.18, and he just ran 45.57, so maybe a bit of tightening of the form, you know, getting around the bend in a better, more balanced position where he could have the power to really drive home. We just may see a broken record later in the finals.
Well, he comes with a seeded time of 45.18, which is actually the record time. So if he gets the finals good, he can do wonders here. As the second heat is on the way, John, and we see here making up the stagger nicely is Bramini Bernard from Runners Athletics Club. He has built up the stagger nicely here on the rest of the field. And Branimir Bernard from Runners Athletics Club, and on his inside he has Jaheim Joseph. Altitude Track Club is also looking good in Jaheim Joseph. He's in lane 4. He comes on from the turn in the lead. That's Jaheim Joseph from Altitude Track Club. And on the outside out there in lane 7 is Cadmiel Graham. But it is Jaheim Joseph being edged off the line here by Graham of Burnley Athletics Club. And what a good run back.
Yeah, certainly Graham, a really phenomenal athlete. We saw him last evening, and he really wanted this win. And as you rightly say, when the athletes get to that point where they're heading for home and the finish line is right there, you just may think that they're going faster, but certainly he didn't hold back, Graham. He wanted that win, and he went faster to ensure that he got the automatic qualifying spot.
As the athletes for heat number 3 get organized, they're on the starters orders as well. And we will see here McPhee from Exceed, Adams from ITDAT, Yard from Elevate, Charles from Momentum, Richardson from High Performance, Amir Rennie, one to look out for from Peak Performance, McQuilkin from Runners, and Williams from Phoenix. Amir Rennie looked good. He comes in with a seeded time of 48.62. So they're up and running is heat number 3. And making up the stagger nicely is Kenson McPhee. Kenson McPhee from Exceed Sports Club. He's running in lane 1 and he's really eating up the track on the inside. He has already made up the stagger on the rest of the competitors as he runs the turn now to transition into the home straight. It is Kezron McPhee of Exceed Sports Club. And in lane 3, giving some good competition, is Taylor Yard, but it's going to be Kezron McPhee of Exceed Sports Club who is going to win this one. And picking up the second position is Taylor Yard, and the Yard is from Elevate Performance out of Barbados, the top 2 finishers of heat number 3. As we get set for heat number 4, the time for Keswick McPhee, 46.61 seconds. Yard from Elevate was second in 47.30. And Tyrrell Charles from Momentum Track was in third with 50.18.
Yeah, again, a good run there from a really good run. That was heat number 3. We're getting ready for heat number 4.
We will see Ruben from Altitude, Alexander, Church, Clark, Dumont, Philip Hood, and Howell.
So let's look at who will make up the saga. They're quite evenly paced right here. Seem to be holding back just to get around the 150 mark. Let's see, by then someone will look to take control. Church, he's in lane 4. He's moving towards the lead, looking at the board and seeking to maybe exert his dominance here. It's Winston Church, Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars. He's motoring now, putting in really some good yards within his strides. Has the power here now. He's just maintaining his lead. It's Winston Church, South City Rising Stars. He will take the automatic qualifying spot.
A good strong run indeed from Winston Church. 47.33 seconds. Najari Clark was second in 48.40 seconds from the Elevate Performance out of Barbados. And Travian Alexander from the South St. George Government School in 49.88 picked up the third position.
Of course, it's the winner of each heat plus the next 3 best times will go ahead into the finals. So if you're going to come second, you want to come a close second to ensure that you get yourself into the finals. So we get ready for heat 5.
And in heat 5, we will see Gianni Thomas from Classic Lighting Finish Line, Samuel Bob from Classic Lighting South St. George, Aaron Mitchell from Holy Innocent, Nash and Philip Hood, First Choice, Simon Smart from Altitude, Von St. Louis from 473 MVP, Romain Top Flight, and Albert from Sprinters. They're up and running already, and making up the early stagger here looks as Jaron Romain from Top Flight. He's out there in lane 7, and he has made up the stagger on Hayden Albert of the Sprinters Athletics Club. A much slower race than the others so far, but here comes Albert with a burst of speed here now with just about 80 meters to go. It's a battle here between Albert and Philip and Romain and Jaron Romain. But the athlete here from Top Flight, Jaron Romain, exerts his dominance here and powers away and powers through to the finish line now to win this heat. And in the end, it's going to be Hayden Albert of Sprinters take up the second position. And Samuel Bob from the South St. George Government School picks up the third.
Yeah, again, athletes just looking to put in their strategy into play. And Romain really was challenged for just about 40 meters by Albert. But then he said to Albert, hey, this is my event. I'm going to go ahead and take the win. 49.08, rightly so. It's one of the slower heats, Leslie. And so Romain will be the only person, I believe, going forward into the finals.
Well, John, as we complete this round of heats, just want to let the viewers know we're going to have another interview coming up in a while. We're going to be speaking with Coach Nigel Matthew of the Princestown Achievers Club. And we're also going to be speaking with one of the parents of one of the athletes, Anastasia Herbert. She's also here. And she's here with Antonia Taylor, one of the standout athletes in the under 11 category. We always welcome our Trinidadian brothers and sisters to the Spice Isle. And so we're going to hear from them in a while, Nigel Matthew and the team from the Princestown Achievers Club, South Trinidad. And a strong contingent from Trinidad and Tobago is up here for the Whitsuntide Games 2026.
Yeah, certainly a strong contingent. Number of clubs from neighboring Trinidad and Tobago always present, and we always want to say thank you for supporting the Whitsuntide games. I think we should have at least.
So the track officials are getting the track ready for the 400 meter events. We're going to see, first of all, the 400 meters for the girls in the under 13 category, as well as the boys, and then we're going to move into the under 17 categories. And so they're really trying to make up for time lost due to the rain delay. And so what we're going to do is try to segue with the interview while the events are going on and try to bring as much of it as possible to you.
All right. So
The under 17 girls warm up for Highland towards the southern end of the field. We'll continue to bring you lots more action here at the Whitsuntide Games 2026. Jamelia Nicholas. Women's shot put open and international. Nicholas studying in the United States. Narrowly missing out on qualifying for the NJCAA's championships last weekend. So we get ready for the 400 meter. Event on the 13, the first seat. Number 2, Jewel Maureen, classic South City Rising Stars. In 3, Alia Francis, Rising Champs. In 4, Kalishi Walcott, Sprinters Athletics. In 5, Jill John, 473 MVP. Lane number 7, Janaya John, Ida Academy. Let's start at field. 3 to 1. The girls, 400 meter dash on winter team. All swinging number 1 was Josiah Johnson. Classic lighting finish line. Name number 6. From First Choice Junior School to G. Hamilton. As we move into the status for the start of P21.
Okay, viewers, we welcome you back to the live track and field action here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The event about to be started is the girls 400 meter dash in the under 13 category. We have Josiah Johnson in lane 1, Maureen in 2, Francis in 3, Walcott in 4, John in 5, Hamilton in 6, and another John here in lane 7. It's the first of the heats in this category. And in and between the events, we are going to be speaking with the delegates out of Trinidad and Tobago, Nigel Matthew and Anastasia Hubbard, athlete and coach and athlete respectively. As the athletes are ready now for heat number 1 in the 400-meter dash under 13 girls. A nice clean start here. We have Johnson, Maureen, Francis, Walcott, John, Hamilton, and John. Classic lighting finish line. South City Rising Stars. From Sprinters Athletics Club, we have Kalisha Walcott. She's making up the stagger nicely here in the black and green. And to our outside from the 473 MVP is Jaden John. Tasia Hamilton is also there from the First Choice Junior School. But in the lead is Khaleesi Walcott of the Sprinters Athletics Club. And giving good chase from the 473 MVP is Jaden John. But look at the athlete here now go from that's Aliyah Francis of the Rising Champs. She has just moved into the lead here. Aliyah Francis of Rising Champs enters the home straight in the lead and is really powering away from Walcott, who did most of the early running. But it is Aliyah Francis from Rising Champs with about 50 meters lead. What a commanding race she has run here to win now. A flash time of 1:06.74. That's the time for Aliyah Francis. And picking up the second position was Khaleesi Walcott of Sprinters Athletics Club in 1 minute 12.45 seconds. And Jaden John from MVP, 1 minute 13.89, the top 3 finishers. So again, we say welcome to Coach Nigel Matthew and also Antonia Taylor, one of the standout athletes from the Princestown Achievers Club. Welcome, Coach. Welcome, Antonia.
Thank you very much, sir.
So we're happy to have the athletes and coaches out of Trinidad and Tobago, our neighbors. We understand that this is not the first time that your club is coming here. So tell us a little bit about your club, first of all, and the contingent that you have here in Grenada.
Hi, good morning, viewers. First of all, give God thanks and praise all the time. All right, my name is Nigel Matthew. I'm the founder and president of the Club Princestown Achievers. All right, we existed at least about a year and a half now. All right, my group team is at least by 25 sumo. All right, that's back in Trinidad, but of course, I have 5 athletes that representing over the weekend. However, I was here last year where Antonia Taylor ran under 9, and she also have the record, and the record also stand of 12:13.
So Antonia is here. We're going to hear from her shortly, but the second heat is about to be started. So the record holder for the under 980 meters, Antonia is here. As we see for this heat, we have Williams, Davis, Williams, St. Louis, Cumberbatch, and Brathwaite. They're up and running. It's a nice, clean start. And South St. George Government School in Taraji Williams is already making up the stagger nicely. But up front from Sprinters Athletics Club is Ahiva Brathwaite. And she's way up front there. South St. George looking to close the gap on her on the stagger as they go down the back straight. And on the inside of Williams is also Gabriel Davis from Finish Line. But up front, it is Brathwaite from Sprinters Athletics Club. But look at the move here now by Anika St. Louis. Anika St. Louis, she is from Rising Champs. She moves into the lead. And on the inside of lane 2 is Gabriel Davis in second position. But it is St. Louis from Rising Champs who is in the lead. And Davis is in second. St. Louis for Rising Champs is going to run away with the second heat in the 400 meters for the under 13 girls. She wins this heat now, and Davis out of Finish Line picks up the second position. And it looks as though it was Cumberbatch from IDDAT who picked up the third position. So we have with us, as we say, the record holder in the 80 meters who established a record in 2025 of 12.13 seconds. And I say good afternoon to Antonia Taylor. Antonia, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to Grenada. And you have a record of 12.13 last year. Are you at all concerned that somebody's going to break your record? Or has the event gone already and the record still stands?
No.
The record is still standing?
Yeah.
So tell us, Antonia, tell us what school you go to in Trinidad and Tobago and what it has been with your coach preparing to come to run in Grenada. What school do you go to in Trinidad?
I government primary school.
And tell us what your training is like with your coach. What do you do for training?
Weights, and some days we just do running around the field and
So, Antonia, you have qualified for the finals in the 100 meters today. You ran 14.14 seconds, the seventh fastest time. What is your thinking going into the finals? Are you going in there to win? We're going to come back to your answer as we look to heat number 3. Pierre, Alexis, Scott, Smith, Bain, and McQuilkin. There they go, going down the back straight from the finish line. Sports Club, we have Jamie Smith, one of the favorites here for this event. And Selena Bain is also there from South St. George Government School. But it is Jamie Smith from Classic Lighting Finish Line, one of the favorites for this heat, who is in the lead at the moment. And on the inside, we have Tiana Scott from Excel, who is going to be making up the stagger on the bend and moving into second position, but also looking good in lane 1 is Chaya Pear from Sprinters Athletics Club. But Jamie Smith is still in the lead, going into the home straight here now. Moving into second position now is Chaya Pear from Sprinters Athletics Club. But Pear is picking up good momentum now on Smith. Pear on the inside with a slight lead over Smith. It is Chaya Pear, but here comes Smith. Jamie Smith in the end here, power into the finish line and winning over Chaya Pear of Sprinters Athletics Club. And in third, Tiana Scott of Excel Track Club. So we're back here with Antonia Taylor. Antonia, you're into the finals this evening in the 100 meters. What can we expect from you? Are you going to be running fast? Are you going to be going for the gold medal?
yeah.
Do you feel afraid or frightened or nervous about going into the race?
A little bit.
A little bit. But don't you think that you've prepared well enough that you can at least win a gold, a silver, or a bronze?
Yeah.
What would be your best choice of a medal? What would you want to do in the finals? Which position do you really want?
First.
Right. So now that you have trained, your coach is here, your mom is here with you, you have a lot of people expecting great things for you, and you're willing to deliver for them this afternoon, don't you?
Yeah.
All right. Coach, these athletes, they're young, they're talented. She has a record in these games. What it has been for you in Trinidad, the support you get from the parents, from the corporate community, from anybody who has interest, what has been the level of support that you get there?
My level of support, I get a lot of support, especially from the parents and especially from the community around the area.
We're going to come back to that as we continue with heat number 4. We have Faith Samuel, Deshauna Charles, Humphrey, Scott, Stapleton, and Joseph. Going down the back straight here now, it looks as though it is Scott from Velocity, Zariah Scott. She has a commanding lead here over the rest of the field. Stapleton from Mustang seems to be the one in the lead at the moment. Tanaya Stapleton of Mustang out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She's running by herself here, going around the turn. Tanaya Stapleton of Mustang. No one else in the shot. She has a commanding lead, maybe about 70 meters over the rest of the field. A very dominating performance from Tanaya Stapleton of Mustang. She can very much cruise now into the finals, into the tape, because the distance is just huge over the rest of the field. Tanaya Stapleton of Mustang wins very comfortably indeed. And the rest of the field is yet to come in as Stapleton looks back to see them coming at the moment. But a good, strong run by Tanaya Stapleton. Deshauna Charles came in second, and Zariah Scott picked up the third position. Coach, I was asking you about the level of support. What kind of support are you receiving for your program in Princesstown?
We do get a lot of support, right? Maybe they could do a little better, but nevertheless, we do get a lot of support, especially from the parents of the athletes.
And I'm sure you want to maybe recognize some of the major contributors to your program
Yes.
and who have helped the athletes to come along.
So our sponsor here for Antonia Taylor is Ivy Concept Limited. All right, I want to say thank you for reaching out to the club and supporting us and also supporting her.
Well, we do appreciate the presence of your young and small club out of Trinidad and Tobago who have journeyed here to Grenada to participate and doing well at the same time.
Yes.
And so we want to wish you all the best for the remainder of the games, to wish Antonia all the best into the finals later on. And I'll be looking out for you. I'll be rooting for you here, Antonia. Your mom is here. Everybody's here looking out for you. Your sponsors would be pleased of your
course.
performance so far. You've made it to the finals. And so anybody you want to say hello to in Trinidad and Tobago, or who is here with you now? Do you want to shout out anybody, Antonia? You want to say hi to mom?
Yeah.
And any of your friends in school you want to say hello to?
Yeah.
Who's that do you want to say hello to? Call a few names for us.
Kamaya, Aliyah, Dariel, and Hazel.
Well, the shout out has gone out for you folks from Trinidad and Tobago, from Antonia. And so, Coach, again, we wish you and the team all the best. Again, Irie Concepts,
very
we
much.
say big up to you for supporting young Antonia, and all the best for the rest of the games.
Thank you very much, sir, for having us here.
So we just saw the conclusion of heat number 4, which was won by Tanaya Stapleton in an impressive performance of 1:5.47, 1 minute 5.47 seconds. And Deshauna Charles picked up the second position from Momentum Track Club. And Zariah Scott from Velocity Track Club picked up the third position. So we're getting ready for the boys in the 400 meters under 13. They're going to be next up on track. And we still have, maybe later on in the afternoon, we're going to hear from the coach from Extreme Velocity out of Barbados. He's here with a very strong team. And we want to get a perspective from what has been happening with track and field in Barbados as well, and with his club, Extreme Velocity. Again, we want to shout at all of the supporters who have journeyed all the way to Grenada from the various islands to support the athletes, to support their kids, to support their relatives. And there has been tremendous support from all of these persons who are here. They're out in their numbers as well. They're very active in the stands, cheering on these athletes. And it's always a joy to have that kind of support from the parents and supporters of the athletes. So Russell has joined me back here in the commentary position. Russell, we've just seen some very good performances in the 400-meter events for the under 13 girls. The boys are going to be up next, and we expect to see some good performances as well from them.
Yeah, certainly the under 13 girls, very promising group of young ladies, especially those here on island. And one expects that they will carry the future of athletics and sprinting, 400-meter sprinting for Grenada. They can only get better from here, providing that the systems are put in place to really ensure that they are taken care of.
Well, the weather is really playing hide and seek with us. We're back to brilliant sunshine here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We can still see some dark clouds over the hills in the Granite Tank area where the rain normally comes from. We look towards the south, it's a bit cloudy as well, as we see some parts of the port in the backdrop here. As we have heat number 5, just one competitor, Kamaya Joseph, South St. George. She'll be running for a good time here. She's the only one in this preliminary. It's not always the best when you're running by yourself, running against the clock, so to speak. But Kamaya Joseph from South St. George Government School is the only competitor in this heat number 5 in the girls 400-meter dash in the under 13 category.
Well, she's automatically in, so I'm not certain the purpose of the run, Because if it's heat 5, then it means that the automatic qualifier will be her.
Well, they do run for lane assignments as well, so maybe it's one of the considerations here. But it is Kamaya Joseph of the South St. George Government School in heat number 5 of the under 13 girls 400 meters. And as we said, she's running for a lane position. She would automatically qualify into the finals. Kamaya Joseph. We'll still be interested in the time she runs here, Clyde, as she completes her preliminary, 1 minute 8.77 seconds. She will get the automatic spot into the finals nonetheless, and would have a chance to contest for one of the medal positions.
Yeah, it will be a tough run. Previous qualifiers have run some good times.
Well, the fastest time was Jamie Smith, 1 minute 4.38 seconds. And the 8th fastest time was, well, now it has been updated, Gabrielle Davis, 1 minute 8.60 seconds. Kamaya Joseph actually has the 5th fastest time, 1 minute 8.77 seconds. So the run by herself would have paid off in the end to get a good position going, a good lane assignment going into the finals. So the top 8 here are Jamie Smith, Tanaya Stapleton, Aaliyah Francis, Amika St. Louis, Kamaya Joseph, Kaya Pierre, I beg your pardon, Tiana Scott, and Gabrielle Davis. The boys are on the track now, and we will see Tyler Rock, Ronan Leslie, Joshua Westfield, Tyrone Alexis, Zevon Phillip, Jadiel Andrew, and Aquane Henry. Jadiel Andrew is a very familiar name for us from the Sprinters Athletics Club. He's in the green shorts and the black jersey. He's already in the lead, but has some good competition coming early from Zevon Phillip. And Zevon Phillip is from Adrenaline Ducks. He moves into the lead now over Jadiel Andrew. Andrew is a very strong athlete, and I'm sure he's running a very measured race. But in the lead is Zevon Phillip of Adrenaline Ducks. With 200 meters to go, it is still Zevon Phillip. Well, here comes Jadiel Andrew now. He makes his move, makes his kick, just about the 150-meter mark, and moves into the ascendancy one more time over Zevon Phillip. Jadiel Andrew and Zevon Phillip, the two here challenging for the top spot. But Phillip is giving very, very good competition. Seems to have a slight advantage over Andrew as well. It is indeed Zevon Phillip who wins this one. And maybe a surprise too over Jadiel Andrew of Sprinters Athletics Club.
Yeah, certainly a surprise for him. No surprise to us. We've seen Phillip. He looked good in the 200 meter. Andrew a bit stronger than him in terms of the 200 meter speed, but here that bit of endurance needed. Phillip seemed to possess that bit of endurance.
Well, I thought he ran a really, really good race. He didn't stay back too much. He moved into the lead early. Even when Andrew went past him, he didn't panic. He waited until it got into the home straight, maybe with 80 meters to go, 60 meters to go, maintained good form, and was able to get past Andrew. So 1 minute, 0.54 seconds, 1 minute, 0.98 seconds, the difference between Zevon Phillip, the winner, and Jadiel Andrew, the second place winner in the first heat in the under 13 boys 400 meters.
Yeah, good strong run. I do believe this would be the fast of most of the heats that we will see. When you have the likes of Rock, Westfield, Leslie, Alexis, Andrew, Phillip, certainly.
Well, we almost didn't see Ronan Leslie. We call his name at the start, but the caliber of athlete he is, he really did not feature in the top 3. And that to tell you that this may be just the fastest of all of the preliminaries going into the finals.
So we get ready for the second heat.
So we see Uma Pear from Roses, Jehu Roberts. He's there from Fusion. Mackay Fraser John from Elevate Performance. They're on the starters orders now. They're going to start any moment from now. Glasgow, Rock, Frederick, and Fort is also there. So we saw Jelani Fort earlier on today with a good run-back performance from Sprinters Athletics Club. Nikolai Frederick from Momentum is there. Michael Rock from Excel. Kyrie Glasgow from Biomechanics. Jehu Roberts. Umar Pierre.
And here they go, 400 meter under 13 boys. Let's see, Fort is on the outside, Sprinters Athletics. He's running well in the middle of the track. In lane number 5 is Michael Rock. Here go, let's look at lane number 1, that's Uma Pair of Roses Academy making a challenge here now. Fort, he's on the outside. Goes past Fort, does Pair. Heads into the 150 meter region. Coming around the turn is Pair. And he's headed for home. He's looking strong and comfortable. Is Pair. Maybe I make it some 30, 40 meters. He's leading and looking strong is Uma Pair. Roses Academy. He will cross the line. Seemed to be a good measured run by him. Second position will go to Michael Rock of Excel Track Club. Certainly a strong run from Pair.
Indeed, a very good run from Umar Pierre from Roses. He led from start to finish. Michael Rock was also there at the time, 1 minute 3.73 seconds. Much slower than the first heat as we anticipated. And Mackay Fraser John from Elevate Performance was in third position. Jelani Fort in fourth. And they would have position second, third, fourth, and the likes would have to wait to see what happens in the other heats to know if they're into the finals. But Umar Pay for sure has booked his place for the finals later on today.
Yeah, again, the first heat, quite a few of the athletes from that first heat will definitely feature based on the times that we are seeing here. So,
well, the top 3 finishers in the first heat would have ran faster than the first place winner in the second heat. So we expect quite a number of the athletes in the first heat to emerge as next best finishers into the finals.
So we're getting ready for heat number 3. Heat 3, we will see the likes of Norbert Javier, Abilene Wildcats, Omar Allott, First Choice Junior, Carrie John, Burnley Athletics, Romel Morgan, High Performance, Samuel Hamilton, Mustangs, Keyshawn Cobb, Southern Pros, and Zayden Beggs, Altitude Track Academy.
Well, Abilene Wildcats, they're from St. Lucia, and so I want to say big up and say good afternoon to Terry Finnis there. Terry, we shout you out and hope you join in the broadcast. Xavier John, Morgan Hamilton, Beggs, Allott, and Cobb get ready for heat number 3. So there they go. They're ready for heat number 3. Again, it's Xavier, John, Morgan, Hamilton, Beggs, Allott, and Cobb.
Well, the starter just confirming with the athlete there. He needs to stay behind that line.
Measure of concentration.
Again, the as the restart.
They're going to have another go at it. Heat number 3 in the under 13 boys 400 meters.
So they're off heat number 3. Let's see who will make the early running. It seems to be Burnley Athletic, Carrie John, making a good run on the outside in lane number 6. Also going well is Xavier, Norbert Xavier, Abilene Wildcats. Mustangs also, Samuel Hamilton running well as they head into the 150-meter mark. Let's see what happens. It seems to be Xavier getting himself into a good position to lead this one. Xavier, he has the lead. Norbert Xavier, Aberdeen Wildcat. But here comes in lane number 6, Samuel Hamilton, Mustangs. Samuel Hamilton, he seemed to have this one. So the automatic qualifying spot will go to Samuel Hamilton, Mustangs. 1:02.37. So Norbert Xavier possibly will get in also. But so far the boys are living up to the expectations. So we get ready for heat number 4. And this the 400-meter under 13 boys. In this heat we have all 7 athletes lined up. Sylvester, Noel, Abbott, Smart, Sandy, Richards, White as they head off. Let's see who will get into the running. It's still a bit even. The athlete there in lane number 5, that's Elon Sandy. Idat Academy seem to be making a move. Samuel Smart of Altitude Track Academy also making a move in lane 4. He's looking to get himself into the lead as they head for the 200-meter turn. It's still lane number 5. Elon Sandy, Idat Academy, he is leading. Smart Altitude Track Academy is making a run for it. But Idat Academy, Elon Sandy, he has the lead here. Elon Sandy. And the inside is Momentum Track and Field. Kanavi Sylvester is making a run. And here comes also from Rising Champs, Michael Richards. But Sandy is able to hold on. And so he will get himself automatically into the finals. That's Elon Sandy. So I welcome Bernard Antoine. Bernard, a good Sunday afternoon to you.
Overcast Sunday, but it's a good overcast Sunday. It's cool and with a light breeze, not too much pressure on the athletes apart from what they have to do on the track or on the field. So it's a good day for track and field.
So there you have it, Elon Sandy, Idat Academy, 108.46. I make it, he will be the only competitor going forward into the finals from this group. as we get ready for heat number 5.
Heat number 5. The boys 400 meters under 13. Whitsuntide Games 2026. This is a final day, day 2.
Well, we can look forward to the likes of Mary Roberts, Holy Innocent Anglican. So he's not present, or lane 1 vacant. So Samuel, Pascal, Neptune, Lalian, Charles, and Joseph. These are your competitors.
And look at for lane 5. That's Lalion coming here with a seated time of 1 minute 05.23 seconds.
And they're off and running. Let's see. Lalion making a good move, but on his inside is the athlete there from GTC Runners Athletics, Wayne Neptune. He's looking to take the lead very early. Neptune going up the back straight. Lalion, he's in second position in lane 5, but Neptune in lane 4 has a good lead as he rounds the 150-meter mark. He's going to be heading into the straightaway shortly. Neptune, GTC Runners Athletics, just seem to be fading a bit, but he looks strong. Here comes Lalion with a bit of top-end speed. Lalion is closing the distance on Neptune. Neptune is really pushing, he's striding, he's really trying to get himself going, but Lalion is closing in quickly. Lalion getting him right on the line. So good run there from Keaton Lalion.
I tell you something, Clyde. He followed this to the book. The game is not finished until it's over, and he ran right through and to get himself an automatic qualifying spot. That's Keaton Lalion, and a good strong run in the end. A bit of a peek over his shoulder is Neptune, Wayne Neptune, and that must have been his undoing coming towards the end. He should have just stayed the course. But he tried. I suspect he would say that he would have done his best. And that's what you ask when you get to this level.
Yeah, certainly you have to excuse him. He's only under 13. A matter of fact, he's 11 years old, Wayne Neptune. And so he doesn't have the presence of mind, the understanding that you just keep focused. You will feel the athlete coming, but you need to ignore, because once the body senses that, it begins to go into a different mode.
Absolutely. This is the first 8. Top finisher in the 6th heat, and then the next 2 based on time. That will get him into the finals a little later in this evening.
So we're getting ready for the final heat in this, the boys 400-meter dash on the 13s.
It's heat number 6. What we see on the track, we see 3 athletes down to face the starters here. It's Barry, Patrice, Horsford.
Here we go, clean start. Pretty even at this point. Athlete there from Salt City Rising Stars, that's Cameron Horsford. He's looking pretty strong. But South Classic Light in South St. George Government in Donny Patrice, he will have a lot to say about this. The athletes stride away down the back straight. They will head into the 200-meter mark just about now.
Patrice coming in here with a relatively slow 67.42 seconds.
So as they round the turn, it's still from Classic Light in South City Rising Stars. It's Cameron Horsford. And he's into his running now. He seems to have picked up the momentum, Horsford. And he's striding away, heading for home. extending the distance of his lead. And so he's going to cross the line just about now. It will be important to see the time that he returns.
And rather easily in the end, 68.23. That's his Hosford's winning time. And so the cut off for the bubble time of 64.16 would get Tyrone Alexis into these finals.
Yeah, so it will only be Hosford from South City Rising Stars going forward into this one.
What we can tell you the 8 finalists. Zevon Phillip, it's Adrenaline Ducks, Samuel Hamilton, the Mustangs, Roses Academy, Uma Pierre, he's in. So is Lalion, South City Rising Stars, Classic Lightning, South City Rising Stars. That's Elon Sandy, he's in. JDL Andrew Sprinters, he's in also. Norbert Xavier, Abilene Wildcats, he's in. And the 8th competitor in finals later today is Tyrone Alexis, Rising Champs.
So there you had it, a completed list of qualifiers for the 400 meter under 13 boys. And we're going to head straight into the 400 meter under 17 girls.
It's under 17 girls, they're up next.
So the top 2 from each heat, plus the next 2 fastest.
They're on the status orders. Heat 1. The girls 400 meters under 17. It's 6 young ladies are facing the starters right now.
So here we go, clean start. Kylie Williams already making up some ground on the athlete to her inside, to outside rather. She goes into the 300 meter mark just about now. Out front, you have the athlete there, Gabriela St. John. St. John with a slight lead. And that will change. As Roots Sports Club, Jada Piggott, she has moved ahead. And she's in lane 3. Jada Piggott of Roots Sports Club is in command of this one, and she's running away from the rest of the field. As Williams and St. John will have to fight up for the second position. And Williams is going to take the second. But certainly Jada Piggott, Roots Sports Club, has this one sealed.
Yeah, relatively easy win there for Piggott. Time of 56.80 seconds. Kylie Williams in second position is 61.38. And Hall, that's Sarana Hall, is 61.65 seconds. That's the first 3 positions.
I'll tell you what, Piggott is not too far away from breaking the record here. The record stands at 56.35, and she just ran 56.80. So certainly with a bit more competition, she could deliver a record-breaking performance later in the final.
Yeah, it's not much of a competition in this first heat for Piggott. She had it rather easily, 35 meters. She went in the end. Heat number 2, that's up next. That's heat 2 of 3. 3 heats. The automatic qualifiers are the top 2 finishers. Then the next 2 fastest times. They're on to the max.
Jordan, Tanvir, Latouche, Charles, Farrell, Benjamin, Joseph. And, here we go. Let's see, early running seems to be the athlete there from Burnley Athletic. That's Jadel Joseph. She's running well out in lane number 8. Jadel Joseph on her inside from Princestown Achievers. Mariah Charles is also running well. Keep your eyes on Hannah Tanvier of Top Flight Athletics. She is making up some ground, but it's still out front. Jadel Joseph, Burnley Athletic. She has the lead as they head into this straightaway. Jadel Joseph still has just about a 10-15 meter lead. Here comes, and in lane number 3, it's Tanvier, but Joseph showing her strength, showing that she's the stronger of the athletes here in this 400 event. 59.83 the flash time.
Miss Mariah Charles seems to be in second position here. She's from Princestown Achievers. Yes, it's Mariah Charles in second position, 62.68 seconds. The winner, it's Joseph from Burnley, 59.86 seconds. And then third position, Tavernier in 64.76. That's heat number 2.
Yeah, really good strong run there from Jadel Joseph.
Final heat is up next. One Annalisa Brown is in here. It becomes synonymous with winning and doing well in these local parts here.
So heat number 2, an all TNT affair, top 2. Getting ready for heat 3.
So it's Brown, Annalisa Brown in lane number 2. In lane 3, Tiana Henry Sequia Hernandez, she's in lane 4. She's from Burnley. Leah Bramble in 5. Micaiah Frederick in 6. And in so 5 athletes will be facing the starters here. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
So we're gonna look forward to this one. No seat times for these athletes in this the 400 meter. So we're gonna look to see who will assert themselves. It's Brown, Henry, Hernandez, Bramble, and Micaiah Frederick. And here we go, clean start. Let's see, Frederick has a decent lead. Brown making up the stagger. Keep your eyes on Hernandez, Sequoia Hernandez of Burnley Athletics. She's in the middle of the track. Kaya Frederick leading this one. Here comes Annalisa Brown making a move as they get close to the 200 meter mark just about now. Brown looking composed, looking strong there. Sequoia Hernandez also looking well, but Brown pulling away from the rest of the field. She's now with just about 10-15 meter lead. She's heading for home. Kaya Frederick making a strong run back for second position. Annalisa Brown is going to take this one as she heads towards the line. Micaiah Frederick, Momentum Track and Field, will have to settle for second.
Again, a relatively easy win there for Brown at the top of the 100 meter mark. She had some 25 meters lead, and she would have extended that to about 30-35 in the end with a good time of 1 minute 0.09 seconds. And Micaiah Frederick in second position, 61.99 seconds. Hernandez from Burnley, third position here, finishing in third position at 63.26. The top 2 qualifies automatic.
Well, Hernandez may have just raised her hand to try and get into the finals. We wait to see based on the results. But certainly a good run from all the athletes in the 400 meter on the 17. The boys will be up next for the 400 meter on the 17 boys.
400 meters on the 17 boys. It's usually quite competitive. Anything on on the 17th, usually quite competitive, and we expect no less.
So we have 5 heats in this one. It will be the top finisher from each heat, then the next 3 best times.
So it's a question of winning. You got to win to ensure that your place is cemented there.
Bernard, the rain seemed to be setting itself to come our way.
Well, I had a peek at the weather, and we do have a 30% chance of having some showers into this afternoon, evening. But I prefer to look at it as a 70% chance of not having. So, so let's see how this goes. And they're on the starters orders now. The seeded athletes in this first heat would come from lane number 8. That's Cassius Stevens. His name has become quite synonymous, and his performances have become quite synonymous with winning, and certainly doing well here in Grenada. So Cassius Stevens will be running out of lane number 8. Well, he's a non-starter. He's a non-starter. So the starting athletes here is Naquan Antoine. He's in lane number 2. In lane 3 is Jared Noel. L1 Cambridge is in lane 5. In lane 6, Davia Andrew. 7, Jamil Alexander. So those are your starters.
So we have 5 set to start the first heat.
Antoine, he is in lane number 2, Abilene Wildcats. And Noel in lane 3, that's Gerald Noel. He's unattached. Lane numbers 5. So lane 5, that's Eldon Cambridge from Finish Line. And Finish Line has been well represented in these games here. They're on the starters orders now. That's and then Alexander from Mustang in 7.
So here we go, clean start. Let's see who will make the early run. Seems to be Davil Andrew making a good run on his inside Cambridge. Cambridge from Classic Light and Finish Line is making a good run also. Jamal Alexander of Mustangs also running well. They're still nicely bunched together as they come around the 200 bend. Let's see. It is Naquan Antoine, Abilene Wildcat. He has asserted himself and has left the field. They're trailing in his dust right now. Is there a run back from any of the athletes there? Or can they catch Naquan Antoine? And does Antoine have the legs to hold on as Cambridge pushes? Mustangs Jamal Alexander making a good run to the end, but Naquan Antoine, Abilene Wildcats, he will hold on and take victory in this, the first heat of the under 17 boys 400 meters.
So that's a winner there. Antoine Naquan Antoine, in spite of many turns and peek over his shoulder all the way through, he held on to the end. 55.38, it's a good time. Aldwin Cambridge, a Classic Light in Finish Line in 55.87 in second position, and Alexander in third.
So
heat number 2 is up next.
Getting ready for heat number 2.
We have Alion James in this one. It's one of the seeded athletes here from Classic Lighton, South City Rising Stars. He has a season's best of 53.57. Releni Bascom from Velocity Track Club, season's best of 51 seconds flat. easy favorite on paper here.
So it's
Slight rain, slight drizzle. So we have a few non-starters. There's 3 athletes down to face the starters here. That's Marlon Burke. He'll be running out of lane number 1. Asher Nelson down. Lane number 4. Lane number 5, really Bascom. Velocity. So as of now, the drizzle is not putting any stop to the action.
So we have a clean start as the 3 athletes there compete for position. Bascom Velocity Track Club is running well on the outside. Book of the Georgetown Secondary is also running well on the inside lane. He's in lane 1. So lane 1 making his move. He's looking to assert himself there, Book. Lanny Bascom running well on the outside, but Book seemed to have the advantage here. It's Book and Bascom. Book and Bascom. Book going ahead of Bascom just about now. And he's going to take the automatic qualifying spot. Marlon Book, Georgetown Secondary School, automatically qualified for the finals.
Good, strong presentation from Burke there. 51.67 seconds. He showed a bit of a class coming here. It's a good run, it's a good time. Because in the end, he won and seemingly quite easily. And Relani Bascom velocity in 52.47 seconds in second position.
Well, Bascom will have to wait to see how the other heats pan out before he can know if he can sneak his way into the finals.
There are 5 heats. So heat number 3 up next. Slide drizzle continues. Not strong enough to put any pause on the action.
So we should have heat number 3 coming up next. As the rain just lightly pitters down, not really heavy to, as Bernard said, put a halt to proceedings. Just light enough to maybe remind us that we didn't have this weather a few weeks ago.
I heard somebody mention this morning they have been praying for the rain for the past few weeks. Somebody's prayers answered.
Well, I did pray for a bit of it, and I recognized that the salt was pretty dry.
So, Clyde, you're responsible for the rains over these last 2 days. Not much of a heavy rain, though, one might add. It's a bit of a sprinkling.
Yeah, and I took a look at the salt and I got a bit worried. But then, within a few days of my prayer, the rain started to fall and the salt has already begun to look green again.
Somebody did say that somewhere somebody's always praying for the opposite and keeping the God very busy. So what to really decide, but just about coming towards the height of, or towards the latter part of our dry season.
So we are coming to the end of the dry season. It's just a few more days to have the end of May and the start of June, which signals as many will have it, the hurricane season.
Yes, it's all these postings or markers in the traditional calendar, I think that has gone out the window. One is not sure when these seasons actually start and end anymore.
So for me, I am certainly happy because with this rain here, my Corpus Christi will be a good one. I'm definitely going to plant something.
Well, Clyde, I'm telling you that we who depends on the dry season, we are hoping that the rain stays away at least for one more day. Well, 2 more days. Corpus Christi holidays tomorrow. We hope it stays away, and then come in a flood on Tuesday.
So you're not missing any action. The rain just seemed to be getting a bit heavier, and we're gonna momentarily, while the rain fall, we're gonna have an interview.
So while we wait for the rain to subside and to continue with the live track and field action here at Whitsuntide Games 2026 here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, we're happy to have another of the coaches who have journeyed all the way to Grenada to participate for the fourth time at these Whitsuntide Games. And from the Extreme Velocity Club out of Barbados, I have with me here Mr. Glenn Williams, who is the coach of the club. And I say good afternoon to you, Mr. Williams, and welcome to TNR Communications. Welcome to Grenada. Welcome to Whitsuntide Games 2026.
Thank you very much.
So, Coach Williams, you're coach of elite club out of Barbados, Extreme Velocity. It's not your first time here at the Whitsuntide Games. Give us an overview as to the number of athletes you have here with you, and what has it been like preparing these athletes for making this trip here to Grenada?
Oh, wow. We have 32 athletes here from the Extreme Velocity Track Club. It's been quite a task preparing them for these games, seeing that we had a good few of our athletes in the Crifter Games recently and had to go back home and recuperate and rebuild and come again. So that was kind of difficult in preparing them for this meet, trying to prevent any injuries and allowing them enough time to recover. So we had some scaled down training sessions to allow the recovery to happen so that we can have better performances here for this meet.
So for many clubs, this is really the back end of the season.
Yes,
and
it is.
so you'd have prepared your athletes to peak for maybe some of the other events, like you mentioned, Carifter,
Yeah.
and some of the school events as well.
Yes.
How much of a challenge it was for you to maintain the level of intensity and to still get them interested and wanting to make the trip here and to participate at the highest level?
Yeah, it was kind of a challenge. But I keep saying to them, we are traveling. We are traveling, and we're going to go there and represent. So most of them were committed, but the hardest part was the recovery after Carifta, because Carifta was quite a bang. After all, Barbados stepped up really big at Carifta and did a great job. So it had to be a lot of work that we had to put in across the board to represent the country well. And the recovery was the important thing, and it was a bit of a challenge. Yeah.
Well, speaking about Barbados at Carifta, I think this was one of your better years in more recent times. Your Prime Minister did acknowledge the performance of the athletes as well.
Yeah.
And I think it was a really, really proud moment for Barbados. As you prepare for hosting Carifta, in the next 2 years as well.
Yeah, yeah. For me, it was amazing. I heard some other coaches on different islands saying, "Oh, we didn't know Barbados had it in them to win the 4x4," but like we always knew that we had that ability because we knew what we had from.
Well, you are here with some of those athletes that were on the character team, even on that 4x4 team,
Yeah,
especially in the under 17 category. We're going to come to that in a
yeah.
while. But for the day and a half that you've been here with your athletes, there must have been some standout performances. I'm sure you expected all of your athletes to do well, but there must have been some that did exceptionally well that you may want to recognize at this time.
Yeah, I'm gonna start down in the under 15 girls. I had one girl that came here. Her PB coming in the 100 was 13.5, and she ran 12.8 here. So I was really impressed with that. Um,
The name you mentioned,
Her name is Hannah Wallace, and we had some good exchanges in the relays last night, and I think that was a proud moment for me because I had under 9 little girl, Khaleesi Marshall, that ran one of the legs in that under 13 relay. So I was very pleased to see her under 9 going there holding her own in there with those girls. That was very impressive for me. Um, yeah, we had a good 400 under 20 boys. One of the guys there, he had a big PB from 48.5 to 47.8 yesterday. So that was a good run for us as well. In the 100 meters, we had open men. We had Amari Knight, had a good run. He was 5th overall. And the 20 boys, Jakai Brewster, he ran 10:50. That was a good run for him as well. So we were off to a
But
good
there's one
start
name I haven't
yesterday.
heard you mention at
But
all.
we getting there. We getting there. We getting there. And also, we had a young man in the 4 hurdles yesterday that has been doing pretty well, and this is his first time outside of Barbados competing, so that was special for him as well. His name is Thierry Griffith. He didn't get the time that he wanted yesterday, but he said that he felt very good to come out and represent his club and his country outside of Barbados for the first time. And I know you really want to talk about the under 15 boy, Mr. Jeleno Hamlet. That has been a standout so far. We have been we have been going through it. We've had so many people from around the world reaching out and contacting, asking if this kid is really 13 years old, and did he really run these times? And there's schools around the world that has been inquiring about him coming to their school and having the opportunity to work with him because he's an amazing talent. What I'll say about Jeleno that he is truly a kid. He's just turned 14 years old just after Carifta. But he's truly a kid when you have a conversation with him. He really enjoys track and field. He it's like the thing he looks forward to every day. So when you see him at training, you see a 13-year-old. But when you see him in competition, it's a different story. He's just an amazing talent that has run 48.6 already at 13 years old and 21.4. So I mean, you can't ask for nothing more.
Yes, and you're correct because I've been following Jeleno Hamlet for quite a while. And it really struck me that a 13-year-old was doing sub 49, sub 22. I mean, this is on, it is 10.15 at 13 years old. So these kinds of times really gives you goosebumps, and to me, it's one of the brightest prospects that we have in the region.
Yeah, I agree.
And he can choose maybe any one of these events.
Yes.
I love to see him in the 400. But what I've noticed of Jeleno from Carifta to now is that he's a much bigger guy.
Yeah.
By far.
Yes.
What has happened from that time to now?
A couple of growth spurts, and that body has changed, and he is much bigger, stronger. He's had a couple of issues where he was having some pain in the knee and the lower back, and that's due to the growth spurts in the body having to settle back again and So he's been suffering with a little bit of knee pain and a little bit of back pain. But as you see yesterday, he still performed pretty well in the 400 meters, and he's looking forward to the 200 today. This morning's conversation was, I'm going for the record and I want a new PB today. So only
So
God knows what will happen today.
let's go back a little bit with Gelero for,
Yeah.
at Carifta.
Hmm.
We were all disappointed in the 400 meters. He false started,
Yes.
and I saw the devastation on his face
Yes.
because I knew he came and he wanted to make a statement.
Yes.
But he came back, he ran the 200 meters. I think he ran
21-4,
21:56
56 in the final. He
in
ran
the final.
21-4 in
Right.
the semis. Yeah.
And placed fifth, I think it was overall.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's his first Carifta.
Yes.
He's just done 14. So a lot is on the shoulders of this young man.
Yeah.
And you have a particular responsibility at this stage to nurture him and to ensure that he continues along that trajectory. And you mentioned that he's still a kid. He's still enjoying
Yeah.
his track and field, which is very important.
Yeah.
But a lot is expected from Jelano moving forward. His parents are here to
Yeah.
support him as well
Yeah.
at the games. I'm sure they were here at Carifta.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
so they are his biggest support cast, I would think.
Yes.
And a lot is in store for this young man.
Yes, of course. His parents plays a very important role, you know, because I'm very mindful he's still 14 years old. And, you know, everything I'm thinking about or, you know, the parents are thinking about, we will have conversation about it because I'm mindful of his age and I don't want to overstep the parents and say this is what we're going to do if they don't agree. But so far the parents have been on point with everything, on board with everything, and we have had a very good relationship in reaching this point. I don't see any issues going forward because his parents love track and field as well, and they're very big supporters, the biggest supporters I'll say. And they always try to keep him calm. Now I'm going to speak about the Carifta fault start that you mentioned earlier. Before we left Barbados, I had spoke about the atmosphere that Carifta brings with the Bahamians coming with the Junkanoo band and, you know,
And the
crowds.
Grenadians with the jab.
Yeah,
Don't leave
yeah.
that out.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You know, we spoke about the atmosphere. We don't have that atmosphere in Barbados, right? And I was speaking about when you get here, you cannot let that atmosphere consume you. So one of my narratives to the athletes was, picture this as a movie and you are the star, and everybody here that comes to Carifta is here to see you. You know, you can't crumble. You got to step up and big up and do your thing. You know, and he was like, yeah, I got it, coach, man. I can handle it. And I'm like, no, you can't. And I said, so when the false start happened, I mean, I was shocked myself. You know, I was really looking forward to seeing him and go there and do his thing because I know he was prepared for it. He had put in the work. You know, but I quickly turned a leaf and I said, you know what? This is an experience. The false start has happened. It's done. We can't change it. We got to look forward to the 200. Get your head out the gutter, and let's go. And he was like, no, I don't want to do this. I don't want to. Yes, we are. You know, you're going to take a little break, step back, analyze it, and we're going to be ready for the 200. So what I did, I brought in mom. You see where the parents played the role. They brought in mom to calm him down, talk to him, and that worked.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the good thing is that he's only 14 now. He has several characters ahead of him.
Yeah.
Once he maintains his form and the discipline as well. And as I mentioned, a lot is expected of the young man. But let's get back to the Whitsuntide Games now and what this overseas trip and what this event means to these young, inexperienced athletes as they gain that kind of exposure, competing against others from the region who might be better than some of them, who might be just as competitive. What does it mean to these young athletes?
Yeah, it's funny that you brought that up because that was our topic at our team meeting this morning. You know, I highlighted that, you know, some of you here are good, you know, back home, but when you come outside, there's always somebody better than you. And I hope that this exposure would encourage you to continue to work hard because you got to not only be the best at home, you can be the best in the region, you can be the best in the world. You know, we're looking down the road. So this opportunity here is just an experience for you to understand what it takes to get to the next level and what the next level is like. Because for the ones who are here for the first time, they've never had an experience like this before. So this is the first step to the future down the road. So I hope that, you know, the team will continue to embrace this Whitsuntide Games. Never mind it's raining outside and a little bit of a setback, but this is track and field, and track and field is not a dry weather sport. So we will make the adjustments. And for us at Extreme Velocity, we'll come out here later on today and we'll perform at our best. And I would say put on the show.
Well, viewers, you're not missing any live track and field action. As a matter of fact, we have a rain delay. And so we're speaking with Coach Glenn Williams of Extreme Velocity Track Club out of Barbados, one of, what, 2 or 3 clubs out of Barbados?
I think there are 3 clubs.
3 clubs out of Barbados that are here. Elevate is also here out of Barbados. And so far, your athletes have been doing a great job in representing on the track. And we want to wish you and your team all the best. We know that you're going to be back next year.
Oh, for sure.
We know that you're preparing to host Carriacou Games as well. And from what we saw from Barbados in 2026 in Grenada, we know that you guys would be even more prepared on
we will
home
be.
soil.
Yes, we will be. We have a junior national program that is working. And we are going to continue to bring more people into that program, and all the coaches in Barbados are going to step up and do what they need to do in order to have an excellent carriacou in Barbados. And I know that we all are looking forward to that. The whole island is looking forward to having carriacou in Barbados.
And the last thing I want to talk for us to talk about is the support cast that you have here with you. I see a lot of parents, a lot of supporters. They're sitting right in front of here, us here as well. And they were here for Carriacou, some of them, and they were very noisy as well. You could have actually heard them screaming through the microphones in the commentary position here. And so that must be a great addition to your team as well, what we call the track moms, soccer moms, and so on. I'm sure they play a very, very instrumental role in the development of these youngsters.
Oh yes, for sure. You know, even being here, they are the ones out there with the younger ones, and they can help calm them down before they come out to the warmer area and stuff like that. They're also there to help at the hotel. So the moms play a very important role. And I would like to say a big thank you to the manager of this team, Mr. Dante Harvey, who's done an amazing job. He always does a very good job with us. And the coaching staff that came along with me, and I'm not doing it by myself. So I have a coaching staff with me, and they all have been playing their role and making sure that everything is going well.
Well, absolutely. That is so instrumental in terms of making sure everything is okay for these youngsters. And I'm sure you have athletes in all of the categories as well?
Yes, we do.
So you have a multiple of personalities and situations to deal with.
Oh, yes.
And so we understand the vital role that everybody has to play in this regard.
Oh, yes.
So, Coach Williams, thank you for stopping by and for sharing with us on the perspective of your athletes and the level of preparation and the outstanding athletes as well. And we want to wish you all the best for the remainder of the games. I'm looking forward with eager anticipation to see what Jelino is going to do in that 200 meters. And the other athletes, the Jamari and all of the others, to see what they're going to be doing throughout the course of the afternoon.
Yes, thank you very much.
So
I'm sure it will
thanks for stopping by. And I'm sure you have a 4x4 team lineup.
Yes,
Are we going to see a repeat at the Kirani James Stadium from Carriacou?
I guess you have to wait and see.
Time is going to tell. Time is going to tell. So thanks again, and all the best to you and the entire fraternity of Extreme Velocity. And expecting great performances for the rest of the day.
Yes, thank you for having us.
So viewers, we are just speaking here with Glenn Williams. He is the head coach of the Extreme Velocity Track Club out of Barbados. It's the 4th time here at the Whitsuntide Games, and a lot is expected. They have put on a very good show, and there is much more to come from them. The athletes are making their way onto the track, and in a moment we are going to continue with heat number 3 in the boys 400-meter dash on the 17 category. We already see them taking up the positions on the track. And as soon as the action starts, we'll be right here to bring it to you at Whitsuntide Games 2026.
Thank you much.
So for heat number 3, we have Devon St. Louis from sprinters, Janik Felix of Ace, Michael Simon from Altitude, Derek Brown, Zaya Jeffers, Caden Braffett Adams, and we also have Lionel Mathurin, as the officials call the athletes up. .400 meters on the 17 boys. Heat number 3. St. Louis, Felix, Simon, Brown, Jeffers, and Braffett Adams. They're up and running. 400 meters under 17 boys. We see Felix making up the stagger nicely here. That's Yannick Felix of Ace Track Club. He's in the blue and white. And Mikkel Simon is also there. That's Mikkel Simon in the blue and white for Altitude Track Academy. Yannick Felix now in the pink moves into a good position as they make up the stagger. He's going to be in the lead. That's Yannick Felix here in the 400 meters. Going into the home straight now is Yannick Felix from Ace Track Club. And second is Yannick Felix. Sorry, it's Mikkel Simon of Altitude Track. But here comes on the outside Caden Braffett Adams to pick up the second position. But it is Yannick Felix of Ace Track Club, 52.46. Caden Braffett from Trinidad and Tobago, 52.85. Mikkel Simon from Altitude in 53.84. The top 3 finishers in heat number 4.
Of course, the top finisher in each heat, then the next best 3 times. So we get ready for heat 4. So a good, strong finish there from Brathwaite from Burnley Athletic out of Trinidad and Tobago. And doing the right thing, even if he's not going to win, you want to get at least a good enough time to get you into the final. So he really worked for that second position. So get ready for heat number 4. This one will feature Jorani Welcome of Shatoya. He will be in lane 1. Isaiah John of Burnley, he should be in lane 2. Kevin Williams of Georgetown Secondary should be in 3. And lane 6 should feature Altitude Track Academy, Khalid Thomas. And that should be your start list for heat 4. Of course, Welcome of Shatoya. He's the man to beat in this one. Comes in with a seat time of 51.91 seconds. Thomas of Altitude Track Academy comes in with a time of 57.01.
Interesting to note here, John, that Giovanni Green, who has been listed to participate, is not on the track. And so I guess he might be taking some much needed rest from the 400 meters.
Yeah, I do believe he's taking some rest. Again, even if it's the close of the season, you want to ensure that you manage yourself well as they're off and running. Welcome, making up the stagger pretty early on the athletes to his outside. He is in lane 1, Jorani Welcome of Shatoya. already made up the stagger on almost all of the athletes when you think about the staggers and the way they field rounds. Here he goes into the 200-meter mark. Durrani welcome. It's going to be important to see the time that he returns. Burnley Athletic in Isaiah John is giving him some competition to his inside. John is not giving up, but Shatoya, Durrani welcome, he's in the lead. Here comes Burnley Athletic, Isaiah John. John is pushing. John really has some good, strong legs right there, and he has gone past Durrani welcome. Very determined run there. Short in stature, but trust me, he is powerful.
Well, what a good run here indeed by Isaiah John from Burnley Athletics Club. Now, we saw Welcome really going off fast to the first 200 meters, and then Isaiah kept in good contact with him, good pace with him, and as they rung the turn and transition into the straightaway, the form of Isaiah really held nicely here and maintained right throughout towards the finish line, and edging past Welcome on the tape, so to speak.
Yeah, really good, strong, determined run there from John. Burnley Athletics. And you certainly heard the noise from the Burnley fans there. Recording this one stands at 48.94, so they're quite a bit away from the record, but it was an impressive run nonetheless. So we're getting ready for heat number 5. Final heat. Remember the winner in each heat and then the next 3 best times. So we're gonna look at the start list. It's Hille in 2. Raheem Stephen, Top Flight Athletic, he will be in 4. Nazio Free. Nazio Free, Idat Academy, he will be in lane 5. Lane 6, Rashawn Holder, Extreme Velocity. And Ethan Edwards, St. David Trailblazers, he will be in lane 7. They get on their mark.
The boys 400 meters on the 17, heat 5. 5 or 5. Winner in each heat, it goes in automatic and they're off.
Here we go, clean start. Let's see who makes up the stagger early. It's still a bit even as the athlete there in lane number 5, that's Nazio Free, Idat Academy. He looks to make his move. It's up on the shoulder of the athlete to his outside, that's Rashawn Holder. Edwards Trailblazers also on the outside, but it's Nazio Free, Idat Academy. He's ahead by some 5 meters. Closing nicely is Kidon Hille of Altitude Track Academy. Holder looking to push. Holder from Extreme Velocity. He's pushing. Nazio Free from Idat. Holder, Free. Holder seemed to have it by a lean.
Oh, this is how it finishes. And 51.58 and 51.61, a clear indication of how close it was right to the end. The athletes there in lanes 4 and 5, that's Free and Holder, and they were neck and neck right to the line, and Holder with just a pip, and he would have gotten the victory there, an automatic qualifying spot into these finals But with a time of 51.61, Free is very hopeful of making the final cut also.
Now, this is what you call leaving it on the line. Holder left it right on the line. Free really working hard, but just by a lean, he would have lost the automatic qualifying spot, but nonetheless, he could vie for a non-automatic qualifying spot.
Absolutely. And this is what these middle and even the longer distances have come to in most recent times. It's competition and competition right to the end. What we are looking at on the screen here, javelin throwers, give you an indication of where they are.
And that should be the under 17 girls javelin throw. Athlete there from the finish line track club.
It is indeed the girls javelin.
That's Keisha Klein there from Southern Pros in your shot.
It's under 17 girls javelin. We can see indication there's the last signs of a bit of a shower earlier. But that has all disappeared now. The weather is fine. One would imagine the negative residual effects would be on the footing. We have some eight ladies here listed to compete in this event, javelin under 17 girls. Fiona Jackson from Altitude Track Academy, Marlena Joseph, a classic lighting finish line, Southern Pros in Kasha Klein, Jemiah Knight, classic lighting South City Rising Side, St. Davis Track Blazers, Sydney Douglas, Cassie Caliste, SAS, Time and Track Club, and they're coming out from Wester Hall Secondary School, Shakeda Orr and Danique Swan, classic lighting finish line, make up the 8.
Sydney Douglas on the runway from St. David Track Blazer with that throw.
Right, it's always good to put a bit of spotlight on the field athletes. Certainly they're getting the time in the sun. Well, getting in the remnant of the sun, but they're certainly getting the spotlight now.
So the athlete there, Shakida Orr, time in track club. On the runway. Other athlete there from finish line, classic lighting finish line on the runway.
Number 179.
Really giving it that effort that is needed.
You're not missing any action on the track itself. One or two field events that have completed.
So we're getting ready for some 200-meter events.
What we can do though is give you a peek as to what would have transpired earlier. And we welcome a new voice that's joining the commentary.
Yeah, good afternoon.
A bit of a weather, but it's I don't think it has dampened anything.
Nah, not at all. As a matter of fact, showers of blessings, some may say. So
we have an event on the track coming up. It's the girls 200 meters under 15. That's the girls 200 meters under 15, and that's up next on the track.
Six heats set to go in this one, so
it's a top finisher.
That's the next two best times.
It's Tyrell Haley is in lane 1. There we see that. That's a good run there from the athlete from Burnley in lane number 5, right in the middle of the track. But here is Haley Terrell. But the athlete, she would have pulled something. Here's the athlete from Burley. She is going to win this. She is going to win this and win this easily. That's that Destiny Arnold. Destiny Arnold there. Must be a bit of an injury with Terrell. She pulled up halfway in the race. It is Destiny Arnold from Burnley. A time of 26.48 seconds. Alexander, that's Suma Alexander, second position, 28.19. A bit of a bad luck there for Tyrell.
Yeah, it seems quite strange. She came off the bend in the lead and just seemed to pull up around the 120-meter mark. I didn't really see her clutch her thighs, so must have been some knock or strain she must have felt in her legs, but we wish her all the best and hopefully she's not too badly injured as we move on to the heat 2 of 6.
Heat number 2, that's up next.
In this heat we could expect to see Rena Hosford out of lane number 1, Hannah Wallace, extreme velocity, lane number 2, Tristiana Charles in lane number 3 out of Timing Track Club.
We are scratching lane 3, and here they are off and running well as the athlete there in lane number 6. Athlete there in lane number 6, that looks pumpy. That's Michelle Pumpy from High Performance. On the inside, a bit of a challenge though on the inside. This is Hosford. Hosford is on the inside there, made up all the stag and made it up rather well, and Hosford is going to take this one. We can call this even from here. It is going to be Hosford. Hosford winning there, winning by some 10 to 15 meters in the end. 27.02 seconds is your winner. Hosford in second position is Hannah Wallace. Wallace with a time of 27.48, your top 2 finishers.
Yeah, not a bad performance there by Hosford, 27.02 seconds. May have liked to dip a bit quicker, but there was no need to in this race. Just securing the first position, guaranteeing her spot into the final. Hannah Wallace taking the second position in this one, 27.48 seconds, and Tristiana Charles out of Timing Track Club securing the bronze.
Yes, Hosford just wanted to win. This is what gets you into the final. She has a season's best of 26.24 seconds. So there is more to come. And we now get ready for heat number 3. Heat number 3, we are going to have five starters. This third heat, heat number 3 of 6.
Yeah, seems to be lane 2. Matisha King out of biomechanics as they go down on this mark.
So it is King and then Franklin. And then lane 4, Edward Smith is in 5. And then in 8, in 7, was Williams. And they're off and running right in the middle of your track there. Athlete in lane number 4, it looked like Edwards. Edwards it is from finish line. Edwards from finish line has bossed this race with this top of the 100-meter mark. Edwards is still leading and leading well. Oh, there is a race for second. There is a race for second, but we could call it from here that the finish line athlete will, that's Edwards, will win this one and win this one easy, 25 meters. And easy win in the end for Edwards there with a time of 27.10 seconds. That's Ariel Edwards, your winner. In second position is Williams. That's Charlene Williams, 28.78 seconds.
Yeah, not much challenge at all there by being brought toward Edwards. Edwards winning by well over a second, 27.10 seconds, ensuring that she is into the final as well.
Yes, there's only one guaranteed spot into these finals. It is the 2 next best fast times, but you got to win to ensure that you are there. Heat number 4, that's up next. And we have some 5 athletes here facing the starters in this 4th heat. Gittins.
Interesting to note, as it stands, the bubble time is that of 28.53 seconds. So
28.53 seconds. That's what you should look to. At least if you want to get into the finals, you run better than 28.53. In lane number 1, that's Gittins. In lane number 2, John Rose. In lane 3, Khalees. And 5, we have Nanton. It's 6, Simon. And that's the 5 athletes that are facing the starters here in this heat number 4. You are looking at the Whitsuntide Games 2026.
Record in this event stands at 22.72 seconds, established by Kidonna Douglas in 2022.
Well, from the indication of what we have seen so far, there is no worry about the record getting equal or broken today.
22.72 seems almost untouchable. Sub 23 at under 15 level is almost unheard of.
Absolutely correct. In fact, even the male version of this 200 meters under 15, they would be struggling to make it anything with 22. And they are on the starters orders now. There's 5 athletes there. They are facing the starters. Gittins in 1, John Rose in 2. In 3, Khalees. 5, Nanton. In 6, Simon. Simon is from Roots. And they are off and running. A good start, good clean start there. And making up the stagger rather early is the athlete there right in the middle of your track. However, there is some good keen competition there on the outside. On the outside in lane number 6, that's Simon. It's Simon and the athlete in lane number 3, that's Simon and Khalees. But here is Simon in the end taking this one with a bit of a competition early on, but that phased out. And your winner is Nika Simon from Roots, 26.99 seconds. And in second position is Kenisha Khalees in 27.44 seconds, your top 2 finishers.
26.99, not a bad time at all by Mika Simon out of Roots. That is a club originating from Antigua and Barbuda. So 26.99, a strong performance there indeed by Simon.
Good run there by the athlete, the winning time of 26.99. She's guaranteed a place into the finals. And we would have a look and see where Khalees is at now with a time of 27.44. It's only the guaranteed time that gets you into the final, the winning time that guarantees you a place into the finals. 27.44 is the second place finisher here.
Should just get her in at this stage of the competition, although we still have other rounds to come. So at the moment, that 27.44 should guarantee her as well, should secure her a spot into the final, but that may change come the latter heats.
Heat number 5, that's up next. And we are going to see the likes of Rena Horsford with a seeded time of 27.38 seconds. The other seeded time is an athlete from Nevis. She's running at lane number 6. We have had some sprinkling for sighting from athletes from Nevis with a time of 27 seconds flat. That's Janaya McNeil. She is running out of lane number 6. So that's Horsford in lane 1. Richards, that's Razia Richards in lane number 2. Lane number 3, Marie Claire Polias. Lane 4, Newton. Newton is running out of lane 4. In lane 5, Araya Carter, the high performance athlete. And the aforementioned Janaya McNeil from Nevis in 6. And in lane number 7, Anisha Moore.
Yeah, I think Newton would be the prohibited favorite in this one. Yesterday clocking a time of 12.19 seconds to get the silver in the 200 meter and in the 100 meter, sorry, and I believe that the 200 meter is her stronger event, so
And she has a few years in this division. She's only 13 years old.
only 13 years old, clocking these kinds of times. It's real scary to think what she can become in a few years' time.
So one can feel assured that track and field is in good hands in the Caribbean. They are down in the starters orders now and off with a clean start right at the first call. And here it is there, right in the middle of the track. This is where the running is. The running is in the middle of the track here. The athlete there from St. David's Track Blazers, that's Tamara Newton with a slight lead as she's extended that now. She's extended, but there is some challenge coming from right next door in lane number 5. That's from Carter, but in the end it is Newton and bit of slowing down in the end. It was all wrapped up. Here's a young lady with a future.
Yeah, she seems slightly winded after that performance, but judging from the way she motored down the final stretch, you can tell that there's much more left in the tank, although that shot there may speak otherwise. But 26.17, still away from her PB, which is 25.34. So
26.17, good time there. And the second place finisher, Araya Carter, with 26.52, must be favored to get into these finals. The sixth and final heat is coming up next.
Yeah, without a doubt. Right now the bubble time is 28.19, so that 26-second clock in should get her in.
So heat number 6 is Zoraya Hannibal, St. David's Track Blazers. She'll be in lane number 1. Denise Mitchell from Altitude Track Club in lane 2. Ava Plenty, she's in lane number 3. And 4, Alibia Stapleton. Alibia Stapleton from Roses Academy. Chardonnay Batiste, Exceeds Sports Club, and Nia Charles, Abilene Wildcat Track and Field. She's in lane, running to lane number 6, and they are under the starters orders here. 6 athletes in this one. And they're off and running at the first start and right at the middle of the track. And oh, here we go. We have some competition here. Lanes number 2, 3, 4. Lane number 2, 3, and 4. Lanes 2, 3, and 4. And here we have the athlete there in lane number 3. That's Plenty. That's Plenty there. Plenty. Oh, and she would have felt something. And there is Plenty. Competition would have disappeared, and there's an athlete there from St. David's Track Blazers in the end who posed a bit of a competition there for Ava Plenty, but there is another athlete, second 1 and 2 race in the same category, seems to have hurt something. 27.99. That's the winning time for Plenty.
Yeah, relatively slower heat being this one. I don't think anyone else aside from the winner will qualify into the final, as the bubble time was 27. Actually, no, the bubble time was 27.44 seconds. So only the winner qualified into the final in this one. But it's quite unfortunate to see Denise Mitchell, also from Altitude Track Academy. So both her and her compatriot Haley Tyrell suffering what seems to be muscle injuries in this 200-meter event.
Well, the good thing is that the coaching manual would say you feel something, you stop and get it looked after. And she did not try to extend any beyond what she was feeling. But in the end, that's 6 heats completed in the boys. In the girls, 200 meters under 15. The boys are up next.
Yeah, the boys' version to this also promises to be fireworks, if you may. We have the likes of Roy George, amongst others, competing in this, the 200-meter dash under 15 boys.
Well, this is we have a number of, we have 7 heats.
Yeah, so that means first place in each heat, along with the next best time, will qualify into the final. So 7 guaranteed spots plus the next best time. And in this first heat, we will see none other than Jelino Hamlet out of Extreme Velocity Track Club out of Barbados. The young phenom has put down at 21.48 and at 21.5 in Carifta. Let's see if he can replicate that performance either in the preliminaries or in the finals later on today.
So it's Hamlet in lane number 1, Nanton in lane number 2, in lane 3, Sylvester. Bernard Stephen, he's in lane 4. Ethan Mahon, spoken so very highly of, is in lane number 5. In 6, Rashawn Charles, and it's lane number 7, Tyler Bernard.
Yeah, I also want to give Tyler Bernard some recognition. Only a first year under 15, and he clocked a time of 11.83 seconds. A time, although wind aided, would be the quickest time right now in Grenada for under 15 athletes. So, one to watch come next year, most definitely.
Well, Tyler is raising a flag for John there. He's sitting and Tyler is saying a word for the village. So it's under 15 boys, heat number 1.
Not seeing Hamlet. Hey, he's registered for the race, but does not seem to be in the lineup. So we won't get to be graced by his excellence here today. Must be a little bit winded out from the 400 meter, possibly.
I tell you, Hamlet is a class above this class here, with a seeded time of 22.25 seconds. The other competitors would not be so minded that he is not taking part here.
Yeah, this kind of blows the field somewhat wide open to the other competitors. I guess it's the latter stage of the season, you know, no need to pressure the athlete to take part in multiple events.
So it's 6 heats. Heat number 1 is Jafon Nanton, lane number 2. We have no indication just yet that Hamlet is not participating, so we are going to still trust what's on the board, what's posted. But Nanton is in 2. Seth Sylvester, he's in attach. And he's listed to run in 3. It's Bernard Stephen Mustang. He's in lane number 4. Lane number 5, Ethan Mahon from Sprinters. Those are the lane number 7, Tyler Bernard.
So it seems like Hamlet is not here. Neither is lead number 3. I make it as Seth Sylvester. And neither is Tyler Bernard out of Altitude Track Academy. So quite a few scratch lanes in this one.
Well, there no definitive indication just yet that they are not here. Let's hope they are late, and there we go. So Hamlet is not going to be here, and neither is Sylvester nor Charles. Ration Charles is, so that's lane 1, 3, and 6. The others are in. And they're off. They're off of the first offering here, and a good steady run by all 4 athletes in this one here. The early running is done right in the middle of the track in lane number 4. In lane number 5, that's Mahon, but right at the extreme outer edge to the right, it's Bernard. It's Bernard by himself, and it's Bernard right to the line. Your winner is Tyler Bernard, 26.35 seconds. 26.56 is the second place finisher. That's Bernard Stephen, but Tyler Bernard, your winner. Automatic qualifying spot. You win and you get in. So that's Bernard winning this first heat, the boys, under 15.
Yeah, 25.35, not a bad time at all, posted by Bernard. Stephen, out of Mustangs, out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 26.56, and Ethan Mahon, out of Sprinters Athletics Club, 26.91 seconds.
So the new bubble time is 26.56. Keep that in mind. It's heat number 2 is up on the board, and right from the get-go, one of the earlier favorites, Deshaun Oliver, he won't be in this lineup. Right, in lane number 1, we are going to see Aiden St. Louis. In lane number 2, John Iddat. The GBSS athlete Alex Alexander, he's in lane number 3. Ozier Cummings in lane number 4, and Raul Riley in lane number 6. He's from Abilene Wildcat. That's O'Reilly. So 4 athletes are facing the starters. Lanes number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. And they're off and running well is the athlete in lane number 3. We are talking about Alexander here. Alex Alexander from the GBSS. He seems to be in the lead, getting some competition from John here. John in lane number 2. John and Alexander. Alexander and John. Alexander and John. John it is from running at lane number 2 from Iddat. John by some 15 meters, winning comfortably in the end. John by 15 meters. Your winner in the second heat, 24.37 seconds, a good time. The athletes from GBSS, the Alexander, finishing with 25.40 in second position. Automatic qualifier is John.
Yeah, Jomar John out of Iddat Academy, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 24.37 seconds, not a bad time. And Alex Alexander out of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 25.40 seconds, not bad at all.
Joma has a unique running style, all upright, and it's really a good thing to look at. He makes a good presentation.
Yeah, seems to almost muscle his way through the races.
It's heat number 3. That's 3 of 6. Heat number 3 is next on the board, next on the cards, and we have some interesting athletes here to look forward to getting a glance at here. The seated athlete Aquil Cumberbatch from Top Flight Athletics with a season's best of 23.19. It's not a bad time. And from Biomechanics, Kareem King.
Yeah, he will
So look for
also face challenge from Roy George. That is in lane 3. Roy George, your gold medalist in the 100 meter under 15 dash yesterday. Let's see what he can return today.
absolutely. So lanes 3, 4, and 5 should be, that's where the running should be taking place. That's George Kingham Cumberbatch, your gold medalist in the 100 meters. And they're up and running, And right at the start, it looks like right in the middle of your track here in lane number 5. It's Cumberbatch, but here we go, George. There is George. It's George and George right to the end. George winning this one. That's Roy George from IDDAT, 23.59 seconds and 23.74 in the second place finisher in Aquil Cumberbatch. Good competition right to the finish line.
Yeah, 23.59, 23.74. Both running sub 24, which are exceptional times at this level, into a negative 0.2 headwind. So not a bad time posted by these two athletes at all. Over there on Bouville, out of Lions Athletic, 25.06. So at the moment, he should be on the inside.
So we down to heat number 4. Heat number 4 is up next. J.J. Williams, he's down to start in lane number 1. Aaron Baisden in lane number 2. Demar J. Bend in lane number 3. Micaiah Moran in lane 4. Tyler Hercules in 5. Gildon Edwards in 6. Andre Coutin in 7. And Shamari Thomas running for MVP in lane number 8.
Yes, in this one you can look for the likes of Aaron Baisden out of St. Vincent Grammar School, also Tyler Hercules from Biomechanics. One can also look out for Andre Coutin out of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. All athletes have gone sub 24 before, so
we're looking at lanes number 2, 7, and 5. 2, 5, and 7. Most of the running should be coming from 2, 5, and 7. We have a full lineup here. J.J. Williams, lane 1, Baisden in 2, Bend 3, Morin 4, Hercules in 5, Edwards 6, Coutin in 7, Thomas. Running out of lane number 8. It's a good representation right across the board here. This one should be keenly contested.
Very, very keenly indeed.
So let's look for the seated athletes here. At lane number 7, 5, and 3. Of course, and on the day itself, anything goes.
Yes, so let's wait and see what happens.
And they're off and running, and very, very quickly the star guy is being made up from the athlete there in lane number 5. That's Hercules. Hercules in lane number 5, but on the inside in lane number 2, that's Baisden. Baisden it is, and Hercules and Baisden and Hercules. It's still Baisden, and right to the finish by a whisker. It's Aaron Baisden from St. Vincent Grammar School taking this one with a time of 23.78. 23.8 is the second place finisher in Hercules, and Andre Coutin from the GBSS in that order. In fact, they live up to the billing.
Yeah. The 3 predicted athletes that would dominate this event were indeed the ones that dominated. 23.78, 23.87, and 24.62. And it is quite notable that they ran this into a negative 2.5 meter per second headwind.
Oh, heavy headwind. So this is a really compromised time here in the negative direction. But the supporters know what it is that Baisden is bringing to the big dance, as they would say. with a time of 23.78 and this heavy negative wind. That's a good run.
Yeah, excellent run indeed.
Well, up next, we have 6 heats. Heat number 5 is up next. We are going to see the likes of, it's a Carriacou Warren in lane number 1. In lane number 3, Ethan Nero. In 5 is Caden Noel. 6, Zelon Charles. And 6 and 7 is Leshon Kalist and Ethan Gunport. Fusion Athletics, lane number 8. A bit of a sprinkling have just restarted.
Yeah.
Not enough to have any compromise in the continuation of the races, though.
Look out for Warren in lane 1. He a silver medalist in the 100-meter dash, under 17. Moves up to the 200-meter dash here right now.
Yes, so it's look for the action that's taking place in lanes number 1 and then Gunport in lane number 8. It's no slouch either. And here they go with a start, a round start that is. But right, very early, very early. It's Warren. Warren is making up the stagger rather quickly. A bit of a competition coming into lane 5, but not enough of a competition to disturb anything from Zachary. Warren is going to take this one in a canter. And there he goes now, 10 meters, finishing in the lead. That's Zachary Warren, your winner. 23.98 seconds. His second place finisher from Zealand Charles with a time of 24.38.
Yeah, 23.98, and once again, all the athletes running into a negative 1.0 headwind. So strong opposition as they come down the final 100 meters there, but still being able to post a 23.98. That is Warren.
Yeah, let's hope for the finals that no negative influence of the wind will be there. This is heat number 6 is up next. 7 heats, 7 winners, automatic qualifiers, and then the lone top finisher among the losers, if you want to call it that, or the top finisher after the winners. They will get into the finals. Heat number 6, lane number 1. Yes, Rain Keane. 2, Zachara Young. Demori Reed, runner at lane number 3. Aiden Klein Jr. in lane number 4. Christian Collins. And 5, Omarson Stapleton, runner at lane 6. And 7 is Jonathan Labari. And in lane 8, Travon Laborde. Travon Laborde represented Roses out of Antigua and Barbuda. Fusion Athletic, Jonathan Labari.
Yeah, wants to watch Aiden Klein. Not really known for his 200-meter prowess, but has some decent flat speed. But we also have the 100-meter bronze medalist, that is Christian Collins, out of lane 5.
Yes, Collins is in here. Collins represents St. Davis Track Blazers.
Rain Kane out of St. Vincent, and the Grenadines also want to watch in lane 1.
So let's look at lanes number 1, lane number 5, and lane 1 and 5. And here, good clean start right at the start. And here we are, the athlete there representing St. Davis Track Blazers, up and running well. That's Collins. That's Christian Collins. Christian Collins seems to be in the lead now. He is in the lead. And on his inside, a good stiff competition is coming from Keane. That's Rain Keane. Rain Keane is going to be close at the end. Well, for me here, it's too close a call.
I think Rain Keane just pipped him on the line. Yeah, and he did. 23.92, 23.93.
You don't get closer than this.
That's all.
So it's Keane and Collins. There we go, right to the end. A replay here show. And by a whisker, or was it a toe?
I think it was a torso.
Right to the end. So it's Keane, your winner there. In second position, it's Collins from St. Davis Track Blazers.
Yeah, sub 24 at this level, of course. No times to scoff about. 23.92, 23.93.
Anything under 24, you were doing well. This is, in fact, the under 15 boys, so one get an idea. These are young men. And it's third replay. It's going to give us the same result, obviously, but it's assurance, if you want to call it that. There we go. Oh, it's not much of a difference to
Not at all.
that 100 meters in with Keyshawn and Noah Lyles.
Not at all.
You couldn't tell the winner with multiple replays.
Yeah, really, really close there.
Here we are, heat number 7. Heat number 7 is it's the last and final heat in this under 15 boys, 200 meters. Luke Eddy is running at the lane number 1. Akel Briggs is running at the lane number 2. Kamal Gordon 3. Tishon Lambert, lane number 4. Out of lane 5 is Yannick Charles. Amari Jones Benjamin running at the lane 6. David Huggins in 7. And Adriel Phillip from Top Flight Athletics running out of lane number 8. Who do we look for here?
Yeah, definitely Briggs and Lambert come to mind.
And for the first offering, they are off and running. And a good, quick stagger is made up from lane number 4. Lane number 4, athlete number 4, that's Tishan Lambert, Altitude Track Academy. But here on the inside is the athlete there. That's Briggs. That's Briggs there. That's Akel Briggs. It's Akel Briggs there. Akel Briggs with a bit of a competition now coming from the athlete from Burnley. But in the end, it's Briggs. Briggs winning this one.
Yeah, and winning it quite handsomely, 23.80 into negative 1.4 meter per second headwind. Quite a strong performance there by Briggs and Amani Jones Benjamin out of Burnley, Trinidad and Tobago, 24.02. So not bad times at all posted considering the strong negative headwind.
That will complete the 200 meters under 15 boys. Up next on the track, though, it will be the 200 meters under 20. Under 20, and that's for boys. Under 20 boys, 200 meters. That's the next event on the track. We have the like of it's Daly, Antigua and Barbuda. Oh, we think he has a lot to offer, that Daly.
Yeah, he came third yesterday in the 100 meter.
With a horrible stat.
Horrible stat indeed. So it's Daly in lane 3. Actually, we have him registered for both lane 3 and lane 1, but he seems to be in lane 1. So that's Daly in lane 1, Thomas in lane 4, and what I make it to be Kazim James, lane 6, and Deron Sincere in lane 5.
So this is going to be competitive, in other words.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, okay, so under 20 boys, your next event on the track. So in lane number 1, it is Daly. Dante Oliver, lane number 2, but he's listed but not there. So we have 4 athletes facing the starters here from lanes number 1. And there we have a good clean start. Good clean start is the athlete there in lane number 6. That Kazim James, who seems to be doing the early running. That's James is doing the early running there. And the athlete Josh Thomas, but right in lane number 1, as we spoke to earlier, it is Daly, and Daly is easing up and slowing down. Winning this one, and winning this one rather comfortably. Daly there from Antigua and Barbuda, 21.56 seconds, 21.79 second place finish in Deron Sincere.
Yeah, Daly, a character athlete representing his home country, Antigua and Barbuda. So he's accustomed to this level of competition and greater. So 21.56 with a rather tempered run. So 21.56 by Daly, 21.79 by Sincere, and 21.97 by Josh Thomas. Not bad times posted at all.
And a good thing to notice here is that we have gotten out of the negative wind and into better territory to suit the athletes.
Yeah, as we approach the next event, that is Heat 2. In this one, we have Cleon Joseph, Phoenix Track Club. This team is also out of Antigua and Barbuda. We have the likes of Ian George, Top Flight Athletic. One can also look forward to Tarek McSween out of lane 7.
Oh, there we have it there. Lane number 1, Cleon Joseph. Ian George, he's in 2. Kelson Robertson, in lane number 4. In lane 5, it's Tevez. That's Tevez Lewis, representing Ace. Kesai Moody, South City Rising Stars. And Tyreek McSween, representing St. Davis Track Blazers. He's running in lane number 7. They're on the starters orders. So we should look for Ian George, lane number 2. Yeah. A good clean start, and here they go. And making up the stag and making it up rather quickly is George. He's right on his man here. But there is some good competition coming from lane 1 and Cleon Joseph. Cleon Joseph it is. And right at the outside in lane number 7, that's McSween. But it is Joseph, Cleon Joseph winning their Phoenix. Cleon Joseph, Indian, your clear winner.
Yeah, Joseph studying in the US, competed in the junior college track and field meet just a week ago.
It's a good time at 21.32 seconds.
Yeah.
In fact, that's a quick run.
Yeah, quite a quick run, and he didn't seem too labored. 21.32 may pose a challenge for that gold medal position come later on in the finals. Ian George 21.60, Tarek McSween 22.06.
I tell you, it's no small feat to make even at the NJAC level, to make the finals in the NCAA. So he would have been doing quite well. Heat number 2, that's up next. Heat number 3. It's heat number 3. That's up next. We have 5 heats. Heat number 3 to get on the way shortly. It's a top finisher from each heat, then the next 3 fastest time. So it was Cleon Joseph, winner in heat number 2. Daly, winner in heat number 1, and incidentally, they both ran out of lane 1.
Yeah. Could that be some sort of forecasting? Lane number 1, position 1?
Well, Ethan Sam would certainly hope so. He's in lane number 1 for this heat number 3. So Ethan Sam in lane number 1. In lane number, Sam is scratch. So it's Judah Ash, and they're up and running. 3 athletes are registered here. The 3 athletes are registered here, and a good early running athlete there in lane number 3. Athlete there in lane number 3, that's Judah Ash. So it's Ash, and Curtis O'Geist. Ash and O'Geist, it's Ash in the end quite easily by some 5 meters. Ash, your winner, representing Phoenix, 22.07, a relatively slow time compared to the last heat, certainly the one before. Also 22.07, the winning time there. Curtis O'Geist in second position, 22.45.
And guess what? Can you guess what country Judah Ash represents? Another Antiguan into the final. So that is 3 Antiguans now into that 200-meter final.
Well, that's going to make sure some good bragging rights going back home.
Yeah, most definitely.
And if all 3 young men came straight from the NJAC competition, then one can understand the quality that exists now. Certainly the form is there.
Yeah, I believe it's only Cleon Joseph competing in the JUCO circuits in the US, but nonetheless, that speaks to the coaching system done out of Antigua and Barbuda.
Absolutely. We are down to heat number 4. So heat number 4, Omari Brown in lane number 1, Jubril Oliver in lane number 2, Jaron Xavier in 3, Kazim Dubisat in 4, Lemo Oliver in 5, in lane number 6, it's Brewster, Teved, Jakari Brewster, Tevis Newton in lane number 7.
Look out for Brown and Brewster as well as Olivier.
And they're off and running. A good early running is there, in the athlete there in lane number 7. That's Tevis Newton. Tevis Newton seems to have a slight lead, but on the look at the athlete on the inside there in lane number 1. That's Omari Brown. Omari Brown. It's Omari Brown and the athlete there in lane number 6. The knee end is the athlete there in lane number 6. That looked like Brewster. It looked like Brewster. It is Brewster, Jakari Brewster, with a time of 21.43. Back to business in the 21s. That in second position, 21.55. That's Oliver Brown, who started so well, finishing with 21.77.
Yeah, if you viewers can recall, that was somewhat of a replay of the 2025 200-meter under 17 final, as Omari Brown got the better of Brewster last year, although Brewster came off the bend in the lead, and in the lead by quite some margin. Omari Brown was able to claw him back come the last 20 meters, but on this occasion, at least in the prelims, it was Brewster getting the better of Brown, posting a time of 21.43 as opposed to Brown's 21.77. Noteworthy as well is Limo Olivier posting a time of 21.55. A really good time there by Olivier out of that academy, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So good racing all around.
Very good, and top 3 finishers. One would seems to think that there was some homework being done there to avenge what would have happened in 2025.
Yes, one may never know. That may be the motivation Brewster needed coming back this year and wants to assert his dominance on the field.
Heat number 5, that's up next. That's the last and final heat in this under 20 boys 200 meters. In lane number 1, which seems to be a charm lane thus far, as Kanik Nixon. Kanik Nixon running at the lane number 1 from Fusion Athletics. Alex Sipasad, good ding-dong, good runner Sipasad is. Had a very good showing in the 100 meters. Tyrell Johnson Rouse is in lane number 4. In lane 5, Justin Lampkin, and then that's in lane number 6. Lampkin in lane number 7. Micaiah Ward, and here we are. A good clean start, and right in the middle of the track there, making up the stagger and making it up early that is Sipasad there. Some competition is coming from out of lane 1, and that's Nixon, but it will be Sipasad in the end. Sipasad in the end by some 2 to 3 meters on Nixon. So it's Alex Sipasad, your winner, in 21.23.
Yes, Sipasad has been in smacking form, 21.23, and he posted a 21.44, winning the 100-meter under 20 event yesterday. So Sipasad seemingly the favorite in this 200-meter event, 21.23. Nixon also posting a splendid time of 21.35, booking his spot into the final.
I would suggest this is a wonderful time for Nixon there. One would not complain about that. 21.35, that's a good time anywhere.
Yeah, Nixon has really been going consistently around that 21.35 margin. Just in the Classic Lighting Communal meets, he posted a time of 21.34, and now he shows consistency with the 21.35.
Yeah, up next is the women 200 meters open and international. 200 meters open and international women. It's Kelly in lane 1. It's Madison McIntosh in lane number 2. Rain Brown in lane 3. Kishona Phillip in 4. Naomi Theodore in 5. Runner at the lane number 6 is Sophia Goddard. She represents Burnley. And Anisha Hosford, lane number 7.
Yeah, so quite some familiar names in this event. Let's see how it pans out.
So it's Kelly McIntosh Brown, Philip Theodore Goddard, and Horsford on the status instructions now. Model of concentration. Start of this 200 meters. Good clean start, and very, very early. The running is there from lane number 5. Lane number 5, it's Theodore. Theodore seems to be the athlete there and in the lead at this time, but coming on the close to her in lane number 4. Lane number 4, some competition in Philip there from Ace, but it's going to be Theodore in the end, and fairly easily in the end. Naomi Theodore, your winner. 24.55 seconds. Your winner there. In second position is Kishona Phillip from Ace at 26.24. And Kelly from Mustang, third position at 25.24. Same time. Yeah, second and third place finisher. Heat number 2, that's up next.
Yeah, not a bad time posted by the top 3 athletes there. 24.55, 25.24, and 25.24. Mere hundredths of a second separating your second and third place athletes, both of which most likely will book their spots into the final come later on.
Yeah, we expect some very keen competition later in the evening. Heat number 2. Women 200 meters open and international. The action has been fast in coming, and competition has been really, really keen. At 200 meters, heat number 2. It's Bailey in lane number 2. Tia Andrews, that's classic light and finish line. She's in 3. Shadi John, running at the lane number 4. She represents St. David's Track Blazers in 5. Augustin, Naya Augustin in 5. In 7, it's Jelino, and then lane number 7 is Jelino. It's 5 ladies are facing the starters and they're off and running good, clean, clear start. A good showing there by John in these early stages, but it's the athlete there in lane number 2. That's Bailey. John it is that is still leading comfortably at this stage. She's going to take this one. That is Shade John. And easing down now with some 25 meters to go. Your winner, Shade John. Let's see what the time looked like.
Flash time of 25.47 into a negative 0.9 meter per second headwind. Not a bad time by John Gelino out of Peak Performance Track Club, 26.73, and Naya Augustin out of Extreme Velocity Track Club out of Barbados, 27.52 seconds. Your top three there.
That's conclusion of heat number 2. Heat number 3, that up next. There are 4 heats in this one.
Open and international. Aboard Davis, Houston, Christopher, Sandy, Tobias. And in the field, to be seated.
Heat number 4, the board, and lane number 1. Kimura Davis in lane number 2. Shafona Houston in 3. Kaya Christopher, St. Davis Trailblazers in 4. It's Sandy in 5. And the athlete representing Burnley, that's Tobias in lane number 6.
Yeah, this race seems to be only contested by 2 athletes. That is Houston and
well, there's no indication yet that the 2 athletes are the only starters. Well, no official indication, but there are only 2 athletes on the track thus far.
yeah, that is Houston and Tobias. Seems to be Houston and Tobias on track.
That's Shafona Houston. Yes, the only 2 athletes will contest this. The Shafona Houston representing Ace, and Tobias representing Burnley out of Trinidad and Tobago. Ace is a local club in Grenada here, and they are now under the status orders. 2 athletes.
Burnley out of Trinidad and Tobago.
Here is the start, good clean start, and right from the get-go it's Houston. Houston running strong, making up the stagger and making it up rather quickly on her compatriot there from Burnley. And right at the 100-meter mark, she would have caught and made up the stagger, make it up quite well, and it's coasting to the end is Shafona Houston. She's going to win this. She's going to win this rather easily. And here is Houston crossing the finish line. Let's see what the time looked like. And of course, it's 5 heats. The winner goes through automatically. So there is still something for the athlete there from Burnley to do. It's 25.33 and 26.85 is the athlete. That's Janaya Tobias there from Burnley in 2nd position.
Yeah,
that's heat number 3.
25.33, 26.85. Decent times by both athletes. At this level, though, we'd like these athletes to be going sub 24, so still a ways away from what is generally considered the benchmark of sprinting at that level. So still a lot of work to be done, but nonetheless.
Eight finalists. So far we have, we can give you an idea what the 7 finalists look like. We are down to this is heat number 4, 5. 3 athletes at this one here. Up and running and good steady clean start here. right in the middle of the track from Ace. This is Thomas. That's Thomas from Ace in lane number 3. A little bit of a competition there. The athlete there in lane number 2, that's John, but it's Thomas. Thomas all the way right to the end. Right to the end and fairly easily in the end to is Thomas. Thomas winning there. That's Bria Thomas, your winner. 26.24 seconds. Fairly slow 26.24 seconds, but the winner should get her directly into the finals.
Yeah, quite a slow performance there all around. 26.24. We have sub juniors going faster than that, so these athletes maybe out of form somewhat. Granted, it's the latter part of the season.
So your winner in heat number 4, that's Brinell Thomas from Ace. She go into the final directly. Last and final heat. There's women's 200 meters open and international. That's coming up next.
Yeah, and this event upcoming is going to be quite a treat, I tell you.
Well, it's going to be the heat number 1 of the men 200 meters open and international. And we have some 4 athletes who would have scratched. So listed to participate in this first heat is Christian Cumming. You'll be in lane number 1. Jacqueline Toussaint, representing Ace, would be in lane number 4. And then from South City Rising Stars, Edison Howard.
Yeah, so keep your eyes on Toussaint. Ran 20.32 in the JUCO collegiate scene just last week. I doubt he'll replicate that performance here, but may post a sub 21 performance here today.
Well, there we go, right at the start. There's an athlete from mentioned earlier from Ace. That's Toussaint. It's Toussaint. It is a little bit of a competition from coming out of lane number 1 from Cummins, but it is Toussaint. Toussaint easily in the end, 25 meters. Your winner. That's Toussaint from Ace Track Club, or Ace Academy. Your winner in 20.82 seconds. Good time.
Yeah, 20.82, not a bad time at all. Granted, the wind is plus 2.4, but 20.82, not bad, not much competition. So, yeah, decent performance.
Second place finisher Christian Cummins, 22.13. That's heat number 1. Heat number 2, that's up next.
So 5 heats in this one, so it's a top finisher plus the next 3 best times. In the back there we can see Hamlet. Maybe he will be reinstated and run to qualify into the finals, as we can see him in the back there with his coach.
So listed to compete in this heat number 2 is AJ Delfish. In lane number 1, Kevin Martin. In lane number 2, Shem Julian. In lane 3, Matthew Paul. In 4, Mary Knight. 5, Romero Hector. In 6, Kyle Derrick. Lane number 7.
Look out for Delpesh in lane number 1, AJ Delpesh. Also Kevin Martin, not a bad 200-meter runner himself. And one can also expect Matthew Paul and Amari Knight to pose some sort of competition.
So this is going to be close. So they're off and running at the first asking. Good, clean, clear start. Making up the stagger, making it up rather quickly. The athletes there in lane number 1 and 2. lanes number 1 and 2. The lanes number 1, that's Delfish there with a slight lead. Delfish with a slight lead, and then in lane number 4, that's athlete, that's Paul. Paul seems to be the winner here. We are going to wait for the official result. It's Amari Knight, in fact, is the winner there. Amari Knight, your winner, 21.19, and Delfish in second position, 21.38, and Paul in third position. Paul representing Ace.
Yeah, 21.19 by Amari Knight. Had to fight back to claim and clinch that automatic qualifying spot, but that he did. Delpesh seeming to ease up come 30 meters out, confident that whatever time he would have posted would be enough to get him into the finals. So.
Well, he was leading up to the 80-meter mark. That's Delfish, and rightfully said, eased up a bit, and in the end, he ended in second position. Heat number 2, that's up next. It's Troy Mason and running out of lane number 2. Well, we have a bit of a shuffle here. So it's Andros. 3 athletes will be contesting this heat here.
So Troy Mason will contest this heat. So we have Troy Mason out of Ace in lane 1, Jalen Diet out of Antigua and Barbuda lane 2. Lane 4 we have Nadari Joseph out of South City Rising Stars, and lane 5 we have Samuel Stewart out of Burnley, out of Trinidad and Tobago, and Chad Richards out of Stallion Athletics Club. That is a club out of.
So they're up and running. It's a good clean start here, and right from the start in the middle of the track. Well, it's not in the middle of the track, in lane number 2. That is Diet. The athlete there from Antigua and Barbuda with a slight lead, only just slight, but he is going to pull this off. He's slowing down now and jog through to the finish. That's Diet, a winner, 21.15 seconds. Good time, that Diet time. That he turned it off or slowed down some 20 meters towards the end, towards the finish line there. Still posting 21.15. Mason in second position, 21.44, and Stewart representing Burnley in 21.69.
Yeah, Diet.
Top 3 finishes.
Posting at 21.15 and looking quite comfortable in that run.
Heat number 4 is up next. Heat number 4 is up next. Men 200 meters, the dash open and international. We seem to have only three persons starting here. In lane number 3 is Michael Duncan. Duncan is going to start. He represents Roses. Roses club out of Antigua and Barbuda. Ace, Michael Francois. Let's see what's showing Francois exhibits today. Francois is running out of lane 6. He represents Ace. And that's George Baker running out of lane number 7.
Yeah, that's out of Exceed Sports Club, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But keep your eyes on Francois. Francois, a capable sub-21 second runner. Let's see if he'll post a time like that today.
And a good start from the asking there, and very, very early, very, very early. It is Francois, who was made up a stagger and made it up rather quickly and easily. But a bit of a competition on the inside. On the inside now is the athlete there. That's Duncan. That's Duncan from Roses, but it's Francois all the way. And in the end, Duncan faded rather fast, and it was Francois, your easy, clear winner, 21.53 seconds. That's his winning time. And in second position, rather pedestrian 24, .29 seconds is Duncan. That's not going to count towards the final. So your winner, your easy, clear cut winner, 21.53. That's Francois. One heat remaining in this men's section, and see the likes of Junior Alexander and Samuel Green in this one.
Yeah, but back to Michael Francois, that 21.54 was ran into negative 1.9 meter per second headwind, so almost like a mini hurricane he was running into, and still being able to post 21.54 speaks as to his form come later on in the day.
And added to that, he was running by himself.
Yes, indeed.
Because the other two athletes, I think they would have given up quite easily and early.
Yeah.
And so he ran all the way through, all by himself. It's heat number 5. Samuel Green, he's in lane 1. Junior Alexander in lane 2. In lane number 4, that's Lennon Williams. And 5, it's Stanley. And lane number 6 is Kadeem Campbell, representing Phoenix.
Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua and Barbuda. Let's see if this over 20 athletes can replicate the performances by his under 20 compatriots in this 200-meter event.
And it's under 20, we have no less than 3 Antiguans into the finals.
Yes.
So 5 on the starting orders here. Samuel Green is in lane number 1. It has been a lucky lane today, and here we go. And it's after the races, yeah, good clean clear start, and it's Green making up the stagger start very, very early. And the athlete from Ace Day in lane number 4, that's Williams. He is also in the mix here, and on the outside in lane number 6, that's Campbell from Phoenix. But nobody's going to catch Green. Green is going to take it, and Green takes it in the end. And fairly comfortable. 21.77 is his winning time. That's Green.
Yeah, Samuel Green, 21. Right, so as we said, Jalino Hamlet would be contesting the 200-meter event. We didn't see him in the first heat of the under 15 200-meter dash.
Oh, so he's going to do a time and run.
Yes, he will, and I saw him in the back there with his coach, so I suspected that. So he will, in fact, run to qualify into the final come later on.
Now that's what you call good sportsmanship. So yeah, going to have one athlete. That's Hamlet. And in fact, he was the odds-on favorite. Hamlet was.
Yes, he was indeed, and
so it's a good treat to see Hamlet into these finals if he succeeds in posting a good time.
Yeah, and granted that he's well enough to run the race, he should be able to post a time that gets him into the final.
So on your screen, it's just one athlete running, gains the clock, place in the finals. That's Hamlet, exceed velocity. St. Vincent has represented himself rather well this weekend.
Yeah, St. Vincent, despite the lackluster performance in the Carriacou Games, St. Vincent and the Grenadines have came down here to the Whitsuntide Games and, in a sense, dominated these sprinting events. So St. Vincent shouldn't feel too demoralized by their earlier performance.
Right, St. Vincent represented well,
yeah.
And so did Antigua and Barbuda. They would have done very well. Barbados, they're here.
Yeah, and Barbados, speaking about Barbados.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, we have the young phenom Hamlet prepping up to go. 21.48 at his best. Let's see if he can replicate a similar performance, although we see rain beginning to fall, and these colder conditions can affect the athletes in terms of their times. So I doubt he'll post a sub 22 second performance, but definitely
Well,
will post a strong
if you know,
performance.
if you know anything about this stadium here, the rains are 6.5 minutes away, exactly 6.5 minutes.
So here he goes.
And there we go, running against the time. Good clean start he had in the first asking, and nice posture. And he is running against the clock for a time into these finals. Let's see what he'll post. And he is not easing down as he shouldn't. Run right through.
Well,
that's Hamlet.
I stand corrected because the flash time showed, and it was in fact sub 22, 21.87 as a matter of fact. And it is not only a legal wind, but running into a negative 0.8 headwind, meaning that he has just established a new record, eclipsing Ajani Daly's 22.92 second performance back in 2019. So once again, Hamlet, the young phenom, really excelling here at these games.
And we have to remind you that Hamlet is an under 15 athlete.
Only 14 years old. These are times posted by our under 17 athletes.
Absolutely.
Matter of fact, Philip Mitchell, one of the renowned stars here in Grenada, would be posting these sorts of times, and he is over 15. He's, I believe, he's actually 15, my bad. He's 15. So Hamlet really one for the future to watch.
So he ran on his own, and he ran well enough to post.
I've been in so many games here, and it's my first time actually just joining you guys in the commentary booth, and it's indeed a pleasure to be here.
Well, certainly we will need you to be here more often. I'm not sure what you will have to do to be up here, but...
Well, the thing about it, when you're busy directing a competition, that leaves no room for you to come and have that lovely discourse. We do have people in the background who we know are quite capable, and they're quite knowledgeable, and they can handle and ensure that we take care of things.
Well, we want to get off the bat right away, and Whitsuntide Games 2026, 1,144 athletes taking part in a two-day event. Tell us about the scope of the Whitsuntide Games.
Man, as you recognize here, it shows that we are doing something here in track and field in Grenada, where we encourage participation. A matter of fact, that's one of the pillars, that's one of the things that we've decided to do as an association over the last couple of years, to build and increase the participation among our athletes. Not only among our local athletes, but as you've recognized, the number of athletes coming from outside of Grenada, it has also grown. Of that 1,100 plus athletes, we have some over 400 of these athletes coming from clubs throughout the region. So that tells you about the scope and the reach of the Whitsuntide Games, and the impact it has on our athletes seeking competition throughout. This in itself, it allows athletes who represent the clubs to gauge their performances, see where they are among the colleagues, among the peers in the region. So the scope of the Whitsuntide Games, it's beyond just the local shows here. It's traveling, it's going deep, it's going far, it's going wide. And if you also notice, the contingent is not only about the athletes, but the parents. They're a part of it. And from just conversing and having conversations with the people within the stands from outside, they are indicating to us that it is something that they will continue doing in the near future.
All right. Well, you mentioned clubs from outside of Grenada. Last check, I got 22 clubs from outside of Grenada. Any of these, any association with the Carriacou Games in terms of the product that they saw that maybe really brought them to Grenada?
A matter of fact, yes. And the athlete that you've just recognized running from extreme velocity, he was here for Carriacou. And if you've looked carefully and you follow the track and field, some of the athletes coming from Trinidad who've participated at last year's character games, this year's character games, they are products of the clubs who've also represented the clubs right here at the Whitsuntide Games. A matter of fact, clubs use this as an opportunity to gauge where the athletes are and to understand how far they need to go in order for them to qualify for the games. So these games, it's far-reaching. It is more than just mere competition or mere exposure, but it's an opportunity for athletes who are out there within the club's training to see what the competition is like within the region and their chances of making the character teams, and not only making the character teams, but representing their teams well and medaling at the character games.
All right. We speak about 1,144 athletes. In terms of managing the games with that volume of athletes, talk to us about that.
The games are the games, and the games will always be the games. Track and field is track and field, and the management structure of track and field doesn't necessarily change. Once you have all things in place and you cover all your bases, we can manage the games. Yes, it is going to put a strain on us in the sense that with a two-day event and that amount of athletes, there's no games. There are no games within the region right now, or the OECS, or even right here in Grenada where we have so much athletes. Even our intercall games, we don't cross 1,000 athletes, all right? And we run our intercall over 3 days. Our national champs, we may go close to 700. We run it over 2 days, but to manage over 1,000 athletes in a 2-day period, that in itself is a long stretch. It takes quite a bit from you. For example, if you've noticed, especially in the lower categories, the under 15s, under 13 categories, we have heats with as much as 8 batches, 7 batches, and that tells you the amount of strain it puts on you as officials and the amount of work you need to put in. This in itself, it impacts your time. So that's why we have to try our best to keep it as tight as possible. Because whereas you may have a set of 100 meters where one event may take approximately 5 minutes, and you may have 4 heats, that's 20 minutes. Now think about that, where you have 8 heats, that's 40 minutes. So it in itself is challenging, but I believe in our officials. We have their experience. They've gone through the test of time and they've proven themselves. And that's why you see that we are able, in cases where we have the lapses, we are able to already pull back together to manage the event and to try our best to finish in a reasonable time.
Well, thinking about the magnitude of athletes, I was of the opinion that maybe we needed a bit more officials to really help to manage the games.
And that's true in itself. At games like that, you need more officials to be out. But that's the whole aspect. You see, when people like me and others came into the sports, on a weekend like this, Whitsuntide weekend, it was basically track and field only. We gravitated to wherever it was held, Old Queen's Park, Tantine, Stadium. But now what you've recognized over the last couple of years, and we've seen the challenges, and it is something that we have to work, we have to mitigate the challenges that are presented before us. We realize that there are a lot of competing activities, lots and lots of competing activities. This sport is built on volunteerism. It is a commitment to the sport. We're not saying that these officials are not committed to the sports. But when you see you have a number of activities that are also calling on the same volunteers that we have here to support them in one way or the other. So they would say to you, you know what, we also have this activity, so we would have to split ourselves. We can give today to you and tomorrow to the next. And but we also need to find a way of motivating and encouraging our officials to be here, because this in itself, we might take it for granted. 1,144 athletes, 146 athletes, that tells you that something is really happening in track and field, and there's a love for the sport. But we have to make sure that the athletes are given the best opportunity to perform, to compete, and in so doing, it is important that we have our full stack of officials out. So yes, we know we're challenged. There are a number of things which really hampered our officials being here. For example, yesterday, and while it was yet a challenge, we had a number of them doing the bronze level course in World Athletics. That course was yesterday. So they had to take time out from the games to complete that course. this is something we can't fight against, because at the end of the day, we want quality officials there, or officials who are knowledgeable, officials who can not only represent us here locally, but as they qualify through these World Athletic courses, we can see them leaving our shows and representing our country, officiating in meets throughout the region and by extension worldwide. So, while yes, we are challenged with the number of officials who we have out here today, I must say kudos to those who are here and the exceptional job they're doing. They're pulling themselves together and they're getting it done.
I quite agree with you. They're doing an exceptional job. You look at the way the races are run off, and it speaks to the fact that they understand, the need for the timing to be as short as possible. And so, kudos to them. I want us to talk about future. We've seen the growth of the games. We've seen the participation increase, and based on the showing that we've seen yesterday and what we've seen so far today, the possibility of a bit more athletes, maybe more of the OECS and other Caribbean islands coming in. What would be some of the plans in terms of improving this product, the Whitsuntide Games?
Now, that's a critical question. We can't have growth in numbers and not adjust to make sure that we have or present opportunities for the numbers to compete. So there are a number of things that we may just have to start looking at, and we've never been challenged like this before. That's just the truth. And with tradition, we've always hosted these games over a 2-day period. Now, personally speaking, and that's my opinion here, I don't want to see the numbers drop. I do not want to see the numbers drop. So what does that mean? It means that we need to put contingency plans in place as to how we can best accommodate and support something like that. So, as we say, we're talking future. We will definitely have to probably engage bigger sponsorship, and that's where we're calling on the sponsors to come on board with us, because the product is growing, because this is an expensive venture. It is not cheap to run a games. So one might say, well, why not go to 3 days or so, or 4 days, because it's growing, so we can have prelims, and you go into a semis and a final structure, but that in itself is costly. But is it a discussion that we need to have down the road? Definitely, it's a discussion that we need to have. But we not only that, because you don't want to have a discussion along that line and you can't maintain the numbers, because you still want to be able, if you go an extra day or so, to keep the numbers up, because next thing we go an extra day and then our numbers dip. So what does that mean? We also have to satisfy the clubs and ensure that the environment is conducive enough to encourage them to want to come back and keep competing right here in Grenada. Because as you know, this event is not just something on the Grenada calendar. It is on the World Athletics calendar, but let me just bring it even closer to home. It is on the calendar of the clubs within our region. Not only the OECS, because you see Trinidad, Barbados, these clubs are also a part of it. So we need to be able to really sit and reevaluate where we are and the direction we need to go. Additionally, we need to look at the recruitment process likewise for officials. While I am satisfied, and I'm fully satisfied with the quality of the officiating we have here, we have to understand that we have a number of officials who have been a part of the setup for a very long time, and they are experienced. But we have to be careful with that. We don't want to allow them to go with all the experience they have. So we want to be able to recruit young officials to work along with these people. So when their time comes and they say to us, hey guys, we've served you and we've served you well, we have a cadre of officials who are there and ready to continue with the quality officiating that we have. So when our athletes are out there and ready to perform, we can give and contribute to quality performances and quality competition.
I quite agree with you. Their succession planning is very, very important. We want to talk a little bit about the feedback from the clubs that have been here, especially those from overseas. What has the feedback been like so far in terms of the games and the running of the games?
The feedback has been exceptional. And the Grenada experience is always one of the things that speaks to itself. It is more than just a competition. It is the experience, and that's why when we host games like this, it is not only about what happens within the stands, on the track, or in the field, but the general experience that these people engage in. And that's why even as a public, as a nation, we need to be aware, and we need to recognize that we have a special product within ourselves that we give to these overseas clubs when they come in, and the countries when they come in, that cause them to want to return. So in conversing with the coaches and the managers of the varying clubs, you hear them speak to the experience that they're having with the locals in one way or the other. And this is one of the things they're speaking about. For the most part, likewise, when we also converse with them, they're very much so satisfied with the quality of our officiating and the way the meet has been run. And they themselves see the challenge that we're having with a number of athletes. But the beauty of it is they want to keep coming to our games. So with that, they have an appreciation for what we're doing. Because let's look at it as it is. The meat that we're having here, a lot of these other countries, while yes, they have meat, it's not to that level. Not the amount of athletes that we're seeing here. And we can boast of a small nation hosting many major events over the last couple of years, within the last 20, 25 years, when you look at the events that we've hosted there. So we offer an experience to these people when they come here. We do not drop the ball on anything. We maintain the standards. So maintaining on standards, and they're appreciative of that. The way we communicate to them, we run our meets, the quality, the professionalism, and those kind of things, they speak highly of it. So it is something that we do want to maintain.
All right, so certainly the maintenance of it in terms of let's think about the structure and how we can maybe put out something that, well, we don't want to, really and truly, we want the numbers to be there, as we said, because I'm beginning to think about maybe streamlining, having a certain time to qualify and that sort of thing in terms of going forward.
And yeah, maybe all these are the things we need to look at to help manage the numbers on the given days of competition. And that's why I said to you, it is something that we need to critically evaluate. How we manage the numbers, because while yes, you want to be able to streamline, but you still want to be able to expose. And exposure in itself is important for a lot of these budding athletes, because one might say, at games like these, why do we have all these little ones? But remember, these are the same little ones we'll be looking at down the road. And in all fairness to the little ones, they don't have that level of competition throughout the Caribbean outside of the age group championships. Also, that's about it. That's where it stops. Or we have the CUT games, the Caribbean Union of Teachers games, and that's where it stops for these little ones. You don't see under 9s and under 13s and under 11 competing at a regional level. So while yes, you may also want to streamline, but you have to be mindful as to how you streamline. So that's why I say we cannot just sit here and make some definitive decisions. But it is something that you need to critically analyze, engage the stakeholders, and see how best you can move forward. As a board, I believe we have a board who loves track and field, a board where we talk and think track and field, and that's why, if you've noticed, over the last 2-3 years or so, we have seen an increase in the number of competitions. And in the increase of competitions, you've seen greater participation, and all of that is because we know that our athletes need competition. Whitsuntide in itself is like a big competition for even all of our athletes, because we also use it as opportunities for them to qualify for events through carriacou athletics and all of that. It's a recognized meet, and that's why you see open and international events here, because clubs and countries also use that as qualification for world events. So it is something that we have to keep looking at and see how we can keep building on the product.
I like the fact that you speak of open and international. I'm here sitting listening to you, and I'm thinking about international or regional sponsorship. Or have we begun to, maybe look at partners outside of Grenada that might be willing to help pump some funds into this to to make it a bigger meet.
And that's why I said to you earlier, we need to probably just sit down and reevaluate because the sport is growing and sponsorship is a major thing. The government of Grenada, they've supported us well over the season and they continue to support us through sponsorship. But we cannot only depend on the government of Grenada because we understand that there are a number of duties and responsibilities of government. And we are fortunate and blessed as an association where we've delivered a product that have caused them to see the budding talent of our young people, and they've decided that we're going to invest more in our young people. But you're right, we need to really be able to sit down and engage sponsors, engage more sponsors, and see how we can get them to come on board, be it local, regional. We have to see how we can partner and work with each other to see how we can really build a brand that we already have. I believe we have a great brand of track and field here in Grenada. All right, Grenada is being spoken of throughout the region, throughout the world when it comes to track and field. But to maintain that, finance is a great part of it. It's not cheap, as I said initially, to run a meet like that. It takes quite a bit because what we see, we only see what's happening on the track here. But when you think of the back end and the things that happen on the outside, that in itself calls for some financing. So we have to look at things.
Yeah, I brought this up because I've often see that, you know, we tend to miss some key moments when it comes to building, you know, our product. We seem to miss some key moments, and I think this is something that you really, really need to look at in terms of being able to say to someone from outside of Grenada, hey, maybe a Nike, maybe a Adidas, hey, come, we need you to look at this product, see who and some of the quality athletes, and we need you to come on board and see what you can do.
Let me just say here, though, Puma is our major sponsor. All right, Puma is a major sponsor of the Grenada Athletic Association, so that's who we partner with. They've outfitted us in one way or the other uniform-wise, and they continue to do so. They continue to be a faithful partner to us. So when you look at our national teams and the officials' uniform and all of that, we work closely with Puma, and they've been sponsoring us for quite a number of years. So we continue to work with them, and we appreciate all that they're giving to us as an association, and the way they continue to help us build a brand of track and field right here in the country. But as you stated, there are probably other entities outside of the competing ones that we can continue to engage as we seek to lift the quality, the standards of what's happening here. One of the things, though, and I failed to mention that would help build the quality and sustainability of the games, it's development of our coaches. What we would recognize is that something is happening with coaching in Grenada, because we are seeing athletes at the junior level who are performing well. So that means something is happening locally with our coaches. But one of the things we need to do is to push our coaches not to do what they're doing right now, but to become better. So we need some level 5s. We need some more Paul Phillips. We need some more Wayne Maxwins. We need some more Dennis Williams. These are the people who've been around for quite a while. So we need the Charles and the Kato and the Coffee and all the others who are out there and doing the coaching to get to those levels where you can work with athletes and bring them up to that international level, take them beyond what they're doing here. So that's one of the other areas that will see the sustainability aspect of quality athletes being developed. The officiating, likewise, this is something we need to do. We need to work with all officials and all of that, again, to build them. As I've mentioned, quite a few of them are already engaging in the World Athletics bronze level course, and this is beautiful. We want some silver level, and we want some gold level referees to be out there. So we continue to work on the product that we do have.
Speaking of coaches, and I had the opportunity to speak to a few persons, and I'm really, in terms of the potential that we see, we look at the NWJA out there. We saw a number of our athletes going up there, performing well, having to go to school, having to, is there any thought by the Athletics Association in terms of maybe having an academy or maybe a junior college for some of our athletes who are performing well or close to these standards? I mean, I don't think we are too small to begin to think future.
We're not too small to think future, but we also have to understand the roles of different associations and entities within the sports. As an association, our main aim and our main goal, first of all, is competition, putting on healthy competition for athletes so that they will be exposed. And what we can do is partnership, all right? But as I said, our main aim is about competition, having and hosting competition for our athletes or local athletes, and also ensuring that we have a level of competition where we can select from that pool athletes who will be able to go on to represent us at junior meets, senior meets, wherever they are held throughout the world. Because this is also one of our goals, to ensure that we have representation in almost every meet throughout. And if you notice over the last couple of years, whether or not we send one athlete, two athletes, or three, we ensure that Grenada is well represented in all of those meets. So it is something we have to keep discussing as to how we do it, where we go, the direction we take. But as I said, our aim, first of all, is about creating competition, ensuring that our athletes can compete. The whole aspect of the junior academy and all of that, it is a greater holistic discussion that has to be held as to what we do with our sports policy and the direction that we want to take our athletes. And this is not a discussion that we can hold by ourselves as an association. That's what I said. There are a number of partners that we need to have in place for those kind of things. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think we're set in a place where you can really make certain demands, just to ensure that we do not have athletes getting lost, athletes with really good potential getting lost. So I think right now we're at a good stage where the association can begin to make some demands in terms of, look, we need to secure the future of these little ones that we're seeing now, because tomorrow they can go further in terms of representation.
Well, as an association, we believe in partnership. Okay, it's partnership is what we believe in, and we're going to work with our partners. We're going to work with our stakeholders. I don't think that we're in a place to make demands, but we can discuss with our partners as to how we can best move track and field forward. And I think we're in a place where we're actually doing that right now. We just need to be able to pull together with our coaches, our government, Ministry of Sports, and other sporting entities and all of that to see how we can really work together, our schools and all of that, all our clubs. All right, so that's the direction that we need to take.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, that was a very good politically correct way to answer the question. But I see a number of athletes getting onto the track, and so we want to say thank you for speaking with us, for really sharing the insights in terms of the Whitsuntide Games and the growth and how possible we can better the product. So we want to wish you all the best as you continue to do the work that you're doing with the Athletics Association and the Whitsuntide Games Committee. And we look forward to finishing today and getting the positive reviews once more.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's been a pleasure being here. It's a pleasure chatting, and we do hope for good weather as we move shortly into the finals set of events. And the finals, everything this afternoon will be all finals, and I think we're in a good place. And as I said, I believe in the officials whom we have out there would be able to pull it together and get things going.
All right, so thank you very much. And until next time. So the action will continue shortly on the track. A number of athletes coming out onto the track. And so we've been speaking to Mr. John L. Mitchell. And we will not take a break. We will continue right away into some relay qualifying. So I know that the action will come to us quick and fast. The officials, as Mr. Mitchell mentioned, will look to make up as much time as possible. And so we're going to just try to keep you updated as fast as we go along. It's going to be a lot of finals after the relay qualifying. We have under 11 girls 4x1 qualifiers coming up. Then we will go to the boys. And then we have the under 20. So a few relays to come. And then we will get into the finals, the afternoon session, where most of the finals from the prelims held this morning will be contested. So let's see heat 1 of the 4x1 under 11 girls. That's what it should be next. But they seem to be starting with the under 13 girls. Under 13 girls, 4x1, Idat Academy, lane 1. First Choice Junior School, they will be in 2. Sprinters Athletics in 3. Runners Athletic, they will be in 4. And we have in lane number 5, Runners Athletics, Rising Champs in 4, and Runners Athletic, they will be in 5. So we're seeing Runners Athletic, they will not start. So the top 4 lanes occupied for this, the first heat. So they get onto their mark. Efficiency plus speed. Clean start. Let's see who will make up the stagger. It seems to be Sprinters Athletic. They have made up the stagger on the team to the outside. And the first handover, Sprinters Athletic. It's clean, it's smooth. Sprinters Athletic with the lead as they go up the back street. Heading for the second handover. It's going to be Sprinters Athletic. Again, a good clean pass. Adjustment of the baton, but here comes in lane number 1, Idat Academy. And they certainly have made up some good ground, Idat Academy. Handover now, Chaya pair. Idat Academy fumbles slightly. This would have thrown them back a bit to challenge Chaya pair. Tania Gibbs Latu, sorry, that's your anchor there for the Sprinters Athletic. But certainly Idat Academy just fumbling the baton there and really not posing any challenge to the quartet from the Sprinters Athletics Club.
Absolutely correct, Clyde. In fact, it was a little more than a bubble. It was a real fumbling. In fact, questionable if they actually got a baton pass in a timely manner. These are young people. It's under 13. The fundamentals have to be hammered home. But so very little time for recovery when you have a straight baton passing on the last leg.
Well, tell you what, they have just established a new mark, the Sprinters Athletic. They are the defending champions from 2025 with a record of 58.87, and they just ran 54.84 to complete their heat.
So this is a good first heat. It's a good start to get things on the way after the slight delay with the rains. Yeah, record-breaking run there. The
top 3 teams have broken under the record.
That really is the way to start.
So we're getting ready for heat number 2. Five teams in this heat. all looking to qualify for the finals here.
So it's Mustang in lane number 1, South St. George Government. In lane number 2, Roses out of Antigua and Barbuda. In 3, Classic Light and Finish Line is there in 4, and MVP in lane 5, and they are off and running.
Let's see who will make up the stagger pretty early. South St. George are having a good run. Also MVP on the outside, they're running well as the handover is made. A bit of a fumble by South St. George, but Classic Light and MVP, they're looking good. Finish line looking well also as they head for the second handover. It will be handover made just about now. Finish line with the handover before MVP, but MVP slight lead as they head into the third handover. It's Classic Light and MVP followed by Finish Line. And here we go. Handover made. Finish Line with a good handover, good exchange. Finish Line goes past MVP and she will head for home. And here we go. MVP running away with this one. Jamie Smith anchoring her team home. 55.21, so again, time lowered, but still doesn't get under the time of the Sprinters Athletics. And again, the top 3 in this heat also under the record, the old record. The new record will register as 54. So that's a good way to start. For the Classic Light and Finish Line team. So we get ready for the
doing 2 heats. This top 3 finishers. And the next 2 best time. So end of heat number 2. Should get your 8 finalists. Give you an indication of 8 finalists now.
So on your screen is the long jump for, I make it on the 17s.
So 8 finalists of the girls under 13. 4x100 meters sprinters. Classic Lightning Finish Line. Hit that. 473 MVP. Classic Lightning South St. George. Rising Champ Mustang Roses. And First Choice. Roses, not First Choice. Roses. These are your first 8 that will be in the finals of this 4x100 meters on the 13.
Get another athlete from the St. Vincent Grammar School in the long jump, and long jump they're into the 5th round. So there's one more round remaining in that long jump event. Jump of 6.02 meters.
So it's going to be all action from now, going right towards the end. Slight hiccup hiatus, if you will. Rains at a good 20-25 minutes.
That was the athlete from the GBSS. His jump. So you're not missing anything. The under 13 boys, they're making their way out. In the meantime, the long jump continues. 5.87 meters for the athlete from the GBSS.
Clyde, I can tell you, it's the tail end of the season, but the performances have been top class.
Yeah, I want to agree with you there, Bernard. The athletes have been really putting in some good effort as the white flag is being raised, and I'm making that athlete there from high performance.
And with the injection of the athletes who has completed their NCAA season, that's at the NJAC rank, gracing these shores, these Whitsuntide games, they would have added a bit more quality, certainly, into a lot of these events, especially the sprinting events.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few of them on display over the day and a half or day and 3/4, if we may put it that way. Certainly has been good for the aspiring athletes, you know, to be encouraged to see those that have gone ahead of them.
Instead of a sort of a mouth-watering, especially in the 200 meters for under 20 boys. That's going to be an interesting one. So the 4x100 meters, boys, under 13, that's up next. 4x100 meters, under 13, boys. Right, you can give you some lane assignments. Southern Pros is there in lane number 1. Momentum track there in lane number 2. South City Rising Stars in 3. Mustang in 7.
So the first of 2 heats get on the way shortly. So First Choice Junior School, they will not start this event. They should have been in lane 3. So you're going to see lane 3 empty.
Yes, Southern Pros there in 1. Momentum in 2. Rising Champs, they're there. They're in 4. It's Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, they're in 5. Adrenaline Ducks, they're in 6. And Mustang is there. So Mustang is in lane number 7.
So we'll just...
So 6 teams are facing the starters here.
Waiting on that athlete there just to set his block in place. Southern Pros, they boast of the likes of Jaden Creedland, Keyshawn Cobb, Isron Purcell, and Dexton Forsyth. It will make up the team for Southern Pros. Momentum Track and Field, Kai Kado, Kanavi Sylvester, Nafari Barry, and Dominic Ganes. Rising Champ, they have Michael Richards, KL Bain, Devon Charles, Tyrone Alexis, and possibly Trishon Amade. South City Rising Star, Cameron Hosford, Karim Nero, Marvin Roberts, Winston Church. Then we have a false start there.
The young man, a bit excited.
Adrenaline Duck, they have Kari John, Akeem Kudre.
The culprit seems to be coming out of lane number 2.
Sion Garcia, Zavon Phillip will make up the team for Adrenaline Duck. The Mustangs, they have Zelon Samuel, Caleb Porter, Samuel Hamilton, and Tariq Pompey.
See what the officials decide.
Yeah, this level, they don't really penalize them, Bernard.
So then that's not a bad thing. It's after a long wait, waiting for the abatement of the rain. Back on track and they're off and running.
Here we go. 4x100 on the 13 boys. Let's see who makes up the stagger. It's still quite even. And the athlete there in lane number 3 from Momentum doing a good job. But on the outside, it seems to be Mustang and Adrenaline Ducks. That's where the competition is at this time as the handover is made. A second handover, and it's still nice and tight there. Adrenaline Duck and the Mustangs going at it. And a final handover. Here it goes. That is Zavon Phillip, Adrenaline Duck. We've seen a really good run from him in the 200 meters. And here he is anchoring his team, Zavon Phillip.
And what stood out here, really, Adrenaline Duck was the battle passing was rather flawless. And for ones so young, it seems to suggest that they are properly coaching the art of teamwork and getting the batter around the bend, getting the batter around completely without much mishaps. In fact, they did that and did that quite well. They're quite unlike the story we would have seen in Southern Pros. Very poor baton passing in the second to third exchange.
Well, these two teams have certainly run a good race. They both under the old record set by Performance Track and Field of 54.29. And so certainly a really good run from both teams. But of course, Adrenaline Duck will have the record stand next to their names.
And nothing is better than putting your hands up and putting your name in the record book. The first of 2 heats, the first three finishers, they will go into the finals automatic. And then the next 2 fastest losing times. Heat number 2, that's up next. Rose's Academy. They're in lane 2. In lane 3, Classic Lighting finish line. Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars. They're in lane 4 and 5 is Peak Performance. Lane number 6, Sprinters Athletic Club. And in lane number 7 is High Performance. That's Peak Performance. It's Peak Performance Track Club in lane number 6. Well, we have three non-starters. High Performance in lane number 7, they will start. As is the Sprinters, they will start also. Classic Light and finish line. They would start, and then Roses, the other starting team. So we have 4 teams before the starters here.
So they're getting ready to go. The 4 teams in competition here.
Lanes 2, 3, 6, and 7.
So Sprinters Athletics, they boast the likes of Keemon Hall, Jelani Ford, Agel Pascal, and Jadel Andrew. Should be a really competitive quartet. Lane 2, Roses Academy, Kajani Hari, Rashad Alik, Navi Edwards, Wyatt Isaac, Nirad Matthew, and Navi Edwards. So that's the full slate. We're not too certain who is who as yet. We need to see the numbers, and then we may be able to tell you. But they have a list of 6. Classic Lighting finish line: Christian Samuel, Dion Forrester, Karen Hostin, Adrian Forsyth,
Just awaiting the final instructions to get this race underway.
Again, we have some beautiful sunshine with us.
And looking into the skies, where the rains usually come from, it seems to be okay for the next 2 hours.
Well, one will expect it to be okay. Get ready for heat number 2. And this, the 4x1 under 13 preliminaries. Athletes get on to their mark. And they're off. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Sprinters Athletics making up some good ground. High Performance is running well also. Handover made there by the Sprinters Athletics. And here goes the athlete in High Performance. He seems to have a good lead there. High Performance, Sprinters Athletic. And here we go. High Performance still ahead. Here comes finish line. Karen Hostin on the 3rd leg. It's going to be a handover made now. Sprinters Athletic with the handover. Jadel Andrew. He's moving. He's motoring. Jadel Andrew. He's going to anchor his team to a victory here. Let's see what the time will be like. 52.95 the flash time.
Yeah, good clean passing all the way around, and all 4 teams on display here. That's a good sign. Good indication of teamwork. 52.96. That's the winning time.
So 52.96 again under the old record. And so a really good run there from Sprinters Athletics.
And even a better display of battle passing. Up next is the 4x100 meters under 20 boys.
In the meantime, the javelin throw is also happening.
It's on the 20 boys. They are priming themselves up to do these 4x100 meters. The javelin thrower there on your screen.
So it's this one should be the men's javelin throw open. And international. So quite a bit of events happening in the field. Another good throw there. See if we can get you up to speed with the javelin throw. They seem to have quite a big field here.
Seems to be going into straight final here. It's the top 8 fastest times, and we have 8 teams listed that participate here. In fact, that has. Let's see if, in fact, we are going to have. Well, there's no need really to do any preliminary. This under 20 boys, 4x100 meters. There's 8 teams are listed here.
Athlete there from Exceed Track Club should be Maxwell Pompey. He's on the runway to make his throw. Just around the 50-meter mark there, Pompey. Make it about 40, 49.
You're not missing any action on the track. We're in a slight holding pattern. What's listed here is a 4x100 meters on the 20 boys. There's only one heat.
So we do have a medal presentation. So we're not too certain the event that the medals were presented for. Long jump on the 17s. So congratulations to athlete there from Altitude Track Academy, that's Slater.
Well, I can tell you, we are into the.
So GBSS winning that event. So we're gonna give you a preview of the top performer there.
What's next on the track, though, Clyde? It will be the hurdles.
But in the meantime, we are going to take in some javelin action. Very good throw there. Well over 60 meters, I will make it, or just around the 60-meter mark. Athlete from East Track Club there. Should be Kristen Joseph. This should be Christian Joseph here.
So it is a javelin open. Continue with some action. That's a foul throw. So this one wouldn't count. So we are officially into the afternoon session. should see some action. High jump. It's open and international. For women.
Athlete there from
like a bit of action in the high jump. Just to give you a very quick update, the height is now 1.4 meters. Competitor from represented eighth. There's some 4 athletes that are listed to participate in the high jump for women, open and international. They've just gotten on the way, but the javelin is in full flow here. Men, open and international. That's what you've seen on your screen. And we have the likes of Alika Smith.
Yeah, the javelin show, some 13 competitors registered. Not certain if we have all 13 being a part. The competition is looking pretty tight. Some decent 60-meter throws. This one over 70 meters.
So what I can tell you for the women high jump, Alika Smith from Roses. Exceed Sports Club is represented by Amaya Edwards, Natalia Strawn, Classic Lighted South City Rising Stars, and Samara Alexis. She's unattached. There's 4 ladies contesting the women's high jump, open and international. Height now stands at 1.50 meters. And as we get it, we will let you know in form of an update as to the progress of that event. The action continues. The field. The javelin men, open and international. Well, you're not missing any action on the track. We are monitoring and viewing the two field events. We're not viewing the high jump, but we are viewing the. Oh, there we're getting a peek into the high jump right here. That's a high jump for women, open and international. This is a successful clearance there. The athlete from Roses. That's a Leica Smith. Successful clearance, 1.5 meters. In the meantime, we are getting ready for some action back on the track. And action on the track, we are going to start with the 100 meters. Hurdles open and international. So that's women in lane number 1. Lane number 1, we have Rain Brown. Rain Brown from IDDAT. Lane number 2, Edwards Barry. Edwards Barry in lane number 2. We have Grappy in lane number 5. Adrenal Grappy representing Trailblazer. She's in lane number 5. And we are graced with the presence of Shanti Augustine in lane number 7. She's representing MVP. So these 4 ladies are facing the starters in this first heat. Oh, well, we're really anxious to see the performance of Shanti Augustine in this one, Clyde. She has been doing quite well on the U.S. circuit. NCAA is not in Division 1, but certainly in the NJAC program.
Yeah, certainly has been a standout when it comes to hurdles.
It's good when you can find the event that you think you would do well in. Athlete there, good clearance, 1.5 meters.
The bar up at 1.55, so they seem to be at a new height.
This 1.55. So only 4 ladies that are contesting this. There's the athlete there from Roses.
It's like a Smith.
Smith from Roses. She's on to the new height of 1.55 meters.
Unable to get that clearance. Got over the bar, just needs a bit more momentum to take her away from landing on the bar. Certainly made some good height.
Well, they're still waiting for the start of the hurdles. 100 meters hurdles. Women. It's open and international. Brown. That's Rain Brown. In that, she's in lane 1. In lane 2, it's Jaden Edwards Barry. Another athlete from IDDAT. And in lane 5 is Adrenal Grappy, representing St. David's Trailblazers. And lane number 7, representing MVP. That's 473 MVP Classic Lighting 473 MVP, Shante Augustine.
So not much happening that event, just finalizing the hurdles all the way through.
We have a seated time here for Augustine, 14.48 seconds. Oh, it seems to have the height seems to have been a wait for the other athletes here. Now they are joined by two other athletes in lane number 3. That's Michaela Ward, Neon Wolves Athletic Club. She's in lane number 3, and in lane number 4, Kellis Alexander, again from Neon Wolves Athletic Club. So we have 6 athletes now who will be contesting this event. The 100 meters, we are waiting at the start of the 100 meters hurdles. Women, open and international. These are all final events. We have a seated athlete here in lane number 4. That's Kellis Alexander, 13.91 seconds. We are still in a slight holding pattern. So it's Barry, Ward, Alexander. So it's Barry. So it's Brown, Barry, Ward, Alexander, Grappy, and Augustine. At that Neon Wolves Athletic Club. St. Davis Trailblazers and Classic Lighting 473 MVP.
So they're on the starters orders.
It's a little bit of a twiggle there right at the start. It's lane number 5. It's off balance. They were not just yet in a set position. More like on your marks. There shouldn't be any definite overbalance there. Let's see what the officials decide. That's the athlete there from St. Davis Trailblazers. That's Adriana Grappy. It's Grappy in lane number 5. It's a guilty party there. The officials are discussing. They're having a discussion. And let's see what the decision is. The decision is made. It's clearly lane number 5. It's offending party. Let's see what the penalty is. It's a talk. It's a stern warning. No expulsion, no disqualification. And the Rains are back with us. Didn't quite listen to my predictions.
Yeah, it's the fact that she fell over. She still couldn't even get the hands up because she was already in a falling motion. So to get the hands up there, definitely it would have been falling. Here we go. Augustine into the first hurdle very quickly. She has this technique very well locked down. Ashante Augustine moving away from everyone else. is Augustine into a final hurdle. And she's looking at the time. Really a good, strong run there from Augustine.
Well, I tell you what was most outstanding here is the technique. It looked flawless. This is what exceptional training and specific training does. Winning time of 13.89 seconds. Winning there, Augustine, and winning rather easily. Second place finish at 14.58 and 14.73. That's the top three positions.
Well, looking at the old record of 15.22, all four athletes. And Roger, yeah, certainly will be happy. 13.89 seconds for Shante Augustine. So she's really improved a long way in this hurdle event.
This is what exposure does. This is what competition does. This is what training does. Now look at the technique there. It's nice. It's smooth over the hurdles. There's no jumping anywhere. In fact, most of the ladies seems to have the technique down. They would have done quite well.
And that hence the top four. They ran under the previous record of 15.22.
And what has been happening on the international scene, they have the hurdles, the 100 meters hurdles for women has taken over as the ending a meet. When you have an event that ends a meet, it sends a signal or a message ending in a special high. So this event has really gone leaps and bounds in most recent times.
I quite agree with you. A number of the ladies in the 100-meter hurdles looking to get, you have quite a few of them sub-13s. So that speaks volume for the hurdles.
Very competitive 100 meters in the last Diamond League. It's a competitor here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. The wind reading plus 0.8 meters per second, which means establishing a new record.
Oh, confirmation there. It's a new record for Shanti Augustine in the women's 100 meters hurdles. Legitimate wind speed of 0.8 meters per second and a time, new record time of 13.89 seconds, representing MVP, your winner, record holder, Shanti Augustine. And what a good way to start it. These series are sweet of hurdles.
Yeah, so again, the final on the track starts with a record-breaking performance. It's the first final of the afternoon session, and already a record being broken. We saw a number of records go down last evening in the evening session. And so with that relatively calm, negative wind, if we may put it so, that tends to come towards the athletes up the stretch in the evening, we just may see a few more records being broken.
Well, fingers across that. Started well, certainly did. Athlete here from St. David's Track Blazers on the runway. It's a peek into the javelin for open and international men. Let's get ourselves ready for the next event on the track. It'll be the 110 meters hurdles, open and international, and that's for men. And a decision certainly has been taken to do medal presentation after the events, because this is what's happening here now. This is the last race, and your three medalists receiving the medals.
Yeah, quite rightly so, with the rain just a bit in the distance.
And all in the interest of time.
Athlete there from the Track Blazers. That's Intercall silver medalist. With that throw representing St. David Trailblazers.
Event 72, boys measure under 15. In third position, Isai San, Excel Tracker. In second position, Lamont Swift, Fusion Level.
That's the under 15 boys long jump. St. Vincent Grammar School, 1 and 3.
Yeah.
That's the high jump on the 15s. So medals presented right away. Coming up next on the track will be the men's 110 hurdles open international. See the officials just setting the hurdles.
Still have a number of finals to be completed before the second day comes to a close. We have the 110 meters hurdles. That's up next. That will be followed by the 1500 meters women open and international, and the 800 meters, a suite of 800 meters on the 17 male and female, and men open and international. Then we get into suite of 100 meters dash on the under 11s, both male and female. On the 13, male and female. On the 17s, both male and female. Then into the 150 meters on the 9s, male and female. The 300 meters, male and female, that's for on the 11s. We get into a suite of 400 on the 13, on the 17. And back to the 200 meters on the 15, both male and female. On the 20 for boys. Then the 200 meters for women, open and international. 200 meters, men, open and international. And then our relays, 4x100 meters. Suite of those. A 3,000 meter run on the 17 boys. 5,000 meter run, open and international men. And then the curtains will come down. The 4x400 meters, open and international. So, Clyde, we have a full range of events before pull the plug on these 2 days of what has turned out to be a very, very competitive Whitsuntide games. 2 days of competitive rivalry, 2 days of showcasing the best of some of the best of what we have in this part of our world here.
Yeah, certainly it's been a good showcase of athletic talent, especially for many of these athletes who are coming to the end of their season and going into the period of active rest. I think they've certainly gotten a preview as to where they've ended, and now they can begin to set their goals for the 2027 season, which will begin, in September for most, or in August. Let's put it that way. It may just take about a month and a half break, and then, for those going on to the world on the 20s and so on, they will want to continue their preparations, but certainly for quite a few of them, they will be looking just to get some rest take a moment just to relax from all the training and begin to set their goals and look at what has to happen for the new season.
It's an active time. The athletic season, the rest period or the down time, we shortened continually. So many meets, so many meets, so many things happening at the same time. It keeps the athlete active, keep them engaged. It certainly makes for good spectator viewing. Right, we are getting ready for the 110 meters hurdles from men, open and international. And in lane number 3, Kale Lewis representing St. Davis Track Blazers. Kyle Ned will be in lane number 4 representing Ace. Aki Daniel representing St. Davis Track Blazers, and Anthony Phillip representing Fusion Athletic.
Yeah, certainly the local athletes here will take the opportunity to ensure that they get some good time into that event. What is interesting though is that we have young Anthony Phillip of Fusion Athletic. He's only 15, but he's taking part in this, the Open International 110 hurdles. Getting as much experience as possible running along the likes of Kyle Ned and Kay Lewis.
Yeah, the action should resume shortly. But I can update you though. It's that once we get into the flow of things, it'll be fast and furious.
Well, it's beginning to get a bit dark within that region again, Bernard, where the rains generally come from.
Yeah, my forecasting the prediction has not been doing well, so I'm going to stay shut up just yet. In fact, I might have put some goat mouth on the weather. It's been extremely dry these past few months in Grenada here. So we are still waiting the start of this 100 meters. It will be Lewis, Ned, Daniel, and Philip. 110 meters hurdles, open and international for men.
So the women's high jump open international seem to have been completed.
Well, we did certainly have 100 meters for women hurdles. It's a good technical display, and one would hope that we see a repeat here. Well, it's a thing of beauty when it's done and done well. It's speed over hurdles.
Yeah, it's certainly a very skillful event. The technique has to be right, similar to that of the relay event. The technical competence in terms of how smooth you can get over the hurdle, get the leg back down, pick up that momentum again over the next hurdle. It's
Certainly,
really
certainly. It's one of these events you must be practice and practice long and hard. And they're about to start. We have a bit of a bumble there. The young man got up. Guess the waiting certainly don't help. The waiting, the cold weather, it's a lot going against the peak performance. And clearly in lane number 3. And the officials are conferring how to treat with that, what appears to be an early deliberate movements from lane number 3. There are no penalties. It's 110 meters hurdles, open and international for men. Lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Lewis, Ned, Daniel, and Philip, and they're off.
And here they go. Ned running well in the middle of the track. Seem to have the technique pretty well there, Ned. And here comes Lewis, Kid Lewis, as he runs back, but it's going to be Ned. Flash time 14.22 for Kyle Ned. Let's see what he returns. Will remain 14.22.
Did a bit of hammering of 3 or 4 hurdles. That's Ned. It's not as smooth as you would expect. 1 and 2.
Well, with positive 0.9 wind, Bernard.
4 clattered the hurdles, and he still ended with a time
better than he did last year in this event. He won in 14.37, and he has just ran 14.22. So, despite clattering into the hurdles, he certainly has lowered his time from last year.
Well, what we have had since we started back on the track is record-breaking performances. And the indication here is that this is another record-breaking performance by Kyle Ned here in the 110 meters hurdles open and international.
Yeah, certainly a record-breaking afternoon. This the final day of competition in the Whitsuntide Games. It ended last evening with records in the finals, and it has started in the finals today with record-breaking performances. And so again, it speaks to the athletes and how well they are prepared. And they have been going through the pieces all season, and they continue to do well.
A quick fire rapid medal presentation seems to bring back some memories of Tokyo.
Yeah, I like the rapidity of it, Bernard. No need to.
Well, for the persons who are not receiving medals, like ourselves, we'll probably love this. But the medalists sometimes like to bask in a little bit of afterglow and a bit of applauding.
Well, it is actually their moment, but you know, based on the conditions that is prevalent, we have to ensure that, you know, the time is recovered.
You have some new voices coming over your sets just now, because we are going to do some changes right here at the commentary station.
So we welcome you back to the live track and field action here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's the Whitsuntide Games 2026, and in progress now is the javelin, open and international for men, and we're going to resume with some track action as well. The 1500 meters is one of the events that would kickstart some of the events on the track. We already saw some of the hurdles, the 100 and 110 meter hurdles. And then we're scheduled to have the women's 1500 meter run open and international. The girls 800 meter run under 17. Likewise the boys. And then we're going to have the 800 meter run open and international. And then we're going to have the 100 meter sprint events to be followed by the 150s, the 300s, and then come back to the 400s finals, some 200s as well, before we head into the relay events to pull the curtains down on day 2 of Whitsuntide Games 2026. So the track is now being prepared for the 1500 meters. The hurdles are being removed. And in the meantime, the javelin for the open and international men continues.
If you watchers were paying attention, just previously, not the last thrower, but the thrower before that, it was actually Malik Francis out of Panthers International, the Antiguan who broke the javelin under 17 record back in 2024 right here in Grenada with that current record. So we are being graced by the record holder here now competing in the open and international javelin throw.
Well, these Whitsuntide Games have really brought a lot of elite athletes to Grenada. We've seen a number of Carifta medalists participating and returning some outstanding performances as well. And Dishon Smart may be looking at him. It is his record that Dishon would be challenging maybe next year at Carifta Games.
Yes, I was about to lead to that fact. So here we have the current record holder, and amongst the athletes in the stadium, we have one that may break that person's record in young Smart. Smart threw in a distance of 65.07 meters this year in the Carifta Games. As a matter of fact, his last throw was substantially bigger than that 65.07 mark. Unfortunately, he just edged over the line, causing it to be a disqualification, but that shows that he has the potential to come close to that 68-meter mark as a first year. So without a doubt, when next year rolls around, he will be challenging that 68-plus meter mark.
So the ladies for the 1500 meter run open and invitational have taken to the track. And we're going to give you, we see here some 7 ladies on the track. We should expect to see Ajmarie Davis from Root Sports Club, Zenick Jordan from Roses, Aja Stapleton from High Performance, Lovina Fletcher from South City Rising Stars, Kashona Williams also from South City Rising Stars. We have not seen any of them here. There is one of them on the track here now. Kezian John from High Performance, Kyra Samuel from Exceed, Anil Daya from Mustangs, and we should also see Shakonda Paul from Track Blazers.
Yeah, young, I have it, young Kiana Alexander out of Finish Line Sports Club just landed herself a scholarship to one of the U.S. colleges. So we'd like to say congratulations to her on achieving such an opportunity. And it's really not easy for these athletes, as I know that she is currently sitting her CXC exam, so having to put a short hold on those studies and preparations to come here and compete at the games. So it's really, really good that you, the viewers, come down and support our athletes as they're making sacrifices for our entertainment. So you too should make a sacrifice to show them some support.
Well, Kiana Alexander is running for classic lighting finish line. She'll be challenging for a medal here in this 1500 meters open and international.
All right, so we have Alexander in the lead, closely followed there by Kyra Samuel out of Exceed Sports Club. Exceed Sports Club is a club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, so they're still relatively closely bunched. We see now the athlete with the pink top now etching our way forward to the lead.
So Kiana Alexander nicely poised here, just in the second position. So there's the lead pack of 2. Then there is a chase pack of 3.
Alexander now coming on the shoulder of that athlete, number 781. But it's Alexander and I have it, Alexander and
There should be Samara Pay. I think it is from Roses.
maybe Samara Pierre.
Alexander moves into the lead now. They're coming up for the 2-lap remaining, just about 2:21.9 on the clock.
Yes, and it is indeed Samara Pierre out of Roses Academy. Roses originated in Trinidad and actually no, Roses originated in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So it is Roses out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in second, but it's Alexander establishing what seems to be almost a 10-15 meter lead over her closest competitor.
Well, she goes down the back straight now, all by herself. Must be lonely for her up there. As we see, the second spot is now being exchanged between Samara Pay. She now is being relegated to the 3rd position.
Relatively slow pace by the athletes, and that's understandable granted the conditions. Rather cold, rainy day here today in the St. George's, the Kiani James National Stadium.
So some challenge been given to here now to Kiana as they run the turn and head down the home straight to get the bell lap. Moving right on the shoulders now of Kiana Alexander. The bell goes now to indicate the final lap. .400 meters to go in this 1500 meters. They go stride for stride at the top of the curve here before they go down the back straight for the last time. Pace begins to pick up definitely. Let's see who has the best strategy going into this final 250 meters. It looks like Ajmari Davis out of Root Sports Club, who is challenging here. She makes a move now. Would Kiana respond? She does indeed respond. She's not going to allow her to go past her. They're going to have a battle to the finish line as they go around the bend for the final time before they transition into the home straight. Kiana Alexander it is from Classic Lighting finish line with a 5-minute lead, but here comes Davis one more time. too late as Kiana begins to pick up the pace one more time. Kiana Alexander of Classic Lighting finish line, pulling away here now, and she's going to win comfortably in the end. Just about 5 minutes, 11.5 seconds flash time here for Kiana, and a good run by Davis to pick up the second position. And I think it would be Samara Pear. Indeed, it's going to be Samara Pear who is going to pick up the bronze medal here for her club, Rosie's Academy.
Yes, so it's Kiana Alexander winning in a time of 5 minutes, 11.59 seconds. Just a mere 4 seconds short of her PB, which is around the 5 minutes 5:07 mark. So not a bad run at all. Then we have Ajmari Davis out of Roots. That is a club from Antigua and Barbuda. So Antigua and Barbuda continue to do well, and picking up the third place is Samara Pierre. Samara Pierre ran out of Rose's Academy, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I will like to apologize to you viewers. Some of the numbers assigned to the athletes we aren't privy to, so we're trying to figure out some of those athletes whilst running. So apologies once again. But your top three: Kiana Alexander, Ajmari Davis, and Samara Pierre.
As we watch the final athletes come home in the 1500 meters open for women. And again, won by Kiana Alexander. Next on the track would be the girls' 800 meter run in the under 17 category. As we see here again, the final results, those athletes who did not actually start. Still very overcast conditions here at the National Stadium. The lights have been turned on now. It's been very gloomy.
Yeah, these kinds of conditions can induce injuries if the athletes aren't sufficiently warm. So competitors need to ensure that they maintain a level of freshness coming into these events to avoid those injuries.
This section of the crowd has quite a number of incensions. There's some Bajans to the top that we may just be out of the shot. The Trinis are to the right of them, occupying the upper level here, just in line with the finish line as well. As we go down track side now for another medal presentation.
In second position, Ajmari Davis. And winning this event, Kiana Alexander, Classic Lighting. These are winners for event number 89, Women 1500 meter run, open and international.
So there we have the medal presentation for the winners of the 1500 meters for the open and invitational women. And now we're going to get ready for the 800 meter run in the under 17 category. Now in the under 17 girls category, we expect to see Tiana Henry from Root Sports Club, Rihanna Tellis out of Nevis, Shaquanda Paul from Track Blazers, Jordan Collins from Track Blazers, Zenick Jordan from Roses, Tishanti Gibbs from Sprinters, Kenessa Telemac from Phoenix, Jada Piggott, Roots, Samara Pierre Roses, well, she just ran a moment ago, Adriana James from Fusion, Shania Nelson, Peak Performance, Lima Francis, Track Blazers. So a number of the names are repeating here who have just competed. Montisha Senbernard, obviously we have not seen her over these games. She's from Carriacou. Schedule here for South City Rising Stars. Kimari Bernard from Tranquil is also listed to compete in the 800 meters. Annalisa Brown, a noted name not included here in the under 17.
I presume it's due to her participation in the 200-meter event, an event in which she competed in earlier. So I guess she leaves these preferred events to the higher levels and competes in the shorter sprints.
Well, she's a character medalist at the 800 meters. We'd have loved to see her compete.
Definitely.
Maybe she's going to be doing the Open and Invitational 800 meters. But they're getting ready now for the 800 meters under 17. 10 competitors.
Athletes on the inside there just stepping over the line. Maybe anxiety, maybe eagerness.
So there they go, and taking an early lead on this one is Tishante Gibbs of Sprinters Athletics Club. Pretty decent pace to start up this two-lap event. Tishante Gibbs of Sprinters leads here.
Tishante Gibbs, also a silver medalist at the Intercol Games in the 800-meter event, sub-junior level that is. So she's still 14 years old, competing in this under 17 event.
So we see in the mix that Kenessa Telemac from Phoenix. She's on inside in fourth position now, making a move to the lead now. It looks as though it is Jada Piggott from Roots. Just over 400 meters to go. And the flash time after one lap, 1 minute 10.6 seconds. Field begins to spread out nicely here. Tishante now in the third position after a fiery start. Two athletes up front here really looking for the glory. Going down the back straight for the final time. They go stride for stride. Abreast each other here, almost a straight line. They must be having a conversation of some sort with the feet as well. As they approach the 200-meter mark now and going around the turn for the final time as well. The pace begins to pick up definitely.
Seems like Jada Piggott right now establishing her lead over her nearest competitor. Not even establishing, but extending that lead coming down the final 100-meter stretch.
Indeed, it is Jada Piggott of Roots who is really powering and sprinting towards the finish line. She's going to finish in glory. She does so now, an impressive time too. Just about 2 minutes, 23 seconds thereabout. As we see a sprint coming in here for third and fourth. And it looks as though Kenessa Telemac would pick up the third position. But Jada Piggott of Roots, 2 minutes, 22.31 seconds. It was Stapleton from
High
Performance who picked up the silver medal in 2 minutes, 31.06. And Mariah Charles
out of Princess Town Achievers Athletics. So Roots out of Antigua and Barbuda claiming the first position with Jada Piggott. Aya Stapleton out of High Performance, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Maria Charles out of Princess Town Achievers claiming that bronze position.
Well, Tishante Gibbs really started up very fast. She eventually came fifth in the event. As you mentioned, still very young.
Yeah.
2 minutes 36.82 for Tishante Gibbs. Telemac from Phoenix placed fourth. Already sprinting towards the end. A very strong finish from Telemac.
Yeah, relatively quick times, especially posted there by Pickett. Pickett any time around 3:20 is quite a decent time by these young athletes.
The next event on the track will be the boys 800-meter run in the under 17 category. Expecting to see some fireworks there as well.
Yeah, we could look for the likes of Jamari Williams, Kelly Najib, Tyrese Braveboy, Harmon Frank, Noah Coutin, Zion Blackett. All no, Noah Coutin is not contesting this one. Quite
Tyrese
surprising.
Braveboy is there. We saw him at Intercall in both the 800 and 1500 meters.
Yeah, young brave boy got disqualified in the 8th at the Intercall Games, but we are well aware of his prowess in this event, going sub 210 multiple times for the season. Also, there's Kendon Hilaire, another athlete that has been just dancing around that 210 mark, but Najib Kelly out of Nevis comes in with a time of 1 minute 59.45 seconds, so head and shoulders above the rest in terms of his qualifying mark. However, yesterday he settled for the bronze position in the 1500, so today he may be seeking revenge in this 800-meter event.
Well, we're going to come back to the 800-meter event as we go down track side for the medal presentation for the 800 meters for the girls under 17 category.
And winning this event, Jada Pigot, Roots Sports Club, with a time of 2 minutes, 22.31 seconds. These are your winners for event 90, girls 800-meter run, under 17.
So there will be 2 sections contesting this 800-meter event. There will be 2 sections contesting this event.
So we have here maybe a total of 32 competitors registered for the 800 meters, and if all of them turn up now, what we have on the schedule here is actually 2 flights, a section 1 and section 2. So Noah Coutin that you're asking about is scheduled to run in section 2. And
we also have Jamani Williams, your Intercall 3rd place finisher in the heat with him. We also have Isaiah John out of Burnley Athletic. He placed what I believe to be 4th in the long jump competition held not too long ago. We also have the likes of Jordan Griffith Hazard in this 800-meter event. That is section 2 of the event. So quite a few notable names here competing today.
so what this appears here is going to be a timed finals, and so the best times coming out of the 2 sections would emerge as the gold, silver, and bronze medalists for this event.
Yes, I guess due to the great quantity of athletes participating here in the event and due to the limited time, there was no place for any prelims, so this is why the event has to be arranged like this. Although I am not in favor of time finals, I believe that athletes need to compete in the same heat against each other, because sometimes the pace in separate races are slightly off, and these athletes don't tend to run with the stopwatches so they can monitor their times. Nonetheless, athletes are implored to give their best in this event.
We're still going to confirm if there are going to be 2 flights, because from what we see in here, there is not a second. Yeah, the second batch is just making their way onto the track now. So this is actually the first flight, or the first section of the two. And so we expect to see here Zion Blackett, Marlon Burke, Derek Brown, Rakri Bowen, Jamari Williams, Najib Kelly, one to look out for, Hammond Frank, Tyrese Braveboy, another one to look out for, Devon St. Louis, Jeremiah Wright, Everett Allman, Kendon Hilaire, Shanzi Joseph, Peter Thomas, Odavian Bouville, and Raheem Stephen. These are the athletes that have been registered to compete. There are 12 athletes on the track, so 4 athletes have not appeared for the event. Jamari Williams, he's there. We will let you know.
Don't seem to see Raheem Stephen out of Top Flight Athletic.
So it's the start of section 1 of the 800 meters for under 17. Kendon Hilaire of altitude is the athlete in the lead at the moment. And we see Jamari Williams giving trail to him very early. These two leading in the early stages. Slight lead change here as a bold move is made very early. Field stretched out already. Normally we tend to find them very closely bunched at this stage. Looks as though it's Odavian Bouville of Lions Athletic and the track pants who might be up front. There they are, bunched back together. Somebody would have to make the early move. Somebody would have to go. It seems as though a move is being made now.
Seems to be Najib Kelly out in the lead.
Najib Kelly from Nevis, who comes in with a seated time of 1 minute 59.45 seconds.
Yeah, so that's Najib Kelly and Jeremiah Wright just being passed there by Zion Blackett out of St. David's Trailblazers.
So it's a very early one to call still, but Najib Kelly is looking good up front. Blackett is giving good chase. Let's see who has the speed going down the home stretch. But Najib Kelly is pulling away slightly, moves into another gear now. The battle is really for second and third, and Najib Kelly is really pulling all he got. St. David's Trailblazers in Blackett is holding on very strong. Kelly wins it here. Blackett would pick up the silver just about now. A good, strong run indeed by Najib Kelly. But Blackett also gave a very good account of himself.
Yes, he did indeed. Najib Kelly seemed a bit disappointed in that performance when he saw the flash time of 2:03. And 2:03, it is indeed 2:03.55 to be specific. So Najib Kelly, 2:03.55. Zion Blackett, 2:04.63. And Shanzi Joseph out of Supernova Athletics, 2:04.79.
So the time to beat going into the second flight is 2:03.55. Najib Kelly out of Nevis. Shanzi Joseph and Zion Blackett really had a battle going in for the second and third positions in this first section. Jamari Williams of Sassy picked up the fourth position. And so Najib would be looking on to see what happens in the second section. So too would be Zion Blackett if he's to pick up a podium position. But as we say, the time to beat really is 2 minutes 3.55 seconds.
Yeah, so let's see what this second batch brings. Would these athletes be able to eclipse the top 3 times posted by our first batch? Or would they failed to attain that mark.
So there they go, the athletes taking up the positions on the track. We have listed here Delvin Connell, St. Vincent Grammar School, Kevin Williams, Georgetown Secondary, Asher Nelson Downs from Extreme Velocity, Ryan Lampkin from Lions Athletic, Jordan Griffith Hazard, GBSS, Aiden St. Louis Sprinters Athletics Club, Olafemi Gale from Altitude, Isaiah John from Burnley, Naquan Antoine from Abilene Wildcats, Amari Ellis Top Flight, Trayvon Batiste High Performance as they get ready to go, Taquan Purcell from Track Blazers, Noah Kutain from GBSS, Jomani Williams from SAS, Dejan Ambrose from IDDAT, and Tylon Smart from St. Francis College.
Interesting to note, the record holder for this event is Handel Robin
from St. Vincent and the
from
Grenadines.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a time of 1:59.18. And if we are following track and field, you would know that Handel has just recently broken the Vincentian record in this event, posting a time of 1:44 in this 800-meter event. So it really tells you that we have quality athletes gracing this Whitsuntide Games, going on to much greater things in the future.
Well, St. Vincent and the Grenadines enjoying the 800-meter runs these days. Shafak Maloney in the female category holding her own as well. As we come back here to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, the second section in the 800 meters under 17, we see Noah Kutin there. He's currently in the second position. And up front, it looks as though it's Aiden St. Louis from Sprinters Athletics Club. Yeah, that's St. Louis who is there from Sprinters. Noah Kutin, nicely poised there as well. The athlete from SAS, that's Jaman Williams. He's also in the mix. Under 400 meters to go. Kutin now moves into the lead. Noah Kutin of GBSS. And then we have from Sprinters, Aiden St. Louis. But it's Noah Kutin who is in the lead here. Intercol champion in the 400 meters, in 800 meters as well. Noah Kutin with 200 meters to go. Aiden St. Louis of Sprinters in second. Maybe 10 meters behind Kutin. Kutin is putting out all the energy that he has. That's just his way of entering the home straight and power into the finish line. Noah Kutin, I'm sure he's going to win this one comfortably here now. Noah Kutin wins this one in fine style. What a good run indeed by Noah Kutin. So too was Aiden St. Louis, who had the second fastest time. 1 minute 13.89. That wouldn't be the time at all. That has to be a mistake on the clock here. Yes. It would be correct. 2 minutes 2.30 seconds. And that would give him the gold medal. It's ahead of 2 minutes 3.55. So Noah Kutin will pick up the gold medal in the 800 meeting under 17.
Yes, indeed. So I believe that would be Noah Kutain with the gold medal, 2:02.30. Then we'll have Najib Kelly, 2:03.55. And Zion Blackett collecting the third and bronze medal, 2:04.63. Despite the second and third place times not being posted yet for this heat, I doubt they were within 1 to 2 seconds of young Kutin.
Well, I want to say a special good evening to Vaughn. Vaughn must be delighted. This is one of the athletes that he has discovered and has been nurturing. Congratulations, Vaughn. Well done to yourself and Noah Kutin of GBSS, winning in 2 minutes 2.30 seconds. And Najib would pick up the silver medal in 2 minutes 3.55 seconds. The top two finishers in this timed finals of the 800 meters for under 17 boys.
Yeah, and it's really inspirational knowing that Noah's circumstance, having to come back from such a tragedy and being almost head and shoulders above his competitors at just the age of 15. So Noah still has another year in this category. So one could only assume what is to come next year.
So there we go as the boys for the 800-meter run, open and international, on the track now. And here we expect to see Trevor Joseph from Classic Light in finish line, Kenneth Gurley from IDDAT, Kyle Victor from South City Rising Stars, Malachi Nero from Exceed, Javier Bowen on attach, Jamarian Mallet from Extreme Velocity, Antoine Blackett of Fusion, Romel Charles, Top Flight, Ishmael John, Top Flight, Michael Duncan from Roses, Lyndon Archibald from Ace, and Simon James from High Performance. As we go back on track side for the medal presentation to the winners of the 800 meters under 17. The top three finishers, Noah Kutain, Najib. Noah Kutain, the gold medal. Najib, the silver.
And Blackett claiming that bronze position. And this the under 20, not the under 20, sorry, the open 800 meter open and international event here on screen. We'll take a pause there to see the awards like for the
javelin, maybe.
Javelin open and international.
Michael Francis. And winning this event, Micah Shepard. With a distance of 69.77 meters. These are your winners for event 93, men javelin through, open and international.
As we come back trackside now for the 800 meters run for the men, open and international. They're up and running now. And Fusion Athletics making a very early move here.
Yeah, that's Adriel Mitchell. Adriel Mitchell just yesterday won the 1500 meter event in a new personal best of 4 minutes 07 seconds. So Mitchell would be trying to get another PB here in this 800 meter event, his preferred event, trailed closely there by his compatriot out of the same club, Tash Thomas.
Well, Adrian Mitchell has had some very good seasons. Last year, I think maybe was one of his better seasons. He comes in with a seeded time of 1 minute 53.37 seconds. And he would definitely fancy his chance here, having already won the 1500 meters yesterday. And leading so far in the 800 meters as they go around the turn, at the top turn for the last time and enters into the back straight. Adriel Mitchell is really pulling away from Taj at the moment. Taj is still in the second position, but Adriel Mitchell will be difficult to catch him now because he does have a little kick in him. And I'm sure when he enters into the home straight, we would see a little more acceleration again, but he continues to move nicely around the bend here. And transitioning now into the home straight, he begins to pump a little harder. Taj would be challenged here by South City Rising Stars, but Adriel Mitchell seems to be the runaway winner here. Taj has his challenge, but Adriel Mitchell wins it here now, dips for the tape as well, and the battle is for second and third, but Taj Thomas in the end picks up the second position. Adriel Mitchell in 1:55.10. The winning time, and Taj Thomas in 1:59.18, the second position. And it is Jalen St. Louis from South City Rising Stars in 1 minute 59.41, who picks up the bronze medal here. But a good run from Adriel Mitchell for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Although this event actually has two sections, so another time final. So we will keep you posted as to whether or not the top three in this event are able to hold on to their medals.
So we're just going to check because we heard the stadium announcer say it's a new record. The previous record was by Antoine Blackett, 155.12. And the time here, 155.10. So that's a new record, but we still have to wait and see what happens in the second section. And the second section would have the likes of Trevon Joseph, Kenneth Gurley, Kyle Victor, Malachi Nero, Javier Bowen, Jamarian Mallet, Antoine Blackett. We just heard his record been smashed there. Romel Charles, Ishmael John, Michael Duncan, Lyndon Archibald, and Simon Jones.
Yeah, so would Blackett now, hearing that his record has been broken, would he want to re-establish that in this heat come now?
Well, Antoine Blackett is there in the red and white with the headband as well. The fifth athlete from the inside. And he's just heard the stadium announcer mention his record has gone. Let's see what Antoine Blackett can do. Can he run better than he did last year? If he does so, he can regain his record in maybe 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, let's see. Romel Charles, though, will definitely pose a strong challenge to him. He defeated Mitchell earlier on in the season, running a personal best of 153 plus. So let's really keep our eyes on those two athletes, Blackett and Charles.
Well, Romel Charles is in the lead at the moment. Antoine Blackett is in second. We can never rule out an ace athlete as well. And for ace, we have here Lyndon Archibald. He's the athlete here from ace, but I don't think Archibald would be able to challenge an Antoine Blackett or Romel Charles in this one. 400 meters, just about gone now with 400 remaining.
Yeah, the pace seems to be quite impressive coming through the first 400 meters in about 55 seconds.
58 seconds it was after the first 400 meters. So they're on good pace here for a record-breaking performance. The gauntlet has been laid on. Antoine Blackett now moves back into the lead. It's a real battle between the top three here now. Antoine Blackett, the defending champion before the last event. Yeah, he won it last year.
That seems like Jamarian Millet out on his shoulder, seeing if he can pose a challenge to Blackett as they come into the last 100 meters.
Well, Antoine Blackett, and then there is Romel Charles making a run back here, but Antoine Blackett looking to regain his record. Let's see what happens. Antoine Blackett finishes at 154.5, the flash time. And if that stands, that will be a new record again, re-establishing his record. Antoine Blackett, knowing what he had to do, and went out and did extremely well. A flash time of 154.57, the adjusted time 154.57. And it means that Antoine Blackett would have regained his record that was smashed only about 2 minutes ago by Adriel Mitchell.
Yeah, so that may have just served him the motivation to put down such a performance, 154.57. I also believe that this is his personal best. So that run from Mitchell definitely sparked a fire within him to come out here and post a 154.57.
Well, he came in with a seeded time of 155.02 and just ran 154.57. Antoine Blackett here regaining his championship record in just about 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, and interesting to note, the other two athletes in this event will pick up the actually no, the second place athlete will pick
Adriel
up
Mitchell. Adriel Mitchell will be second with 155.02, I think it was.
Yes, and it seems to be Romel Charles that will pick up the bronze position in this event?
Well, some good performances. It would have been even nicer to see both Adriel Mitchell and Antoine Blackett in the same race. That didn't happen. They had to run against the clock. But nonetheless, some very competitive times returned by both Adriel Mitchell and Antoine Blackett. In the end, it was Antoine Blackett delivering a stellar performance to maintain the record at these championships. Lost it for maybe just 2.5 minutes.
Just 2.5 minutes, quite short-lived. Kind of reminds you when Christophe established a new record in that triple jump back in 2025 in Trinidad, only to have the record being broken by Amani Phillips out of Jamaica on his next jump. But nonetheless, an impressive performance here.
So there you have the winners of the 800 meters for men, open and international. Very competitive indeed. And then we're going to go back to the 100-meter track for the 100-meter dash on the 11. That's the next event on the track.
Yeah, on screen. Now you have the shot put under 17 going through their warm-up paces. In this field, we have the Carifta silver medalist in Kazim Telesford. So will he be able to establish a new PB, possibly exceeding his 15.87 PB, probably crossing that 16-meter mark today?
Well, the shot put on the discus eye, his pet events. I think it's still better in the discus, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there.
So the lineup for the 100 meters on the 11 girls, we should see Antonia Taylor from Princess Town Achiever. She was here in studio with us this morning. She's the current record holder for the 80 meters in the under 9 category. Chelsea McDonald from Princess Town Achievers. She's also into the finals. Nadira Filbert from Momentum. Tania Gibbs-Latouche, one to look out for. She is running out of lane 4 from Sprinters Athletics Club. Faye Augustine from Altitude Track Academy. Zorina Harry from Biomechanics. Zakia Joseph from Roots Sports Club. And we also have Hadasha Frank from Classic Lighting Finish Line.
Yeah, the record in this event is posted at 13.81 seconds. Tania Gibbs-Latouche came close to this record in the prelims with a time of 13.85 seconds, although the wind was slightly above the allowable mark of 2 meters per second. So let's see if the competition will allow her to attain this record.
Well, she comes in with the fastest time, as you mentioned, 13.85. And then the next fastest time is 14.14. And that is by Antonia Taylor. And the third fastest time would be by Nadira Filbert from Momentum, 14.46. So Tania Gibbs-Latouche maybe a class above the rest in terms of the times that they returned in the preliminaries. But as we always say, when they line up on the track, athletes versus athletes, that's where the real difference is. And when it comes to the sprint events, whoever gets the better start and can maintain that to the end can become the winner quite easily.
Yeah, not all the time it is the flat speed of that athlete or the talent of the athlete that determines their position. There are many factors going into these types of events, and many of which a major factor as to whether or not an athlete can medal is composure. Being able to hold your composure is a key component in these sprint events. You would think back to the likes of Asafa Powell, a very talented athlete, but when when it comes to the big events, typically crumbled due to him not being able to maintain that composure. So many factors going into attaining a medal.
Well, folks from Trinidad and Tobago, Princess Town to be exact, you're going to have two athletes competing in the finals of the 100 meters for the under 11 girls. This morning we heard from the coach from that club, Coach Nigel Matthew.
Let's go down to our in-house announcer for the lineup.
Well, there you have it, the lineup for the girls 100 meters in the under 11 category. They'll be chasing a record of 13.81 seconds. Well, the wind has certainly died down a lot, so they will not be wind assisted by any measure from what we see from the flags here. And the time alone is going to tell whether or not the 13.81 will go today. But there they go. Tanaya Gibbs Latouche already looking good. But on the inside, Antonia Taylor is also giving good challenge from Princess Tongue. But Tanaya Gibbs Latouche pulls away and wins it now. 11.23. Again, I was about to call the flash time, but that could never be correct. We're going to wait for the flash time or the official time for Tanaya Gibbs Latouche. But a good run on the inside from Antonia Taylor as well. 14.11, and the wind speed being legal is going to be another new record. No, it's not going to be a record. The record stands at 13.8. And so Tanaya Gibbs Latouche winning here. Taylor on the inside picking up the second position, and Zarina Harry picking up the third position in 14.55.
All right, so it's Tanaya Gibbs Latouche, our local athlete, followed by Antonia Taylor out of Princess Tongue Achievers, Trinidad and Tobago, and Zarina Harry out of Biomechanics, 14.55 out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
So before the race start, we're going to go for the medal presentation, and the way it's been done today is that the medal presentations would follow every final event. And so we're getting ready for the presentation to the 100 meters on the 11 girls. So we say congratulations to Gibbs Latouche. Special congratulations to Antonia Taylor. As I mentioned earlier, she was up here in the studio with us. She was saying that she wanted that gold medal, but I'm sure she's happy to get the silver medal to take back to Princess Town. Shout out to her mom, Anastasia Herbert. So there they are. Now we go back to trackside for the boys 100 meters on the 11. Kesrod McPhee. We're going to go down to house microphone for the lane assignments.
Representing Top Flight Athletics Jaden Wilson. Lane number 3, out of Trinidad and Tobago, Burnley Athletics Club, Cadmiel Graham. Lane number 4, out of St. Lucia, representing SP Survivors, fastest in qualifying, Avery Marriott. Lane number 5, representing Peak Performance Track Club, Amir Rennie. Lane number 6, representing Fusion Athletics, Khalil Howell. Lane number 7, representing St. David Trailblazers, Xavier Jeremiah. And rounding out the field, representing Southern Pros, Lionel Joseph. That's the field.
Well, there you have it, the
Under
lineup
11
for the boys.
100 meter dash.
100 meters
final.
under 11. And Avery Marriott from Survivors, 13:56, the best time coming in. But Ami Rene, right here from Peak Performance, would want to challenge him. But apparently Rene is not here. Something
It's
may
a
have
clean
been wrong
start
with
for
Rene,
the
but they're up
under
and
11 boys
running.
100 meter dash. The new record holder
It's
goes in
Avery
lane number
Marriott
4. Avery
out
Marriott
of
already
Survivors.
stamping his authority on the field. He went 13.56 to make it to the final, and he's got the gold wrapped up.
A spirited run indeed by Avery Marriott of Survivors, 13.28. Doing much better than he came into the preliminaries. And winning the gold medal here is Avery Marriott from Survivors.
Yeah, 13.28 by under 11 is extremely impressive, and you can see the determination as he comes down the track there. Nobody even close to him. Unfortunately, the wind speed, 2.4 meters per second, not being able to get that record. So twice today, he would have went under the record, but twice the wind was illegal. So kind of unfortunate, but that is how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Medal presentation taking place now. And that's for the high jump for the Women Open and International. Avery Marriott looking good. Cadmiel Graham from Burnley picked up the silver medal. And Kelly Howell from Fusion Athletics picked up the bronze medal.
Yeah, not a bad performance there at all by these 3 athletes. As we move on now to the under 13 girls 100 meter dash.
Just a minute here. It leaves us to wonder maybe what is wrong with Ami Rennie, because we expected to see him in the finals.
Yeah.
He did very well yesterday in his events as well, and we saw him earlier on today.
One can only speculate. Maybe the weather conditions, as coach saying, hey, maybe the conditions I don't want you to run in it, or maybe he picked up a slight knock over the waiting period, so one can only speculate.
Whatever the situation, we hope all is well with young Ami Rennie. You know, his mom is one of his biggest cheerleaders. Always very concerned about the pronunciation of his surname as well. So we know that we got it right here. Ami Rennie, we hope all is well with you. As we're witnessing now the medal presentation for the under 11 boys 100 meters. Good to see the youngsters enjoying themselves on the big stage. As we get ready now for the under 13 girls in the 100 meters.
Record for this event once more is by Yolanda Lewis, established in 2017, 12.53 seconds. It would take quite a run to eclipse this 12.53 seconds. As a matter of fact, the best under 13 boy, JDL Andrew himself, may have trouble touching this record. So for under 13 girl to go 12.53 will take quite a run.
That's a 9-year-old record we're looking at here. It's going to take maybe 9 more years, I would think, before we see an athlete with that caliber to do a sub 13 in the under 13 girls category.
Yes. So we now move down to the house announcer for the lineup.
To Track Academy, Janelle Kanai. Lane number 6, your 200-meter gold medalist, 13.36 to qualify. Supernova Athletics out of Antigua and Barbuda, Camilla Choi. Lane number 7, representing St. Vincent and the Grenadines, That Academy, Zandra Walker. And rounding out the field, representing Classic Lighting, South St. George Government, Taraji Williams. That's the field.
Well, there you have it, the lineup for the girls 100-meter dash under 13. It's good to see Janelle Kanai back in the lineup. We saw her pulling up yesterday.
Yeah.
And she's back out today, coming in actually with the fastest time, 13.08 seconds. And Kanai, we know, is a phenomenal athlete in the under 13 circuit here in Grenada. And it's good to see her lining up against some of the region's best. Next best time here is from Excel Track Club's Sky Kane at 13.44. And then we have Kelly Walcott from Sprinters at 13.48. Jamie Smith is also in there, one that we cannot rule out. She comes in with 13.64. Jazzian Johnson in lane 1. And there they go. Not a good start for Johnson, but let's see what Kanai can do here. She's running out of lane 5. It's a close one to call here now. It looks as though it's going to be out of lane 6. Camilla Choi from Supernova Athletics just moving towards the back end of the race and going past everyone. Camilla Choi of Supernova Athletics, 13.25, the winner.
Yeah, no surprise there out of Supernova Athletics. That's Choi. She ran quite well and quite measured in the prelims, and I can't say I am surprised at all with the results. 13.25, a splendid time there posted by Choi out of Supernova Athletics. In second place, we have Sky Kane, Excel Track Club, and claiming the third place, Zandra Walker out of That Academy. It seems that when Kanai is faced with real pressure on her outside, she can't maintain that form. She's young, so hopefully she can work on that, but the pressure seemed to be a bit too much there for young Kanai.
Well, take nothing away from the winner, Camilla Choi of Supernova. She delivered the goods when it matters most.
Supernova out of Antigua and Barbuda.
Well, I can tell you Antigua and Barbuda would relish in names like Tyra Fenton, who was phenomenal in the recently held Carifta Games right here. And she really would have to make up her mind which would be her best event over the 100, 200, and the 400 meters. That good an athlete is Tyra Fenton.
Yeah, so maybe in a couple years' time we can hear Fenton's name being replaced by Koi.
In the 200, Zavon Phillip. Lane number 5, High Performance out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Kyrie Gloucester. Lane number 6, Mustangs out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Bronze in the 200, Taik Pompey. Lane number 7, St. David Track Blazers, Ronan Lessie. And rounding out the field, representing Adrenaline Ducks out of Trinidad and Tobago, Hakeem Kudre.
Well, there you have it, the lineup. The favorite here, Jadel Andrew 12.68. Saw him being beaten in the 400 meters preliminaries earlier on.
By the man on his outside, Zevon Phillip, that is.
From Adrenaline Ducks. Seems to be a false start here. Could be the athlete in lane 6.
Yeah, looks like the athlete in lane 6. That is Tyreek Pompey.
From Mustangs.
Oh no, or is it Lessie? Seems like Lessie with the first movement in lane 7.
It's a close one between Leslie and Pompey. You may just be correct. Leslie may have made the first move, and that may have pulled Pompey as well with him. Let's look back again one more time. Yeah, it's a close one, but it appears to Leslie may have been up a little earlier.
Just
made the initial move. Let's see what the officials would return. They do not have the benefit of the video replay. But the video referee is here now, so they can always call on me if they're unsure. The starters confer to come up with the decision. Seems as though the entire field may be cautioned. Let's see what the decision is, but it's definitely some early movements between lane 7 and lane 6. And so the caution is issued.
Yeah, so at this age, under 11, the entire field is going to be cautioned. This type of leniency would definitely not be shown to athletes of a greater age, but...
So they're going to have one more to try at it again. Cadeau, Alert, Andrew, Phillip, Gloucester, Pompey, Leslie, Kudrick. 100 meters under 13 boys on the way now. Let's see who makes the early run. We're looking at Jadel Andrew and Zevon Phillip. But Jadel Andrew is pulling away from everybody here. He's in a no-nonsense mood. He's going to win this one very comfortably indeed. 12.56 on the flash time. And he came in at 12.68. 11.92 is the record. Adjusted now to 12.61. And Pompey from Mustang picked up the second position in 13.07.
Yeah, so JDL Andrew, no surprise there, 12.61. That's the time he's been posting for the entire season, around 12.6. So congratulations there to Andrew, claiming the second. Tyreek Pompey out of Mustangs, that is St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Kyrie Gloucester, high performance, 13.08, also out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Well, Zevon Phillip, who defeated Andrew in the preliminaries of the 400, seems to maybe favoring the 400-meter event. They're going to clash later on this evening again in the 400 meters, and time will tell how that one would go. But for the moment, the glory is for JDL Andrew or Sprinters Athletics Club, 12.61. We're going to go trackside momentarily for the medal presentation. But a great prospect indeed is JDL Andrew as he transitions into the secondary school.
Yes, I wonder which school would be able to grace his presence.
I have a strong feeling I know where he's heading to.
As do I.
Time is going to tell next day at Intercall Games. Maybe all I can say here now is that he was a standout athlete for the St. Andrews Primary School GUT branch.
Yeah.
So the girls are getting themselves ready now for the 100 meters in the under 17 category. And a very impressive lineup indeed. Rihanna Thomas, Kelsey Stroud, Brianna Oliver, Jill Peters, one to look out for. A Carifta medalist, she's here. Kylie Williams, Kayla Allen, Kea Swan, Tishana Bascom.
Yeah, well, Jill Peters, head and shoulders above the rest. As a matter of fact, you, the viewers, should be on record watch because JL Peters posted a time of 11.93 seconds in the prelims, and the record is just 11.92, a mere hundredth of a second away from her preliminary time. So, will she be able to eclipse this record here today?
Well, she ran 11:87 on this very same track here on the Easter weekend to pick up the 5th position in the 100 meters at the Carriacou Games. And if she can do anything close to that, it's goodbye for the records for sure.
Yeah, so let's really pay keen attention to this race.
Representing Classic Lighting, finish line, Kaya Suwon. And rounding out the field, representing St. David Trailblazers, Tashona Bascom.
Well, there you have it, the lineup for the girls 100-meter dash under 17. And as we mentioned, it's a very impressive lineup indeed. JL Peters in lane 4, she comes in as the favorite. It's good to see Kylie Williams back out here today from South City Rising Stars. She's in lane 5. Rihanna Thomas from Peak Performance in lane 1 would want to offer some challenge as well. So too will be Kaya Swan from Classic Lighting finish line. They're up and running, and already we see JL Peters establishing herself just about 50 meters gone, and JL Peters is already in the lead by 5-7 meters and wins very comfortably. 11:78 the flash time, and the wind speed, we're looking to see it is a plus 0.3 meters per second, legal indeed, 11.80 adjusted, and so it's a new record for JL Peters of Burnley Athletics Club in the 100 meters for girls under 17.
Yes, no doubt about it. Young Peters there stamping her authority on the field. Sparks a little smile there to supporters in the crowd. Young Peters, 11.80 seconds. Wasn't much competition there, and she was still able to post such a amazing time. And it's important to note that she is only 15.
Well, she did better than she did at the Carriacou Games right here. At Carriacou, she did 11.87. Today, she did 11.80 to establish a new record in the girls' 100-meter dash in the under 17 category. She's going to receive her medal now. And it must be a very proud moment for JL Peters and the fans out there from Trinidad and Tobago.
Second position, Kelsey Shaw, high performance. And winning the race event, JL Peters, Burnley Athletics Club, 11.80 seconds.
There you have it, the winners of the 100 meters under 17. An impressive run here by JL Peters of Burnley, delivering as expected. Another very impressive lineup here for the boys under 17 100 meters. And we're going to see some fireworks for sure. Sub 11 time is expected here as we go to the house microphone for the lane assignments.
Academy, Keon George. Lane number 2, Extreme Velocity Track Club out of Barbados, Rashawn Holder. Lane number 3, out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, representing Excel Track Club, Nashawn Fergus. Lane number 4, representing Altitude Track Academy, fastest in qualifying, Philip Mitchell. Lane number 5, representing Velocity Track Club, Marquise Castle. Lane number 6, representing Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Nathaniel Alfred. Lane number 7, out of St. Lucia, representing Abilene Wildcats, Jahil Dormont. And lane number 8, representing Altitude Track Academy, Dante Oliver.
So there you have it again, the lineup for the boys 100-meter dash on the 17. Philip Mitchell comes in with the best time of 10.84. And he would want to redeem himself on this track, considering what happened to him here at the Carriacou Games.
Yeah, the false start. And I've noticed about Philip, he seemed to put on quite a bit of muscle.
Well, he has been one of the athletes that has shown tremendous improvement throughout the season. I remember him doing 11 flat as his opener for the season, and he has consistently gone below 11 seconds throughout the season so far. Let's see what he does on this occasion here. He has Marquis Castle to his right and Nashon Fergus to his left. And it's a nice, clean start for all of them. Let's see when Philip Mitchell is going to make his move. He's getting some good competition here from Nathaniel Alfred. But here goes Philip Mitchell and wins in a flash time of 10.75. Much better than he did. Let's see what it will be adjusted to and what the wind speed will be as well. But 10.75 on the flash time here for Philip Mitchell. He continues to impress.
Yeah. Stupendous run there by Philip Mitchell. Never in doubt. And indeed, a 10.79.
And that would be a personal best, I would think, for Philip Mitchell.
Definitely a personal best and a legal win. 10.79 at only 15. I don't think there's any catching Philip at this point.
Nathaniel Alfred gave good chase, but had to settle for second with a 11.16 seconds. And the Nation Fergus, who was to the left of Philip Mitchell, in third with 11.33.
Yeah, folks, if you want some context as to how good this performance is, when Ethan Sam was 16, he was posting these sorts of times. So Philip Mitchell, a year younger, is posting similar times to Grenada's renowned Ethan Sam. So we really need to keep an eye on Mitchell come next year for the Carriacou Games.
As we continue here now, we move to the 150-meter dash on the 9 girls. That's the next event on the track, and already we see the youngsters making their way onto the track to take up their positions at the starting lineup. And we expect to see Soraya DeLeon of Classic Lighting 473 MVP. But before that, we're going to go trackside for the medal presentation for the winners of the 100 meters under 17 boys.
Nathaniel Alfred, South City. And winning this event, Philip Mitchell, Altitude Track Academy, 10.79 seconds. These are winners for event 58, boys 100-meter dash under 17.
Well, there seems to be some issue there with Nathaniel Alfred. Let's hope it's not anything too serious.
We head over to the 150 mark for the under 9
As we
150
go
meter
back
dash final.
to the track for the
The
150
field for this
meter
event running out of lane
dash
number
on the
1,
9.
representing Mustangs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Jalea John. Lane number 2, Classic Lighting 473 MVP, Zayla Jeremiah. Lane number 3, out of Barbados, representing Elevate Performance, Ava Eddie. Lane number 4, representing GTC Runners Athletics Club, Xavier Slinger. Lane number 5, representing Classic Lighting 473 MVP, Sarai DeLeon. Lane number 6, representing Southern Pros, Mia Joseph. Lane number 7, representing Classic Lighting, South St. George Government, Zuri Rock. And rounding out the field, representing Classic Lighting 473 MVP, Tavia Latouche Matthew.
So that's the lineup for the girls 150-meter dash. The record stands at 23.03 by Gibbs Latouche, Tanya Gibbs Latouche. And the likes of Soraya DeLeon may have her eyes on the record, but she comes in with a best time of 24.55. I don't think the record will be challenged today for sure. But Soraya De Leon having a very good season and is expected to win this one.
Yeah, De Leon has been looking good for the entirety of the season. Let's see if she can culminate a good season here with a gold medal at the Whitsuntide Games in the 150-meter event.
Well, Mia Joseph from Southern Pros may have different thoughts on that. She comes in at 24.83 as against 24.55 by De Leon. And I'm sure she has her eyes on the gold medal as well.
Yeah, definitely going to be a competitive event.
It's their moment to shine, the youngsters in the under 9 category. They're on the starters orders. They're up and running, a nice clean break here. Let's see who makes up the stagger on the turn and heads into the home straight. We're looking to see the likes of Soraya De Leon and Mia Joseph. And on the inside is looking good too is Jalea John from Mustangs. But here comes now Soraya De Leon from 473 MVP. In lane 3 is also looking good, Ava Ede. But here comes Soraya De Leon, she wins it. And second looks as though it's Ava Ede of Elevate Performance from Barbados. But Soraya De Leon delivering on the moment on the big stage to win the gold medal in the under 9 150 meters.
Yeah, it was relatively even coming off the bend, but De Leon just had the strength to push past her opponents come the 150, 160 meter mark.
Well, she won in a time of 24.57 seconds. Ava Ide of Elevate Performance was second in 25.02. And Mia Joseph picked up the bronze medal in 25.17 seconds.
Yeah, almost mistaked Tavia Latouche Matthew for Tavia Gibbs Latouche. I was wondering, well, why is the record holder still in this event? But Matthew, not Gibbs.
So that was the girls 150 meters. They're going to have their medal presentation momentarily as the boys are already on the track for their 150 meter event. So the boys are up and running. The 150 meters for boys under 9. And Tyler Bain is there. So too is Damari Paul. Damari Paul struggling at the moment, but Tyler Bain is looking good. Also in lane 2 is Omarion Arthur. But it's Tyler Bain who is going to win this one for Sprinters Athletics Club. Damari Paul maybe a bit tired today. Not his best day on the track. But Tyler Bain delivering and winning this one, the 150 meters under 9 boys.
Yeah, Tyler Bain had to settle for...
Well, Tyler Bain was playing second fiddle to Damari Paul all season. And now Tyler Bain has just won the event. We are with the official results on it. The fans are just as anxious as we are as well.
Yeah, so that was Bain claiming the gold medal there over his 2 Barbadian counterparts.
So it's Tyler Bain in 21.23, Amir Burnett from Elevate in second in 21.37, and Josiah Moore also from Elevate in 21.38. Damari Paul having to settle for the 4th position. I think that may have been his first 4th position for the season.
Actually, I believe he came 7th, was it, yesterday in that 80-meter dash. So I guess coming down to the end of the season, not being able to hold his form, but that's okay at this tender age.
Seems to be some issue there with Damari Paul for sure. And whatever it is, we hope that he can get over and come back next year again with some brilliant performances as we saw throughout the season.
Yes, indeed.
The girls' 300-meter dash would be the next event on the track. The men's triple jump open and international is also in progress. And oh, what a mishap there in the triple jump. In the triple jump, we should see Joshua Richard, Aviel Jr. Williams, Christopher Latouche, Rick Cadet, Shemer Fleming, Rommel James, Christophe Caliste, character gold medalist in the under-17 category, Timothy Greenidge, and Trevor Burgeon. These are the registered competitors in the triple jump open and international.
The meter dash on the 9. Position, Josiah Moore, Elevate Performance. In second, in third place, Josiah Moore.
So you're going to check.
In second place, Amir Bunnett, Elevate Performance. And winning this event, Tyler Bain, Sprinters Athletics Club, 21.32, 3 seconds. These are winners of event 64, boys on 50-meter dash, under 9.
So we're getting set for the 300 meters dash on the 11 girls. Another impressive lineup here with Sydney Joseph, Kiana Sylvan, Shanilia Forbes, Ariel Charles, Tanaya Gibbs Latouche, she's back. Zarina Harry, Amia McIntyre, she's also back. And Saria Warren. These are the competitors for the 300-meter dash in the under 11 category.
Yeah, Gibbs Latouche actually established a new record in this event in the prelims, 46.05 seconds. Would she be able to go under that record here tonight?
Well, they're up and running. Time alone will tell that story. Tanaya Gibbs Latouche continues to impress. She's already making up the stagger on Zorina Harry to her outside. Amia McIntyre is also making up the stagger on Saria Warren from Exceed Sports Club. But here comes Tanaya Gibbs Latouche now as they run the turn and transition into the home straight. Already making up the stagger is Tanaya Gibbs Latouche. And she emerges ahead of the rest of the field with 80 meters to go. Tanaya Gibbs Latouche looking to see if she can lower the record she established in the preliminaries of 46.05 seconds. She has a 10-minute lead over Amia McIntyre. Gibbs Latouche wins comfortably in the end, 45.75 on the flash time.
And it is confirmed, 45.75, establishing a new record once more. Tania Gibbs Latouche really putting on a show for you here, the audience. 45.75 seconds. Second place, we have Amia McIntyre from South City Rising Stars, 46.96 seconds. And claiming the bronze, Zorina Harry out of Biomechanics St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 47.78 seconds.
Well, I can tell you, Tanaya Gibbs Latouche might be nicknamed New Record. Last year she established a series of records, and this year she's doing just the same.
And
she's done it in the preliminaries. Now she's back in the finals to even better the record that she established earlier on today. A standout athlete indeed is Tanaya Gibbs Latouche from Sprinters Athletics Club.
And more so amazing is that this is only her first year in this age category.
From the records we have here, she's only 9 years old.
Only 9 years old. This really speaks volumes as to the kind of potential she has. Talking about records, let's see if Marriott can establish this one.
So they're up and running here. Is the boys 300-meter dash in the under 11 category. Yard, Clark, Yard, Graham, Marriott, McPhee, Church, and Romaine. Already Marriott have made up the stagger on all of the athletes. He's running out of lane 5. Marriott, Avery Marriott from Survivors. He has some challenge on his outside now from Kesron McPhee of Exceed Sports Club. But Avery Marriott from Survivor running very close to the line indeed. And we see Kezron McPhee looking to give some challenge, but Avery Marriott is gliding nicely towards the finish line. McPhee would have to settle for the silver medal. Avery Marriott wins it here. And 45.11 on the flash time.
And if that holds, 45.14, another new record by Avery Marriott, re-establishing his record from last year, 45.18, lowering it to 45.14.
Another good performance from Avery Marriott from Survivor's Club. 45.14 to win as we look back here. And picking up the second position was Kezron McPhee from Exceed. Talon Yard of Elevate picked up the bronze medal in 46.16. But there is the gold medal winner. There is the record holder as well. Avery Marriott, a champion indeed.
Yeah, quite a well-built athlete for his age. Tall, strong, good framework for the future.
The St. Lucians must be in their glee. Again, I want to say good afternoon to my good friend there, Terry Finnis there. And all the folks there in St. Lucia. Your boy Avery Marriott has delivered record-breaking performances here at the Whitsuntide Games in 2025 and the 2026. The exciting events continue as we segue now towards the 400-meter events. We're going to have 400 meters in the under 13, under 17 categories. So both the under 13 and under 17 categories. And then we have the exciting 200 meters still to come. And so Clyde John is going to rejoin us in the commentary position to join me in bringing the exciting commentary to you. Wherever you are in Grenada, within the Caribbean region, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis. Wherever you're getting this broadcast, for those of you who are in the diaspora, North America, Canada, United Kingdom, Asia, wherever you are and you're receiving this broadcast, we shout you out today. And we hope that you are enjoying this coverage that we're bringing to you from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Medal presentation for the winners of the 300 meters under 9 category, under 11 category.
Winning this event, Avery Marriott, Survivors, 45.1 seconds, and that is...
There you have it, the winners of the 300 meters. A record-breaking performance for Avery Marriott out of Survivors Club from St. Lucia.
Marriott certainly is in gold form. He's in golden form, we would put it. Everything he touches turns to gold. He continues to have an outstanding Whitsuntide Games 2026.
So we get ready for the 400-meter suite of events. We'll start with the 400 under 13 girls. Certainly, Leslie, a record-breaking evening so far. A number of records. We've had the drama of a two-minute record holder.
Antoine Blackett was saying, you're not going to hold on to this record for too long, Adriel. I'm going to take my record back in 2.5 minutes' time. And that is exactly what he did. But I think what is contributing to a lot of these records at the back end of the track and field meet is that the clubs that are coming in with quality events. Quality athletes, I beg your pardon. Athletes of high standards, high quality. Carifta athletes as well. And so they bring a different level of performance and a different level to the games and we're getting the results in records.
Well, I quite agree with you. Even our own local athletes here, we've seen them throughout the season. They've been dominant and they continue to dominate. So it tells you that they are in really good condition. And again, we must mention the work of the coaches to keep them performing the way they do. What is good again about it is the fact that their times are throughout improving. And you're seeing it here with a number of new personal bests being established for many of them.
Well, what I want to say about the Whitsuntide Games as well. So we know that the Carriacou Games is a gold standard that brings all of these regional athletes together on a big stage. But this Whitsuntide Games is doing something of maybe a lesser impact, but achieving maybe some of the same results, where we see several different clubs and countries participating here. So the athletes from one country can really measure and gauge themselves. So the best under 13 boy here in Grenada, although he feels he's a champion, gets an opportunity now to measure himself with some of the best from Barbados, from Trinidad and Tobago, from St. Kitts, from Antigua, and it really tells the full picture and the real story of how these athletes are matching up with their counterparts in the region.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. And it's always good for the competition itself and gives the athlete the confidence that they can, go on and really compete at another level apart from just the local level.
So we know that there is, for example, the Caribbean Union of Teachers Games, where a lot of the primary school athletes go to. Within the Windward Islands, we have the Windward Islands Secondary School Games, which has the same kind of objective as well. And so this one now, outside of the Carriacou, can develop into that kind of event that can bring a lot of the athletes who may not be able to make their country's Carriacou teams or national teams, but can come here and compete for their clubs and measure themselves, against the rest of the region.
Yeah, quite rightly so. Many of these athletes may not make a Carriacou team, but certainly you get to run among the athletes who have participated in the Carriacou. And again, as Mr. Mitchell said earlier, we cannot leave out the younger ones. They get to compete to see, well, who within their age group they're going to be working against come future. So it does expose, a lot of talent.
Well, the Triple Jump Open and International is still in progress. And we try to get an update on that. Well, on the track now are the competitors in the 400 meters for the under 13 category, girls division.
Rising champs, Aaliyah Francis, lane number 6, representing classic lighting. Finish line, fastest in qualifying, Jamie Smith. Lane number 7, representing rising champs, Amika St. Louis. And rounding out the field, lane number 8, Sprinters Athletics Club, Shia Pear.
So there we have it, the lineup for the girls 400 meters in the under 13 category. And they're on the starters instructions now. So we have Scott, Davis, Joseph, Stapleton, Francis, Smith, St. Louis, and Pear. And coming in with the fastest time, Jamie Smith of Classic Lighting finish line, 1 minute 4.38 seconds. There they go. Nice clean start to the event. Jamie Smith, she's running out of lane 6 for Classic Lighting finish line. That's going down the back straight here, trying to make up this stagger, and Chaya Pear from Sprinters Athletics Club. But looking good also is South St. George. That's Kamaya Joseph. She ran by herself in the preliminary and came in with the 4th fastest time. Let's see when the move will be made by Jamie Smith from Classic Lighting finish line. But Kamaya Joseph from South St. George is looking good as they go around the bend here to head into the home straight. On the inside also, Tiana Scott from Excel Track Club is holding her own. But making a move now is Tanaya Stapleton of Mustangs. But on the inside is Tiana Scott. Stapleton is coming through like a bullet train here. Stapleton from Mustang wins the event. And in second is Tiana Scott out of lane 1 from Excel Track Club. And third was Anaya Francis Kamaya Joseph from South St. George's fourth. And Jamie Smith seemed to have pulled up in the event. Did not finish at all. But nonetheless, Stapleton from Mustang, the winner in 1 minute 5.25 seconds.
Yeah, good run there from Stapleton. She really wanted this victory. She had to work hard, dig deep, and to bring it home. The gold medal goes to her. Tiana Scott will have to settle for the silver. And Leah Francis of Runners Racing Champ, she goes away with the bronze. Good strong run there from Francis. She did 106 coming into the event, and again it shows that she's of quality. Rising Champs are a new club just making their way, and so they have good representation here.
Well, the boys are on the track now. Only moments ago we saw them in the 100 meters. They're already back on the track for the 400 meters. We're going to see the matchup again between JDL Andrew and Zavon Phillip. Uma Pierre is also there. Zavon Phillip has the best time coming in. We saw him beating or edging out JDL Andrew in the preliminary, 1 minute 0.54 seconds to 1 minute 0.98 seconds. As we witness now the winners for the 400 meters in the under 13 category. Congratulations again to Stapleton out of Mustang.
So again, these under 13 athletes are really working well. They are put to the test here.
JDL Andrew, Sprinters Athletics Club. He goes in lane number 2.
Well, the officials
Cameron
are trying to
Hosford.
get the lane assignments correct, because certainly that's not JDL Andrew in lane 2. Seems to be some issues down there with the assignments. I'm seeing JDL Andrew quite out there in lane 8, it seems. So there's going to be some adjustment. Andrews is now making his way to lane 2.
So that seems to be young Benjamin there with a throw. I know Nazim will be proud to see him launching the shot put.
That's Nazim Benjamin Jr. He's the son of one of our technical experts here handling the live stream and the audio. Nazim, we won a gold medal this time. I hope that was the message that you communicated. So the adjustments continue to be made on the lane assignments. Not too sure if they have it correct still, because Andrews is back out there in lane number 8. But from the schedule that we have here for the program, he is scheduled for lane, he's assigned to lane number 2.
So we just may have a hold up in proceedings because the board will have to change.
So it was interesting, Clyde, to see Zavon Phillip really getting the better of JDL Pierre, because we come to expect Pierre to be a sort of a class above the rest of the athletes. And I thought it was a very good run by Zevon Phillip from Adrenaline Ducks to post that surprise run on JDL Andrew. And I'm sure coming into this finals here now, JDL, with that knowledge and with that experience earlier on today, would want to answer back that challenge he got earlier on.
Well, I think when you look at it, I think JDL recognizes that it was still qualifying, so there was no need to really go hard. Once he stayed close, he will get into the finals.
I thought his wrist tactic was poor. He started up slowly, then at the 200-meter mark, he made a kick and then couldn't sustain that kick. And Zevon Phillip, who maintained his form right through and kept his race strategy right through, was able to hold out in the end. So let's see what Jadel has done, what adjustment he has made. A pretty unusual tactic for 400 meters to start slow, then kick at 200 and can't sustain it. Let's hope that the coaches may have given him some advice going into the finals.
Yeah, one would hope that he comes with a different mindset as the officials try to sort out the lean assignments.
Well, they would have to get it correct for everything to be synced with the meet manager here, and that the respective athletes are given the times that they return. That we know for sure is a prerequisite before the race is started. So unless somebody compromises here with what we're seeing here, there's a huge difference between who's on the track and what lanes they are assigned to what is in the meet manager's program.
Yeah, certainly you need to have it rectified. Again, the entire system is a bit computerized, so the computer will need to be updated in order for the right results to come to the right person. It's not just about running that race, but the lean assignment has to match. So we have a slight hold up in proceedings. So we have the change on the board.
In the meantime, what we can tell you is that following the 400-meter events, because we still have the under 17 categories to go, we're going to have the series of 200-meter events for the under 15s and the under 20s, plus the open and international, before we get into the exciting relay events. And of course, we have the 3,000-meter run, the 5,000-meter run, and we're going to end today with the two 4x400-meter open relays. So we still have quite a number of events remaining in the program. So the officials are making some adjustments here. I think they have spotted the same issues that we were describing. And so what we're going to have is a switch around in the events. We're going to have what appears to be the 400 meters for the under 17 girls happening before the boys. And then we're going to come back to the under 13. Some excitement there from the stadium announcer about a new record. It looks like in the shot put event. A lot of records tumbling in this Whitsuntide games. Makes you believe that the games is maybe less than 5 years old. Because, you know, these newer events tend to have records tumbling very quickly.
Yeah, certainly the Whitsuntide games have been around for a very long time. When you have the new records being established and broken ever so often, it tells you that the quality of the meet is improving.
Absolutely. So they seem to have gotten it right now. The boys are back on the track. We see Jadel Andrew is now in lane 2. So a lot of adjustments have been made, but finally we have the boys back on the track. So Javier, Norbert Javier, he is in 1, Jadel Andrew in 2, Cameron Hosford in 3, Umar Pear in 4, Keaton Lalion in 5, Samuel Hamilton in 6, Zevon Phillip in 7, and Elon Sandy in 8.
It seemed to be right as the board reflects it, and so they should have the clearance to start. So just a bit of a lull here.
These athletes are kept over there for quite some time now. Norbert Xavier from Abilene Wildcats came in with a time of 1 minute 2.52 seconds. Jadel Andrew 1 minute 0.98 seconds. That's the second fastest time coming into the finals. Cameron Hosford of South City Rising Stars 1 minute 8.23 seconds. Umar Pear from Roses Academy 1 minute 3.73 seconds. Keaton Lalion from South St. George 1 minute 5.07 seconds. Samuel Hamilton from Mustangs, 1 minute 2.37 seconds. The fastest time coming in, Zevon Phillip from Adrenaline Ducks, 1 minute 0.54 seconds. And we also have Elon Sandy from ITDAT, 1 minute 8.46 seconds. They've been called off the track one more time, Clyde.
Yeah, I think they're going to sort out whatever the issue is, and they just may have the other teams go ahead.
Well, the spectators have not taken too kindly to that. And so the under 17 girls are making their way back on the track. Looks a little chaotic from our perspective here. So the girls are making their way onto the track. Sarana Hall from Classic Light in finish line should be in lane 1. Sequoia Hernandez from Brunley in 2. Mariah Charles from Princess Tongue Achievers in 3. Annalisa Brown from Classic Lighting finish line, she's in 4. Kylie Williams in 5. She's not on the track at the moment. Jadel Joseph from Burnley in 6. Jada Piggott from Roots in 7. And Micaiah Frederick from Momentum is out there in lane 8. Annalisa Brown was in ripping form at Intercall 2026, establishing a new record in the 400 meters. I think it was just under 55 seconds. A very old record held by
Kishara
George, and we knew how good Kishara George was back then. And Annalisa Brown, better known for the 800 meters, but nowadays we see her doing the 100, the 200, 400 of course, and she's here to run out of lane 4 in this 400 meter race for the under 17 girls.
Lane number 4, Classic Lighting Finish Line Sports Club, Annalisa Brown.
Annalisa Brown, we know, is a character medalist in 2026, also in 2024. I think she picked up the bronze in the under 17 category. She has been competing in the under 17 category for 3 years now. And this year she picked up the silver medal.
Yeah, certainly been competing at this level for quite a while. Came in rather young.
She has a billboard in her name and face as well. Annalisa Brown, Ethan Sam, coming out of the same area. Shakoya Hernandez from Burnley. They're up and running now. It's a nice clean start to the 400 meters for the under 17 girls.
Let's see who makes up the stagger. It seems to be the athletes on the outside. That is Pigot and Jadel Joseph Burnley. And they came in with some very good, impressive times. And so right now, Annalisa Brown making her move. She's looking to get herself into the ascendancy. She needs to be wary of the Burnley athletes on her outside, but here she comes. Annalisa Brown, she's not holding back, she's not waiting. She's made her move, very determined. Annalisa Brown, she's going up into the straightaway just about now by her lone self. And it's only Micaiah Frederick on her outside. But Annalisa Brown is going to win this one. Very strong statement sent there by Annalisa Brown.
55.85 would be a new record. Shafonia Houston established this record in 2023 of 56.35, and Annalisa Brown has just demolished that record in 55.85.
Really a strong, determined run. And she did what she needed to do in the preliminaries. And now she decides, I'm going to show you what I am made of.
Well, it did look like a record-breaking performance. She took charge of the race from the 200-meter mark and never looked back. 55.85, Annalisa Brown for this new record.
So again, the records continue to tumble here at the Whitsuntide Games 2026. So you look at Annalisa Brown in your picture. Clear distance, some 15, 20 meters over her, the closest rival.
Well, 16-year-old Annalisa Brown continues to impress us here for several years. She brought the bronze medal to Grenada in the Bahamas Carriacou Games when she was, I just think it was 13, 14 years. And she continues to develop well, Annalisa Brown. A new record, 55.85 seconds.
So the medal presentation for the triple jump. Open International, Caliste, gold medalist.
As the boys getting themselves ready, we still have the under 13 boys to go in the 400 meters. But we look at another medal presentation. This time is for the 400 meters under 17 girls. Well, the 400 meters for the under 17 boys is going to hold for a moment as we go back to the 400 meters for the under 13 boys. And we believe the officials have had it sorted out now, Clyde. And the athletes are back on the track.
Yeah. They're back on the track and in the order. Same order that they had. They just needed to rectify. And that's just how it goes. You have to make sure you coordinate with the IT room.
So just to remind you of the lane assignments, Norbert Javier, he is in 1, Jidel Andrew in 2, Cameron Hosford in 3, Umar Pear in 4, Canton Lalion in 5, Samuel Hamilton in 6, Zevon Phillip in 7, and Elon Sandy in lane 8. That's Jidel Andrew there for you. Comes in with the second fastest time, already winning the 100 and the 200 meters.
Looking to add the 400 meter gold medal to his name. Let's see how they go. Out front, Zevon Phillip is looking good. He has already made up the stagger on Sandy. Jidel Andrew is also made up some good ground on the inside. As they go into the 200 meter mark just about now. Samuel Hamilton, Mustangs also making a move. Omar Pear also making a move on the leader there in Zevon Phillip. As they come around the bend, they're going to head into the straightaway shortly. It's still lane number 4. But here comes Jidel Andrew. Andrew looking to power his way through. Phillip is not giving up. Phillip is pushing. Andrew is pushing. Phillip is pushing. And Phillip is going to take it. Zevon Phillip winning and showing that he knows exactly how to run this 400 meters. And certainly a really good, strong run from Zevon Phillip to give him the gold medal.
And it looked as though it was Norbert Xavier from Abilene who may have picked up the silver medal indeed. So Zevon Phillip for the gold, Norbert Xavier for the silver, and Samuel Hamilton from Mustang picked up the 3rd position. Jidel Andrew was 4th in 1 minute 2.43 seconds. Again, Zevon Phillip came in with the fastest time and delivered again a good time to win in the finals.
Well, certainly a really good run from the top 4. 102.06, 102.20, 102.30, and 102.4. Really some good performances from these guys.
Well, they ran much slower than they did in the preliminaries, but nonetheless, Zevon Phillip was able to win this event in the end.
Going in lane number 1 out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, representing Chatelier, Jeremy, welcome. Lane number 2, representing Velocity Track Club, Raylani, Bascom. Lane number 3, representing Impact Academy out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
So we're getting ready for the 400 on the 17s.
Lane number 4, out of Barbados, representing Extreme Velocity, Rashawn Holder. Lane number 6, representing Georgetown Secondary School, out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Marlon Burke. Out of Trinidad and Tobago, he goes in lane number 7, representing Brainerd Athletics Club, Isaiah John. And running out of field, out of St. Lucia, representing Abilene Wildcats, Naquan Antoine.
Well, interesting here, Leslie. 5 of the competitors in this 400 under 17 boys have already run in the preliminaries on the 52 seconds. So it's going to be a nice tight race from what we see here.
Yeah, but I looked at the times that they returned and really wasn't too impressed with the under 17 boys. Kind of dipped below 50 seconds. We saw Jeleno from Barbados in the under 15 category, doing a 49 yesterday. And to see these under 17 boys with the best time at 51.67 or 51.58, I'm hoping that they can go a sub 50 in the finals.
Yeah, one will hope that they can go sub 50. I think they will save enough and they will put out enough here. This is the finals. No better time to run and run fast.
So there they go, the start of the 400 meters under 17 boys. Welcome, Bascom, Free, Holder, Burke, John, Antoine, and Felix. And making up the stagger nicely here already seems to be the athlete out there in lane number 6, Marlon Buck. And on the inside in lane 1, Durrani Welcome. He's also looking good from Chatoya. Going around the bend here up front, Naquan Antoine from Abilene Wildcats out of St. Lucia. On the inside, Durrani Welcome is also looking good, but also in lane 4, Russian Holder of Extreme Velocity. So too is Nazio Free of Iddat. On the inside, Durrani Welcome is still looking good. In lane 3, making a move now is Nazio Free, but it is Welcome. Welcome from Chatoya wins the event in a flash time of 50.46. No adjustments made to the time, 50.46. Nazio Free in second in 50.72. And Russian Holder in third at 50.97. That's how close it was.
It certainly was rather close. We expected it to be close. 54.6, 57 to 59.7. And certainly the boys have lived up. They've improved, but again, not really dipping under the 50-second barrier. And so congratulations to Welcome. He goes away with the gold medal. Free will have to settle for the second and Holder for the bronze.
Well, Janino Hamlet did 49.75 yesterday in the under 15 boys category, and not very often you see a lower category having a better time than an upper category. But he is the fastest on the day when it compares the under 15 and under 17 boys. 49.75 for Jelino Hamlet yesterday.
Yeah, it says that the future of the 400 meters is in good hands here in the Caribbean. And look forward to see a number of these youngsters just improve and really, try to make it on the world stage. Getting some sub 43s and sub 44, because the world lead now is 43. So shortly we are going to have the suite of 200-meter events. It's been a record-breaking evening on day 2 of the Whitsuntide Games 2026. Number of events to come before we get into the final events, the final 2 events which most persons look forward to, the 4x400 events. So we're going to go into the 200 suite of events with the 200 on the 15s. And 5 200-meter events to come. Then we will get into some relay action. Number 4x1s on the 11, on the 13. We also have the 4x1 on the 20. And then of course we have the 3000 and the 5000 meter. Then we will close it all off with the 2 4x400 meter events.
to update on
Under 13.
So those of you who are just as concerned as I was, those of you who were just as concerned as I was about young Army Rennie, the news coming to us here now that he had a hamstring injury, and that's what rendered him unavailable for the finals that we saw earlier on today. So we certainly hope that he's able to recover. I know he has been scheduled to participate in Trinidad and Tobago, and that may not be a good sign for him. As we know, these hamstring injuries do linger for quite some time. So I want to say a shout out to Debbie Crony and to Kizzy. They have been keeping us informed on some of these athletes as they follow them right through. And very strong supporters of everything that happens in Grenada, Debbie and Kizzy. Wherever you are, take a bow, and thanks for the information as well.
So we have a medal presentation that is going to be happening just about now. So we'll take in the medal presentation as we wait for the start of the 200-meter events.
Welcome to the time of 50.46 seconds. Or Saturday, event winner of event 70, boys for the dash on the 17.
So we're going to segue to the 200-meter starting lineup, or starting point. And the first of the 200-meter events would be the 200-meter dash for the under 15 girls.
Interestingly, there is no Haley Tyrell.
Well, we saw her pulling up in the preliminaries. It would have been good to see a matchup with herself and Tamara Newton and also Rena Horsford. But it's not going to happen today. Aria Carter from High Performance is also there. Tamara Newton has been having a good season, and most people don't know she's also the sister of Shadi John. And these two have been dominating for St. David's Trailblazers and St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the two categories.
Newton, Horsford, and Arnold, three youngest in the field, 13 years.
Tamara Newton is certainly one for the future. She comes in with the fastest time of 26.17 seconds. The next fastest time is by Aria Carter of High Performance, 26.52. And then we have the second fastest with 26.48 by Destiny Arnold of Burnley. And Carter, 26.52 would be the third fastest time.
Aria Carter, lead in number 3, Classic Lighting Finish Line Sports Club, Ariel Edwards. And lane 4, Sprinters Athletics Club, Rena Horsford. Lane number 5, St. David's Trailblazers, fastest in qualifying, Tamara Newton. Lane number 6, 26.48 in qualifying, second fastest out of Trinidad and Tobago, Burnley Athletics, Destiny Arnold. Lane number 7, Antigua and Barbuda, Roots Sports Club, Mika Simon. And lane number 8, Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars, Ava Plenty. The under-17 record holder, J.L. Peters, took this event last year 25.43. 25.43 seconds. These girls are here now trying to challenge.
So there they are getting ready for the finals in the 200 meters on the 15 girls category. It's going to be Moore, Carter, Edwards, Hosford, Newton, Arnold, Simon, and Plenty. Going for gold. There they go. Nice, clean start to the finals of the 200 meters.
Defending champions up to the under-17s. No Haley Tyrrell, 100-meter champion here. Somebody's going to get the gold. It's Burnley Athletics, lane number 6. Trinidad and Tobago. Here comes St. David's Trailblazers. Tamara Newton. Down they come, heading to the line. Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago. St. David's Trailblazers. Tamara Newton.
Well, a good strong run here by Tamara Newton to win in a flash time of 25.61. The official time 25.61. Rena Horsford second in 26.31.
St. Vincent gets the bronze. Sprinters Athletic gets the silver.
Yeah, good
and
run there by
St. David's
Newton.
Trailblazers, they take the gold. Tamara Newton.
So Newton, 25.61. Rena Horsford for second in 20.
So those medals have been decided.
6.31 for Horsford. And Aria Carter, high performance. She will earn the bronze medal. Good strong run there from Tamara Newton. Spear thought there for Horsford, who was able to get herself into the medal position. She picks up a silver medal. Very competitive 200 meters.
Well, you could have seen the joy for Tamara Newton as she celebrated crossing the finish line. A gold medal for her at Whitsuntide Games means a lot. And we're so happy for her as well. Say good evening to Yolan Newton as well. I think Yolan is the aunt of Tamara. She must be happy as well. There they are, the winners of the 200 meters in the under 15 girls category. The boys are up next on the track, and we will see Aquil Cumberbatch from Top Flight Athletics, Tyler Bernard from Altitude, Jomer John from IDDAT, Rain Kane from Georgetown Secondary, Akel Briggs from South City Rising Stars, Jalino Hamlet, one to definitely look forward to, sub 22 seconds, Aaron Besden from St. Vincent Grammar School, Roy George from IDDAT. He was very good in the 100 meters. I think it was 11.1 he did. So we're going to look out for him as well. Zakai Warren from Extreme Velocity. He is also in there in lane 8. Jelino Hamlet, who is there, he had 21.46 in the preliminaries at Carifta 2026. Came back in the finals at 21.56 to place 5th overall. And he comes in with a seeded timing of 21.87. Jalino Hamlet, definitely one for the future. He's promising to break the record here this evening. The record is 22.92. And so a legal wind speed would certainly give him the record here this evening. It's an old record by Ajani Daly, set in 2019, 22.92, and that record, I believe, would go down tonight.
Yeah, certainly one expects it to go down. He ran at 21.87 in qualifying. The wind speed, the difference there in terms of him having the record to his name. So once the wind speed stays within the legal limit, I believe he has the pedigree to break that record.
Well, only moments away from us knowing exactly what he can do. But he has sent out the message very early this morning. He's going to break the record in the 200 meters tonight. Roy George is there. Roy George, who was very impressive he's only 14 years old as well. And Jelani Briggs was only 14 years a month ago. And at 13 years, he was actually doing sub 22 already. Sub 49 as well in the 400 meters. Not very often you come across a 13-year-old doing a sub 49 time in a 400 meters. We expect them to be maybe around 57, 58 seconds. And he's way above his time, I would think.
Yeah, certainly. These are athletes that you need to really monitor and ensure that you have systems in place to really bring them, you know, to that level where they can become world class.
Wow. Out of lane 7, Roy George of IDDAT puts his hands on his head. He knows what he has just done. And it might just be a disappointing end to his 200-meter race in 2026 here at Whitsuntide Games.
Well, the officials tend to be a bit lenient with the lower categories. So he just may have a reprieve.
As we look back here one more time, we look towards lane 7. Roy George out very early. He's been given a reprieve here. He's given a reprieve. He will continue to participate in the event.
So he must be happy there. I'm sure he's going to just delay in the block a little bit just to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And if anyone has to force that, it just would not be him.
Well, let's just hope that's what his thinking is. Comes in at 23:59. A number of the athletes at sub 24, 23:74 for Cumberbatch, 23:92 for Kane, 23:80 for Briggs, 23:78 for Basedan, 23:59 for George, and 23:98 for Warren.
Yeah, 6 sub 24 times. And within that 6, you have someone on the 22 seconds. Clean start, here we go. Even Steven about now, but here comes in lane number 4, Rain Kane. Lane number 5, that's Hamlet. Hamlet making his move, he's way ahead. Hamlet way ahead of the group here. He's certainly running for the record. Let's see what happens, flash time.
21.73 on the flash time. And with a legal win, that will be a smashing of the record, not just breaking the record, but obliterating the record. 21.71, the adjustment made. The wind speed at the 0.0 meters per second, as still as the day you can call it, and a record-breaking performance. And this record would remain here for some time. Jalino Hamlet of Barbados establishing a new record of 21.71 seconds in the boys under 15 200 meters.
I'll tell you what, this is a really outstanding performance from Jalino Hamlet. 21.71. Didn't just break it, he smashed it into pieces.
What a performance indeed from this young man, Jalino Hamlet from Barbados. He was here at Carriacou Games, a little bit disappointed in the 400 meters. He false started, but did 21.46, his best time at Carriacou Games, and just doing 21.71. That's your record breaker right there, Jalino Hamlet. from Extreme Velocity Track Club out of Barbados.
So again, the records continue to tumble here on day 2.
Well, Roy George was not too far off the record himself. The record being 22.92, and he just did 22.95, doing 11.1 in the finals yesterday in the 100 meters. Another one to the future as well. Still only 14 years old, both himself and Hamlet. And so they are some bright prospects that we definitely have in the region to look out for.
Certainly, at this age, running this quickly, once they maintain that sort of pedigree, definitely we're going to see some records throughout the Caribbean being broken, and maybe even further afield.
And with a new record of 39.03 meters, Jamila Nicholas.
Trailblazers. These are your winners of event 85. Medal presentation for event 74.
Boys and girls, number 15, third position, Zakai 1, extreme velocity.
In second position, Roy George, IDAT Academy. And with a new record of 21.71 seconds, Jamilo Hamlet. These are your winners of event 74.
So we're getting ready for the next event on track.
As the 200 meters dash for the under 20 boys. It's going to be another firecracker. We have in the lineup the likes of Ian George, Limo Olivier, Cassia Daly, Kanik Nixon, Jakai Brewster, Alex Sipasad, Cleon Joseph, and Judah Ash. Ian George, sub-22, sub-21 athlete this year, member of the Grenada Carifta team, made it onto the finals at the Carifta Games as well. Limo Olivier from IDDAT is there. He's also a sub-22 athlete today. And Jakai Brewster from Extreme Velocity. Kanik Nixon. So you have a number of sub-22 times coming out of the preliminaries today. Only one athlete was outside of sub-22, and that was Judah Ash. He was at 22.07. Kanik Nixon of Fusion Athletics, 21.35. The fastest time, though, was from Alex Sipasad from Phoenix Athletics at 21.23. Cleon Joseph, also from Phoenix, at 21.32. So we have 3 athletes here from Phoenix. Judah Ash as well. Judah Ash.
Phoenix Athletic Club and Phoenix Track Club are 2 different clubs, 2 different countries.
Entities, okay. And we have Jakai Brewster at 21.43. Cassia Daly from Antigua and Barbuda at 21.56. Limo Olivier of IDDAT, 21.55. And Ian George, 21.60. Ian George has gone sub-20 for the sub-21 for the season.
Brewster of Barbados. We head over to the
Alex
starter.
Sipasad was the winner of the 100 meters in 10.46. Ian George was second at 10.50. And Daly was third at 10.50. So lane 3 is scratched. There is no Daly. They're up and running. A nice clean start here to the 200 meters under 20 boys. Ian George in lane 1 is making up the stag already on Limo Olivier of Iddat. As they come around the turn and transition into the straightaway, Ian George is looking good here in lane number 1 for Grenada. Ian George it is. Ian George has some challenge on the outside, but it looks as though George would have won in the end over, it looks as Kanik Nixon from Fusion Athletics. And there is the attitude of a man with a mission, a 200-meter champion at Whitsuntide Games 2026.
Well, it's closer than we may think. Let's see what happens, but I do believe that it's really close.
Well, the flash time was 21.22. Let's see who. It's indeed Ian George, 21.25. Alex Sipasad was second in 21.28, and Nixon third in 21.39. As we look back here in slow motion, the photo is going to tell the story. Yeah. Ian George indeed looking over his right shoulder, looking at the competition, 21.25, the wind speed 0.4 meters per second, and a gold medal for Ian George in the 200 meters under 20 boys.
21.25 seconds. Top flight athletics.
Yeah, 21.13, the record by AJ Delpish. And George just a bit more focused there, maybe. Could have had it. Chose to look across to see his competition.
Well, it says here personal best for him. I know he had some wind-assisted times throughout the season, but his character time was indeed a legal time. 21.25 for him here now. Strong performance indeed by Ian George. Personal best, 21.25. Just been awarded a scholarship to further his academic and athletic career in the U.S. And it's good to see Ian George in ripping form here at Whitsuntide Games.
Yeah, certainly in good form. He lowered his personal best in the preliminaries. And he continues to show that he has good quality in him. I really love to see him just continue to focus in and go as fast as he can. Meantime, we're getting ready for 200 as we look back at it here. It's the 200 meter dash open international. Some 4 athletes here competing. It seems to be Phoenix Track Club. Let's see what happens. She's running away with it. A flash time 24.51. Rounded now to 24.54.
So Naomi Theodore, the winner of the 200-meter dash open and international from Phoenix Athletics Club. Second was Keisha Kelly from Mustang in 25.25. And third was Rain Brown of Iddat in 26.0605 seconds. As we look at the winner here now for the 200 meters in the under 20 category, Ian George, Top Flight Athletics Club, been coached by the brother of Kirani James.
So getting ready for the 200 meter men open international. Again, a number of athletes here running under 22 seconds. Fastest in the field, Shakon Toussaint. He's on, has the only sub 21 time, 20.82. He runs in lane 6, representing Ace Track Club.
Well, they had a duo on a battle yesterday in the 400 meters, and Michael Francois got the better of them with a sub 46 time. They're back here now in the 200 meters. So Shekwen Toussaint of ACE, he's there. So too is Michael Francois. Matthew Paul is also there. Troy Mason. A number of these athletes from ACE Track Club is there. Jalen Diet from Antigua and Barbuda. Samuel Green from Fusion Athletics. And AJ Delpesh from Mustangs making up the lineup here in this 200 meters. So ace in lane 1, ace in lane 2, ace in 4, and ace in 6. Mason, Paul, Delpesh, Francois, Knight, Toussaint, Diet, and Green.
Here we go. Clean start, and they're still nicely bunched as they head into the straightaway just about now. Let's see who comes off the turn. It seems to be Toussaint. Toussaint with a slight lead. But on the inside, Delpesh of Mustang is moving. But look at Shekwan Toussaint as he pulls away from the rest of the field. It seems to be a sub-20 time.
20.58 on the flash time. But look at the strength of Toussaint coming down the home stretch, heading for the finish line. Let's see what the adjusted time would be and what the wind speed would be as well. The flags are very, very still. They limped at the moment. 20.58 the flash time. As we look back here to see Toussaint, 20.55 adjusted to. And the Diet 20.77. Michael Francois 20.95. The top three here all below 21 seconds.
Well, that will be a new record for Toussaint. He's gone faster than Troy Mason of ACE, who had the record at 20.71. And that was set in 2025.
Well, Troy Mason finished 8th today in 21.66. So a good performance indeed from Toussaint. Shekwan Toussaint of ACE Track Club, 20.55. A new record in the 200-meter dash.
Well, it wouldn't hold.
And it's an illegal wind speed here of 2.7 meters per second. So the record wouldn't stand here. Troy Mason will have his record to go for at least one more year. We were also excited here before the wind speed was posted. And now with a wind reading of 2.7 meters per second, it's only a gold medal.
Yeah, the wind speed over the legal limit.
Well, it's a real illusion here because the flags are so limp that we're wondering where this wind speed of a 2.7 meters per second would have come from. But nonetheless, the measurements are here and they're accurate, and that's what we go by.
Well, it's a positive wind speed, so it says that the wind came from his back and pushing him forward. Which you look at the flags, and as you rightly said, Leslie, they're barely moving. But nonetheless, a really good run from Shekwan Toussaint. You will have to wait to get that record in his name. So we're going to be getting ready for some 4x1 action following the suite of 200 events.
So there you have the winners of the 200 meters for the Open and International. Toussaint of ACE, Michael Francois, becoming a sprinter of some sort. We knew him in his early days as just an 800-meter runner. He's now doing consistently sub 46 seconds in the 400 meters and now sub 21 in the 200 meters.
Yeah, really looking to see Francois get out there with these sub 20, sub 46 times. If he can continue to just lower them a bit and maybe become a bit more consistent within the 45 meters, we do have a world-class athlete on hand.
Well, we seem to be having some good quarter milers developing all together, and so it says a lot for us. But the same is happening for some other nations as well. The Bahamas, we know, produces a lot of good quarter milers. So too is Jamaica. I'm just looking from a regional perspective. Trinidad and Tobago has always produced some good quarter milers as well. And so the region is never short of good quarter milers.
Yeah, and if you go wider, the world stage, the quarter mile seemed to be an event that is really taking center stage. When you look at the Botswanans, you look at the South Africans, Germany has always produced some good quarter milers. And so at the world stage, that is a marquee event.
Absolutely. So the girls 4x100 meter relay in the under 11 category would be the first of the relays today, and that's the one that's next up on the track. And so while they get the track ready, we're going to take maybe just a short break and come back to you with the relay events as soon as they start.
Meter action, beginning with the under 11 girls.
So getting set for the under 11 girls 4x100 meter relay final. Momentum track and field goes in lane number 1. Classic Lighting, South St. George Government School, out of lane number 2. Classic Lighting, Finish Line Sports Club, lane number 3. Lane number 4, Elevate Performance Barbados. Southern Pros out of Grenada goes in lane number 5. Under 11 girls, 4x100 meter relay.
So there you have it, the lane assignments for the 4x100 meter relay for the under 11 girls. The athletes have taken up their respective positions on the various legs, and now they're called to order by the starter. Momentum Track Club in 1, South St. George Government in 2, Finish Line in 3, Elevate Performance in 4, and Southern Pros in 5. They've been called up by the starter. The record they're chasing here is 58.87 seconds held by Sprinters Athletics Club in 2025. This time they're up and running. 4x100 meters under 11 girls in progress. And up front there it seems to be Southern Pros. But making up the stagger nicely too is a Classic Lighting Finish Line out there in lane 3. As the first handover is made and they move down the back straight. Sprinters is there. Southern Pros is there. Second handover, it is Classic Lighting Finish Line. But on the inside, Momentum Track Club is there, and South St. George is giving good chase as well. In lane 1 is Momentum Track and Field. But Classic Lighting Finish Line is holding their own. They make the final handover and heading towards the home straight and finish line. But look on the inside, a good run from Momentum Track and Field. But holding our own is Classic Lighting finish line. Here comes Momentum on the inside. Momentum has a slender lead and wins it now. Dips for the tape. And a strong finish indeed by Momentum Track Club. What an exciting conclusion to the 4x100 meter relay under 11 girls.
Yeah, certainly a good tussle. And by all the teams, Southern Pros led for quite a while. But the quality of Momentum and the anchor there, a really good anchor. She really laid it down and showed that it stayed Momentum Track.
Well, this is a big statement here for Momentum Track Club. Do you know where Momentum Track Club is from?
That's Colin Peters? No? Oh, Maximum Potential is Colin. Momentum should be from
St. Mark's.
St. Mark's. Okay.
So St. Mark's, it's your time to shine. Momentum Track Club has brought home the gold medal for you. And they've done that in the under 11 girls category. The boys are next on the track in the under 11 category. And the time for Momentum Track Club, 1 minute 0.15 seconds. Finish line was in second in 1 minute 0.39 seconds. And South St. George Government in third in 1 minute 2.22 seconds.
So we should have a full field for the under 11 boys.
So in the boys category, we have Classic Lighting South St. George, Rohan Gilbert, Samuel Bob, Saj Bernard, Trevon Alexander. Elevate Performance, Najari Clark, Chelon Yard, Kaylee Stewart, and Zane Best. South City Rising Stars would have Kyle Tate, Vidal Isaac, Trevon Blackman, Winston Church, and Shaman Simon. That's the 5 athletes they've registered. And we will see Southern Pros with Nathaniel Frederick, Lionel Joseph, Malachi McFarlane, and Christian Forsyth. Classic Lighting finish line, Hansel Sanderson, Davon Roberts, Gianni Thomas, and Carmel Charles. Sprinters would have Akaden Telesford, Noel, Makaden Charles, Holden Batiste, and Hayden Albert. Momentum, Tyrell Charles, Caden Richards, Morrison Charles, and Akim Mark.
So, seem to have a false start there. And just to round up the field there, Classic Lighting MVP. And they will have Rennie Brown, Zion Benjamin, Vaughn St. Louis, and Stefan Johnson. Of course,
6-year sprinters seem to have been out a bit early. But we know there is some leniency for this age group category. So the entire field may be credited here. They've been called back to the starting orders, so no one has been disqualified.
Here we go, clean start. Let's see who will make the first handover. It seems to be MVP holding their own. It's still even here. All teams looking good. Handover made, nothing much between the teams right here still. MVP with a slight lead over Momentum. MVP extending that lead. As the handover is being made just about now. MVP out. Sprinters Athletic with a mishap. Here comes Elevate Performance. Elevate Performance, they have the lead as they head into the final handover. Elevate Performance. And here we go. Elevate, they have it in the bag. Look at him go. Here comes finish line for second. But it's Elevate Performance, Barbados. And they're going to win this one and win it comfortable. Finish line in second. Southern Pros will take the bronze. And I know that the mom of Kylie Stewart will be very happy. And you can hear the noise coming out from the posse just outside of the commentary box. Making noise because Elevate Performance, they have the gold medal.
That's them right there. They've just heard that it's a new record, but they have really dominated this event. It was not just by 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters. It was in excess of 20 meters that they won this event. Elevate Performance out of Barbados. The celebration continues in the stands for them. They're really, really happy about that performance.
57.01 for Elevated Performance. Classic Lighting finish line 59.74. And Southern Pros 1 minute 39 seconds. That's your top three.
Well, Elevate Performance have something else to celebrate when they go back to Barbados. Reminiscence of Carriacou Games 2026 right here at the Kirini James Athletic Stadium. Barbados doing well in some of the relay events, and Elevate Performance has just done the same.
So we're getting ready for the girls 4x1 under 13s. Again, a kidney contested event here. Fastest in qualifying will be Sprinters Athletic, 54.84. They boast of the likes of Avia Braffett, Lisa Frederick, Alyssa Walcott, and Chaya Pei. Need to keep your eyes on Classic Lighting. Finish line, they were the second fastest in qualifying, 55.21.
Well, there they are, the girls in the 4x100 meter relay on the 13 category, up and running here. Nice clean start and making up the stagger nicely. Sprinters Athletics Club in lane 6. They're really doing well here. The first standover is Sprinters Athletics Club, also in lane 8 and looking good is IDDAT. And then MVP, 473 MVP is also looking good on the inside as well. Second handover about to be made now. Is still not much difference between the top three here. IDDAT looking good, so too is Sprinters, and then 473 MVP. South St. George is running hard on the inside as well. The final handover comes up now. Sprinters is out, and it's going to be Curtin's call with Latouche, but she has good challenge on the outside from IDDAT. IDDAT in the lead at the moment. IDDAT is going to be winning this one. She celebrates early, and it's IDDAT winning the relay for the 4x100 girls under 13.
Yeah, a really good run there from IDDAT Academy. The quartet of Nalik Cumberbatch, Karis George, Nyla Stevenson, and Zandra Walker bringing home the gold medal. Sprinters Athletic, who was the fastest in qualifying, they will have to settle for second position.
Well, indeed, a very good run by the quartet out of IDDAT. And Olivier and his team must be very proud of the performance in this relay. There we see Olivier towards the bottom right-hand corner, receiving some congratulations as well from his Vincentian colleagues.
So the relay is living up to the hype. Shortly on track will be the 4x1 under 20s.
Some more fireworks on the track, if you want to describe it like that. And in the under 20s, we will see Mustangs, we will see South City Rising Stars, Track Blazers, Ace, Altitude, Track Academy, Fusion Athletics, Roses Academy, and the Extreme Velocity Track Club. The winners of the 4x100 under 13 receiving their medals.
Second position, Sprinters Athletics Club. Winning this event, Impact Academy.
These are your winners.
It's the under 13 boys.
So the under 13 boys will go before the under 20s. And in the under 13 boys, we will see
Under 13 boys, 4x1 set to go now.
On your marks. Set.
Here we go.
so
Clean
high
start
performance
for the
is
under
out there in
13
lane
boys,
1.
4x1
Sprinters
record
in
went.
2. And we have rising champs in 3. But let's see who makes up the early stagger here. Looking good. It's out there in lane number 7. Momentum Track Club. Classic Lighting finish line is also there too. But look at Sprinters Athletics Club go now. The second handover is made. Going around the turn here before they make the final handover. It looks as though it is Momentum Track Club. Adrenaline Ducks is also in the mix here. The handover is made now, and it is Adrenaline Ducks. But on the inside, JDL Andrew in lane 2 for Sprinters Athletics Club. He's pulling away from them. JDL Andrew is going to win this one for Sprinters Athletics Club. And in second, it looks as though it was Momentum Track Club. Adrenaline Ducks, I beg your pardon, picking up the second position, and Mustang in third. JDL Andrew here anchoring his team to the victory.
Well, he's showing that he favors the shorter sprints. The 400 is not his event. He got that baton just about third as we look at it there. But he was able to just power his way through. And JDL Andrew.
The under 13s have had a lot of work to do today. We've just heard of a new record here by them of 52.37. The old record was 54.29 by performers last year. And so Sprinters Athletics Club establishing a new record of 52.37 seconds in the under 13 boys 4x100 meters.
Yeah, really good run from the under 13 boys from Sprinters Athletic. Kimon Hall, Jelani Fort, Angel Pascal, and JDL Andrew. Record-breaking performance, gold medal performance from them. Say good evening to Janelle Fort. Could imagine she's at home. Or she just may find herself at the stadium, I never know. Supporting Jelani Fort. The action continues as we draw closer to the end of day 2. Whitsuntide Games 2026.
Seconds, Sprinters Athletics Club. These are your winners of event 81, boys 4x100 meter relay under 13.
So the under 20 boys will be next up on the track, and we're going to have out of lane 1 Mustangs, lane 2 South City Rising Stars, lane 3 Track Blazers, lane 4 is going to be Ace Track Club, Altitude will be in 5, Fusion in 6, Roses Academy in 7, and Extreme Velocity would be in lane 8.
Well, this one promises to be a very close one. Did not have the prelims. It's a straight final.
41.45, the record set last year by Idlat Academy. And that's the time I'm sure the teams from ACE and others might be looking at. 41.45. We have a seeded time here for ACE of 41.72. And the lineup here would include the likes of Delron John, Kazim Dubiset, Ethan Sam, Kyle Ned, Kimmel Murray, and Tevez Lewis. These are the athletes that are registered here for ACE Track Club.
Well, they got
quite frankly, I don't see the caliber of athletes there to break the record of 41.45. But let's see what they can do this afternoon.
Well, the quartet from the Altitude Track Academy, they boast of some good pedigree also. Deron Sincere, Rick Cadet, Christoph Kellis, Randy Jones.
That's a formidable quartet indeed. Randy Jones, Christoph Callis, Deron Sincere, all sub-11 performers. If you look at the ACE Track Club, I think only an Ethan Sam may consider himself a consistent sub-11 performer.
Extreme Velocity Track Club, they boast of some good pedigree. In Jakai Brewster, Nathan Cumberbatch, and Terrell Johnson Rose, Malik Hall, Marion Mallet. So they have a formidable squad, Extreme Velocity.
Track Blazers with Killon Moses, Tyreek McSween, Johnson Lewison, Tevez Newton. So lane 3 is scratched. There is no Track Blazers.
No Fusion either.
Don't think Mustang is there as well.
So clean start. Let's see. 4x1 under 20 boys. And quite early you can see Altitude Track Academy making up some ground as they go into the first handover. Altitude Track Academy, they're out. ACE Track Club is right there. Here comes as they make the second handover, and here comes ACE Track Club. It's ACE, Altitude, South City Rising Stars. Final handover. ACE. Here comes South City Rising Stars. Here comes Philip Mitchell, but ACE is going to hold on. Philip Mitchell closing like a freight train, and he cannot hold the ACE Track Club. Really good run.
An exciting conclusion. Philip Mitchell was really closing in as a freight train, as you described it. But Ethan Sam did the trick here for ACE Track Club on the third leg, really eating up some track and bringing back the baton in the first position. 41.44. That would be a new record for ACE Track Club. And Philip Mitchell and his Altitude team would have to settle for second in 41.53. So 41.53 would just be outside of the record. 41.44 is the new record, the old record being 41.45. And a good run by ACE Track Club to establish a new record. From the lineup, they didn't look all that impressive, but I saw Ethan Sam there. I knew he was an excellent sub-11 runner at 10.45, and he really did it for them on that third leg.
Yeah, really good, strong performance there. 100th of a second, and whether it's 100, whether it's a tenth, whatever it is, once you dip under the record time, the record belongs to you. ACE Track Club, record holder, gold medalist in the 4x1 under 20.
Well, I thought Altitude Track Academy had a brilliant start on the first leg, but ACE really came into their own on the second and the third legs. And Philip Mitchell, with all the speed he have at a 10.75 athlete, just couldn't close in on ACE Track Club. And in the end, a record-breaking performance.
Yeah, really a good run from The quartet from Ace, but Spear thought for Mitchell. He got that baton, and you could see the focus, the determination. So the medal presentation for the just concluded 4x1.
So those of you who are looking on from wherever you are, it's an opportunity for maybe you to stretch your legs a little bit. We're going to have 2 events that are coming up that's going to allow you to look at it as well as to do some other things as well. And I'm saying that to say that the next 2 events are the boys 3,000 meter run in the under 17 category. And then we have the men 5,000 meter run in the open and international. Before we get into the final 2 relays for the day, the 4x400 meter open and international for women and the 4x400 meter relay open and international for men.
And the 3,000 for on the 17s should see Michael Moses, A.J. Hepburn of Mustangs. We have some 11 athletes registered to compete in this one. Vino Edwards of Mustangs, Renard Williams, Salt City Rising Stars, Nathan Ross, GTC Runners Athletic, Denley Williams, Georgetown Secondary, Dante Robinson, Abilene Wildcats, Jet Luling of That Academy should be there also. Jeremiah Wright rather, from That Academy. Jordan Howard of GTC Runners Athletic. Jamon Douglas, Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars. So it makes for a really interesting event. 3,000 meters. It's all about endurance. And even the 3,000 meters, in recent times, we've seen this event become somewhat a sprint to the finish. So 11 competitors registered. We're not too certain how many we will get. We'll know that momentarily. But certainly day 2, the weather doing its part, and the athletes doing the other part to bring us to this stage where we're winding down to the end of the Whitsuntide Games 2026 edition, right here from the Circurani James Athletic Stadium. I'm certain all the teams represented will agree that this was a really a good 2 days well spent. Records tumbling. So we get to the end of the 2026 track and field season here in Grenada. It's a good way to close the season with a number of records, and the athletes showing that they are in really prime form So in the meantime, what we'll do is that we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you at the start of the 3000 for under 17 boys. So we're back with you, and we're about to see the start of the 3000 meters. As the athletes there look to set themselves and set a good pace. Right away out front, Michael Moses. He takes the lead. So Moses just looking to assert his lead on this event. This is his pet event. He really likes the 3000 meter running. 9 athletes in this one. Already out front, Moses. He's followed by athlete there from Salt City Rising Stars. So it's Moses with a comfortable lead. Just be about 15 meters, 10 meters lead over his fellow South City Rising Stars compatriot. So South City Rising Stars occupying the first, second, and fourth position so far. It's early days in this one. Generally, when the field is spread like this, it tends to remain the same way. So Moses continues out front. She's completed 1.5 laps so far. He's looking rather comfortable, looking in control. It's Michael Moses. I make it a 60-meter lead. Completes his second full lap. So he has 5 laps to go. 7.5 laps around the track is the 3,000 meters. So Moses clearly ahead. Field of his own. And he's looking very steady, Michael Moses. Does seem to have some challenge from the athlete there. Second position, Mustangs. It's Moses has a very commanding lead now. Change in the second position. Athlete there from Mustangs.
Well, Clyde, we saw young Moses doing excellent work at the 3,000 at some of the local events. A lot was on his shoulders for Carifta. He did well competing with some of these top athletes throughout the region, but he's a youngster with tremendous promise, tremendous ability, and I believe he can do well in the future. But he continues to lead here at the moment, and he was a sensational, he was like a darling athlete for a lot of people at, I think it was national champs, where he had that very impressive run, and the expectations for Carifta really was built around that performance we saw at the national champs.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. 9:33:44. That was the time for the national championships, and really everyone was expecting that he would have at least be amongst the medal. But he was just outside the medals at Carifta. So he has a bit of work to do in terms of ensuring that as he transitions into that upper category, because the 3,000 under 17, you have some really good under 17 runners at 3,000 meters who are a bit older than he is.
Well, he's only 15 years old now, so he still has maybe at least one more year in the under 17 category at Carifta Games.
Should see some dominance coming from him then. Does need to look out for a few athletes, but nonetheless, the quality that he has shown, once he continues to improve, then he should be able to bag a Carifta medal come next Carifta. So he's out front looking strong, is Moses.
Well, Moses has 2 more laps to go in this event. There we see it on the marker there. The time on the clock now is at 6:47, 6:50 seconds now. A number of athletes have been lapped in the process, and they may just serve as some inspiration and motivation and a little push for him to go a little harder.
So 2 full laps remain for Moses.
A nice steady pace he's cantering at as well. Williams of Georgetown is currently in the second position. And Renard Williams of South City Rising Stars, he's currently in the third position. And then we have Jamon Douglas from South City Rising Stars, Renard Williams, and Douglas, both of South City Rising Stars, currently in third and fourth. Well, it is Mikel Moses who continues to lead here.
That's your second and third right there.
Second is Danley Williams, the Georgetown secondary. This is the bell up here for Mikel Moses and the two Williams who are now in second and third. Well, that's Mikel Moses here, the leader of the 3,000 meters in the under 17 category. Goes before us in front of the main stands here for the final time. And he's maintaining his pace, he's maintaining his speed. He has his eyes on the athlete in front of him. That will be an urge for him to go a little faster. Going down the back straight for the last time is Mikel Moses. I don't think he's changed his speed for the entire race, right?
No, I don't think so. He seems to be very steady at this pace. Let's see if as he gets into the 200-meter mark, he seemed to have increased the pace slightly.
Well, Mustang, Hepburn from Mustang moves into the fourth position now, but it is Mikel Moses at the top of the ladder here as he enters into the home straight and looks up to see the finish line. He begins to motor a little faster now. He puts in the kick here now and is sprinting towards the finish line, maintaining good form as well. Mikel Moses, a standing ovation he's receiving here from the appreciable crowd at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Just under 10 minutes as well. That's Williams. Mikel Moses has a message here for everybody. We're looking at the second place finisher here now. That's Danley Williams from Georgetown Secondary School. He's going to take the silver medal. And Renard Williams of South City Rising Stars will come up shortly. He's going to take the bronze. But a good run from Williams from Georgetown Secondary as we look at the other Williams who picks up the bronze medal now from the South City Rising Stars. That's Renard Williams.
Yeah, again, the athletes are not really able to catch Moses from the time he left. But what they did well was that they trailed him very well, trying to keep pace as best as they could.
Well, Danley Williams came in with some reputation as well from the Georgetown Secondary School. But today he was absolutely no match for Mikel Moses with a dominating performance of 9 minutes 44.11 seconds. A little bit slower than what he did earlier on in the season. Williams in 10 minutes 20.2 seconds and the other Williams, that's Renard Williams, 10 minutes 20.0 seconds.
So we have an athlete there still having another lap to go. So quite a bit of running still to do in this one.
Well, Jamon Douglas finishing fourth. Kanji Hepburn of Mustang in fifth. And it looks as though it's Llewellyn, that's Jet Llewellyn of Iddat, who picks up the sixth position. Dante Robinson now, he would pick up the seventh position. And it looks as though Jordan Howard would pick up the eighth position. That's where he's currently at. So the stadium announcer is trying to spot on Jordan Howard. He has just a couple more meters to go, maybe 50 meters or so, to pick up the eighth position.
Final stride, what a run. It's legal, but he's made it. He has made it. We have the final athlete on the track.
And Howard is from the GCT Runners Athletics Club. Still have one more athlete on the track.
Encourage him to finish off. At 3,000, just about 10 meters to go, and he's about to come with the 3,000 meters right here at the National Stadium. What a run.
And so the final athlete has come home now in the 3,000 meters for the under 17. But again, Mikel Moses, the official winner here. Zavino Edwards was the last athlete in from Mustang. And Mikel Moses, the champion in the 3,000 meters.
Yeah, continues to show that he has this 3,000 meters firmly within his grasp, and he's not willing to let it go. Just needs to get better from here.
The next event on the track would be the 5,000 meters, as we're witnessing here now, the medal presentation for the winners of the 3,000 meters. Renard Williams was in third. Daley Williams was in second, and of course, Mikel Moses picking up the gold medal. For the men's 5,000 meters, we have 9 athletes registered here. Sandakara Solin from Mustangs, Sheldon Paul from Top Flight, Henry K. Francois from Mustangs, Gonzalez Lindon from Classic Light and Finish Line, Malachi Nero from Exceed as they're up and running here, Jay Phillip from Classic Light and Finish Line, Shondell Finley from Finish Line as well, Dwayne Newland from Top Flight, and Diallo Burgeon from IDDAT.
So we do have 7 athletes competing. 9 registered, but 7 out there.
Well, Sheldon Paul from Top Flight is not there. So too is Malachi Nero from Excess. So these 2 did not start. But leading in these early stages is Henrik Francois from Mustang.
And the pace nice and steady. No one really running out ahead. So they're still nicely bunched.
It's an event that calls for quite a lot. It calls for good tactical skills. It calls for endurance. And nowadays it also calls for speed.
Yeah, you certainly need some speed. You have to ensure that if anyone challenges you at the end of that race, you have the speed. So it's quite a bit challenging, this event.
Gonzalez Linden, he is currently in the 2nd position here for Classic Light and Finish Line. And then we have Jay Phillip, our Finish Line. He's also there in the 4th position. In 3rd now is Dwayne Newland from Top Flight.
So the field just separating a bit. The top 5 athletes bunched nicely together, all by themselves right there. Stride pattern looking like if they're matching.
Well, the current record holder is in the event. That's Henry K. Francois from Mustang. He set the record last year in 17 minutes, 12.68 seconds. He's the athlete at the top of the pack here, current record holder. And obviously, he would want to defend his title from last year and maybe even go lower than the record he established in 2025 as well.
Yeah, he's closely followed by Gonzalez, so just may be looking at a bit of strategy there, just as to being able to evade the trailing pack.
Well, Gonzalez Linden is no fluke at this event as well. He is in the second position for Classic Lighting finish line. And we also have Dwayne Newland from Top Flight, who could pose a good challenge to them as well. So it's pretty early stages in this event. This event expected to go beyond 15 minutes, and we just gone past the 3.5 minute mark. So we have maybe another 13 to 14 minutes in this event.
Yeah, it's a pretty lengthy run. These races like these, you really have to commend the competitors. You run a 100 and within just under 11 seconds you're completed. You can get off the track and get some rest. But when you're taking part in the 5,000 and you have to be constantly running for 17 minutes, I mean, it really takes something for these athletes to be there performing like this.
And in most cases, Clyde, the 100-meter champion gets all the global recognition for 10 seconds of running.
For 10 seconds of running. And
but they would tell you that the preparation for 10 seconds is maybe just as tough or even tougher than the preparation for the 5,000 meters. That's their claim for the payout for the 10 seconds.
Well, yes, the training may be a bit difficult, but and if you think about an athlete competing in a 100, running for 1 minute, they barely run for 1 minute, even if they go through preliminary round 1, semifinals, and then finals.
But Henry K. Francois of Mustang, the defending champion, has a slender lead here over Gonzalez Linden. Classic Lighting finish line. And then we have from Top Flight, Dwayne Newland. These have been the top 3 runners from the start of the event. Just wondering whether or not somebody would make an early move just to see what the others have. A sort of a kick and then hold back, just to put some pressure on the field. But they all look very comfortable at the moment.
They really look comfortable there, just striding nicely. No one are really trying to do too much. I think they know the need for endurance.
Gonzalez making a little move here. Francois would not be too perturbed about that. You know, gone are the days, Clyde, when at the completion of 3,000 or 5,000 meters, everybody would be laid all flat on the track. These guys behave as though they're ready to run another 3,000 or another mile. I mean, that's how well they're prepared for these events these days.
Yeah, the conditioning of the body certainly is something that is required. The more you condition it, the more you work at that event, then the better you get.
And then the muscle memory as well is another important factor, you know. By doing it repetitively, the muscles get in tune to it and accommodate accordingly, you know. But the pace is picking up a little bit here now. I think Gonzalez wants to make a move. He wants to challenge really hard here Henry K. Francois. In the meantime, Dwayne Newland has fallen off the lead pack. He's still in the 3rd position, but no longer on the shoulders of those two. Here is Francois making another move. Moves back into the lead here. It's good to see these two athletes, you know, exchanging these leads and exchanging these tactics as well.
Yeah, it's all about strategy. You test to see what the other has, and Are they going to really go flat out? But again, Gonzalez not really wanting to go flat out as yet. Just looking to keep a decent pace.
Well, they're setting up a stage here for some exciting finish as well. And I would love to see the two of them coming into the home straight here, shoulder to shoulder, and battling for the finish line.
Just may have it as the lead changes again. Gonzalez looking to get ahead.
And you know, we're enjoying the games that has been played here between these two athletes. Gonzalez, Lyndon here, putting on maybe a 10-meter lead. But Francois, I'm sure, is not to put up. He's backing his ability. He knows what he has in him, and he's going to allow him maybe to go a little bit here and then catch up with him again. But some tactical moves being deployed here by both athletes.
I think the key here for Gonzalez, he wants to see how much Francois will push to ensure that he gets close to him. Francois just deciding to allow the gap to widen, which is not what is recommended. Really, you want to keep as close to the leader as possible because it takes a lot more to run back than if you can just run out and leave him.
Well, they still have just under 6 laps to go. We saw a very tactical move being made at Carriacou Games this year by the young McIntyre, the Bajan, who knew she didn't have the kick at the end, and what she did on the Jamaicans, that she established a sizable lead into the event. And although the Jamaican had that speed and was catching up on her, she ran out of track in the end, and the gold medal went to Barbados. I'm sure they're still happy about that. We've heard from the coach this morning of the performance of the Bajan team at Carriacou. They're going to be hosting Carriacou in 2028, and I'm sure they want to put in a spectacle as well. They want to do well next year and continue along that trend in 2028.
Well, the structures that Prime Minister Motley have spoken of to ensure that Barbados gets its name recognized at the Carriacou Games are more frequent. They will be looking to ensure that it bears fruits.
It looks like a 50-meter lead here being established by Gonzalez Lyndon over Henry K. Francois.
Yeah, the gap seems to be widening slightly. Francois looking to close it down. You can see that he has picked up the speed somewhat.
Lyndon Gonzalez continues to lead. Henrik Francois in second. Dwayne Newton still in third position. Lyndon Gonzalez continues to lead, and the lead is getting a little bit larger and larger over Francois of Mustang.
Gonzalez does have about 4 laps remaining.
Well, the time on the clock is now 12:12, so 12 minutes gone. 4 laps to go for Gonzalez. I think Francois would have to make his move anytime now. If the lead begins to widen here on him, it may just prove to be a problem for him trying to catch up with Lyndon Gonzalez towards the back end of this race.
I think he's trying his best to close that gap. He's really putting in some effort here, Francois. Can see him looking around.
I think that was the plan that Lyndon Gonzalez had, to put a little distance between himself and Francois and allow him to exert some more energy trying to close the gap. And at that time, he would relax and then go again. Let's see how that strategy would play out in the end. But the both of them look pretty much comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, Francois just trying to keep Gonzalez within his sights, within his reach. But the lead does seem to be widening.
In the meantime, Jay Phillip is in the 3rd position. Dwayne Newland has moved to the 4th position. Shondell Finley is in 5th as the top 5 so far.
And there you look at Francois making a valiant effort. He's trying to cover some good grounds. And Gonzalez looking a bit relaxed. And Francois seemed to be closing ever so slightly.
Diallo Burgeon now in what looks like the 6th position as the current leader here, Lyndon Gonzalez.
Yeah, just about a 40-meter lead.
Francois would have his work cut out for him because Lyndon Gonzalez, we saw him at national champs. He was actually the winner there, and a virtual unknown to many persons. I think he goes to the Boca Secondary School. He's been coached by Charles there from the Finish Line Sports Club, and impressed many who were here at the National Stadium. We can see Francois making a real effort here now to close the gap. And I think he's playing directly into the hands of Lyndon Gonzalez. That's exactly what he wanted, to put some pressure on Francois. And he keeps glancing over his shoulder to see exactly what's happening. We're not operating the big screen here for the athletes today as we were doing during the Carifta games. So he has to look back. We can see him every now and again dropping the shoulders. I think he's just trying to economize on the arm movements. Maybe that's one area you may need to look at for long distance runners. But Francois is making a conceited effort here now to close the gap. He's going to be coming up to the final lap for Lyndon Gonzalez. He moves into overdrive now. He hears the bell and recognizes it's the final lap. Just over 400 meters remaining. Let's see what the defending champion Henry K. Francois can do now. There is no other time when he needs to pick up the pace and to close the gap on Lyndon Gonzalez. Gonzalez continues to motor on nicely. The race is on, Clyde. The race is on in the 5,000 meters. Open and international.
Certainly the race is on, Leslie. The gap was closed, but Gonzalez responding. Francois giving it his all. He's looking to close down again on Gonzalez. Again, as he goes up the back straight, he just seems to be getting within reach. But that's 15, 20 meters. And Francois picking up the speed again. Does Gonzalez have something in the tank? Yes, he does. He seems to be responding. Gonzalez is responding.
Well, the race is certainly on. Lyndon Gonzalez looking towards the finish line. Henry K. Francois looking to see if he can close the gap here, but there goes Lyndon Gonzalez. He still has more in the tank. He's powering to the finish line. He's going to bring home the gold medal in front of a very appreciable crowd here. Lyndon Gonzalez for the gold medal. He does so now, stumbles across the finish line, and the defending champion is beaten into 2nd position. That's Henry K. Francois of Mustang St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But a good strategic run here by Lyndon Gonzalez.
A really good run there from Gonzalez. He did the business. He knew exactly when he wanted to get himself at the front. And what he did from there was to ask Francois to come back at him. And Francois trying to conserve, at the same time still close that gap, tax the body a bit too much, and he had nothing to respond.
Good tactical run here by Lyndon Gonzalez. And he did that in 17 minutes, 11.63 seconds. And from the looks of it, that's going to be a new record for Lyndon Gonzalez. The old time being 17 minutes, 12.68 seconds. Another record goes tumbling by the way, this time in the 5,000 meters open and international.
Yeah, another record-breaking performance. It's really been a show from these athletes. The final major meet of the year here in Grenada. And they have shown what they have done throughout the year. The consistency of their training is showing here.
So most of the athletes still have one lap to go. But we've declared already that Lyndon Gonzalez have established a new record in the 5,000 meters for the Open and International male athletes here at the Whitsuntide Games in 2026.
Yeah, Francois did all that he can.
But the defending champion didn't go down without a fight. I mean, for most of the race, they were going stride for stride until Gonzalez decided to make his move. Francois didn't respond, and then it became too late for him with the top end speed from Gonzalez.
Yeah, certainly a good time. He really bided his time well, just around the halfway mark, thereabout. He decided, look, I'm going to challenge you. Let me see what you have. Within the 10-minute barrier, he established a really decent lead. And from there on in, he knew, Gonzalez, that he had it.
Well, in third position was J. Philip Dwayne Newland from Top Flight, finishing fourth. Shondell Finley from finish line, finished in the fifth position. Diallo Burgin, he finished in sixth. That's from IDDAT, the top six positions. So Gonzalez, Henry K. Francois, J. Philip Dwayne Newland, Shondell Finley, and Diallo Burgin, the top six finishers. And that's the final athlete coming in here now. From Mustang, Sandaka Solin. Still has one lap to go. So he still has one more lap to complete in this 5,000 meter event. Sandaka Solin out of Mustang. Following the 5,000 meter, there's going to be the final two relay events. We did have some rain delays today, and we've been pushed all the way, almost 9:30 p.m. local time. So Solin with his final 250 meters to go. I'm sure he has a final kick for the finish as well. Let's see what happens when he enters the home straight.
Should have a kick for the finish.
Solin it is. Rounding the turn for the final time before he enters into the home straight and has his eyes on the finish line. 100 meters to go. Enters the home straight now. Sandaka Solin from Mustangs out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's been cheered on by the small crowd that has remained here at the National Stadium. And he's going to finish here just about now. He's pushing hard still to the finish line. And he finishes in a time of 22 22 minutes, 32.49 seconds. The time for Asandaka Solin out of Mustang St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
So it gives me pleasure to say this. Establishing a new
So there we have it, the official results of the 5,000 meter run, open and international. The new record established by Lyndon Gonzalez of 17 minutes, 11.63 seconds as we get set for the final two events of Whitsuntide Games 2026.
Yes, certainly the final two events promises to be events that will be highly charged. It's the 4x400 meter races.
Well, if you look towards the top of the screen there, you will see the athletes making their way onto the track, just about the starting area for the 400 meters. The girls are on the track, or the ladies are on the track now. And we're going to see representatives from Timing Track Club, South City Rising Stars, Altitude Track Academy, Roots Sports Club, Classic Lighting Finish Line, Ace Track Club, Roses Academy, Peak Performance Track Club, Sprinters Athletics Club, and IDDAT. These are the clubs that are registered. As we look at the medalists for the 5,000 meters, the new record holder, Lyndon Gonzalez, defeating the old champion out of Mustang. That's K. Francois. Clyde, we're down to the penultimate event. It has been truly 2 days of good competition, very competitive events. I mean, we understand it's the back end of the track and field season, and so we don't have the bumper crowds as we've come to expect here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. But for those of you who have been with us for the 2 days on the various devices, your cell phones, your tablets, your computers, or even on your television sets, I am sure you are thrilled with the performances of these athletes. We were not able to tally the total number of records that were broken, but this has been indeed a record-breaking performance at Whitsuntide Games 2026.
Well, I continue to say that 2026 in Grenada has been a year of record-breaking performances from start to end. We have a number of records being set and new ones established. The old ones broken, not just broken in some instances, but obliterated. 2026 continues to be that year where the athletes are showing that they're ready to move to a new level.
Well, in the 4x400 meters open and international for the females, the record is held by Classic Lighting Finish Line, and the likes of Annalisa Brown, Annie Logie, Kelena Alexander, Ziana Bain. These were the athletes that established that record, and many of them, well, except for Ziana Bain, I don't think she'll be running today, but Annie Logie, Kiana Alexander, and we also have Annalisa Brown. They're here. They're going to be part of that team, and I'm sure they have their eyes set on the record of 4 minutes, 2.13 seconds they established last year, and we'll be coming back to better that performance and establish a new record. So maybe it's not yet over for the record-breaking performances. We still have 2 events remaining, and I'm sure for the final event, the 4x4 Ace Track Club, and maybe even Extreme out of Barbados, with the Janani Hamlet and others, Jalino Hamlet and others, may have their eyes on the record as well.
Well, the Classic Lighting Finish Line in the females, certainly they have a good quartet, and they will be setting their sights on that record.
So the quartet will come from Kiana Alexander, Annie Logie, Saraya Phillip, and Annalisa Brown. The only difference here is that Saraya Phillip replaces Ziana Bain, And with the improved performances we've seen from these young ladies, they're in line to run even better than they did last year. And they've been strengthened here by Saraya Phillip as well. And it's going to be an interesting combination here. And let's see what they can return at the end of the event. Ace has Shaffonia Houston with them. They are Gavia Walker, Kishona Phillip, and Maya Stanisklaus. Brynell Thomas and Zania Belfort are also part of the team, so they will decide who would be the four that they would put forward here. Altitude Academy has Peaches Panchu, Brianna Oliver, Christina Charles, Kamaya Alexander. Haley Tyrrell is also listed. I doubt she would run at all. And Kelina Modeste is also part of the team from the Altitude Track Academy. South City Rising Stars have Olivia Latouche, Kayla Allen, Montisha San Bernard. We haven't seen her throughout these games at all. And Kylie Williams as well as Angelica Waldron. And the Sprinters Athletics Club has Tishanti Gibbs, Kenisha Calise, Nicola Peer, Rena Horsford, Chaya Peer, and DeAndre Henry. So they would have to decide who would be the top four as well. But I think the runnings here would definitely be between maybe an Ace Track Club and a Classic Lighting Finish Line. The Classic Lighting Finish Line quartet looks a formidable one here, I must admit. And let's see what happens on the track.
And they certainly do look a formidable squad. Saraya Phillip has been running well the 400-meter hurdles. Throughout the season, she's improved on her times. And so she has no barriers to clear, so it just may mean that she can go a bit faster than if she had the hurdles, and thus making a good replacement for a record-breaking team.
Well, Annalisa Brung on the straight 400 did a 55.55, I think it was. And so I'm sure she would anchor the team. They're on their marks. And this is the start of the 4x400 meters for open and international athletes in the female category. Defending champions, Classic Lighting Finish Line. They're here. It looks as though it looks like Annie Logie who's doing the lead off for them. Indeed, it is Annie Logie who is leading off here for the Classic Lighting Finish Line. Part of the St. Joseph Convent St. George's double winning team at Intercol Games in 2025 and 2026. Roots Sports Club is in second position here. Annie Logie has some challenge on her inside. Peaches Panchu is also there for Altitude Track Academy. The first standover, marginally so for...
And here we go. It's still Classic Lighting Finish Line. And I make it Kiana Alexander on that leg. And she will look to establish a decent lead. But Roots Sports Club seem to be challenging as they make the break for the inside lane. It's Kiana Alexander, finish line with the lead. Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars making a good run back. But it's finish line followed by Roots. Here comes Altitude. Altitude making their move now. But it's still out front. Kiana Alexander looking to establish a further lead on the trailing teams. And she's pulling herself away in it. Just a few more meters before she makes the handover. And that handover will be to Saraya. Saraya Phillip has the baton for her team.
Well, a good run here by finish line. Second and third is in close contention here between what looks like Altitude and Rose's Academy. But a good 40-meter lead extended here by finish line. And they still have Annalisa Brung to anchor them home. It's going to be Curtin Skoll. Well, there they go. Altitude Track Club now moves into the second position. Well, this is the leader of the 4x400 meters relay here now. It looks like Soraya Phillip of Classic Lighting finish line. They're closing in on slightly, but it's still a commanding lead. To hand it over to Annalisa Brown, who has just returned a 55-second 400-meter moments ago. Annalisa Brown to anchor home.
Annalisa Brown with the baton. And she will look to press home the advantage that she has. And she's looking to open up a gap. And just about, I make it 50, 60 meters lead over this team in second position. Annalisa Brown really moving quickly. And she is after that record. I do believe she's looking for that record. You can see it in the way that she took out when she got that baton. She's just inside 150 meters and heading for home. The focus is on the finish line for Annalisa Brown. She comes around the bend and she is motoring. She's really pushing it and no other time to push it. This is the final race of the season and she's going to look to damage this record. Annalisa Brown, as she heads to the finish line, keep your eyes on it.
3 minutes 55.1 seconds on the flash time. The record is 4 minutes 2.13 seconds. A new record in 3 minutes 55.17 by the quartet from the Classic Line and finish line. Annalisa Brown taking them home. A very, very commanding run indeed.
A very, very commanding run. When you look at the quartet, all experience, they've done much better than they did last year. You look at their times in the 400 splits, and it tells you that they have quality.
A very good run indeed of 3 minutes 55.17 seconds. In second was Altitude Track Academy in 4 minutes 5.77 seconds. And Roots picked up the third position in 4 minutes 11.51 seconds. There they are, the quartet from the Classic Lighting finish line. A fitting way for these young ladies to end the track and field career in Grenada in 2026. Annalisa Brown, Annie Logie, Kiana Alexander, they know what it is to win 4x400 meters relays. They've been doing this over and over and over again. And Annie Logie may very well fancy yourself as a true champion when it comes to 4x400 meters.
Yeah, the records continue to tumble. And 2026, the record-breaking year. We still have one more potential record to go. We've seen the Ace Track Club dominate the 400 flat out, the top four in the 400 finals from the Ace Track Club.
I'm going to tell you something, Clyde. If Ace Track Club feels Michael Francois, if they feel Toussaint, if they feel, just give me a second here, if they feel Toussaint, if they feel Troy Mason, they don't need to put anybody else in there.
Well, they certainly have the pedigree. They have the quality.
They still have a Kyle Nair, a Matthew Paul, a Lennon Williams. As a matter of fact, Ace Track Club could afford to field more than one team for this final event. They would have to look at Extreme Velocity Track Club with Jalino Hamlet, Tyrell Johnson Rouse, Shamari Greenwich Lewis, Nadal Seal, and Jake Brewster. So I believe Brewster would be there for sure. Hamlet would be there for sure. And I'm not sure who would be the next two for Extreme Velocity. But we saw what Hamlet did at Carriacou Games 2026 right here in Grenada to bring home the gold medal for Barbados. And let's see what he can do as he's back here at the Spice Isle one more time.
Yeah, he will remember and have in his memory that run to bring home his team. Will be one of his favorite memories.
I can tell you the record is at 3 minutes 9.10 seconds, and guess who is part of that record-breaking team from Ace Track Club? Troy Mason, Toussaint, Kyle Ned, and Michael Francois. So if we were to take a similar leaf out of what happened previously with the quartet from Finish Line who established the record last year, improved on their performances in 2026 and came back to break the record, establish a new record in 2026, the same thing will very well happen in the men's category.
I do believe we can look forward to seeing that because the quartet, I don't think it will change. I'm seeing Ned. He is on the second leg. So that tells you that they are going to look to improve on their time from 2025.
You know what I would like to see? I would like to see somebody getting the baton maybe 10, 15 meters ahead of a Michael Francois on that final leg to really create that level of excitement going into the last event or closing off the last event of the Games 2026.
Well, they will tell you they will prefer to have the record than to have the challenge. So I do believe the rest of the team, they're going to run hard and get that baton to Francois.
Well, Extreme Velocity, they're here. We have 13 teams registered for this event. But for sure, we don't have 13 teams here.
Joshua Sylvester, Devonnie Ferguson, and Michael Francois combining to make Team Grenada. And out there in at number 7 from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it is That Academy.
So what that means that there is a Grenada team here. I just remember we didn't take that into consideration. A Grenada national team is actually competing here. Devonnie Ferguson, Michael Francois, Shaquin Toussaint, and Joshua Sylvester. So that adds a different dimension to the 4x400 meters. And this quartet, the Grenada team, could very well break this record that we see here. Joshua Sylvester, he's a sub 47 runner. Shaquin Toussaint also a sub 47. Michael Francois a sub 46. And that is enough already to smash this record.
Yeah, certainly it's going to be a race to look forward to. This race is stacked with really good quality. Let's see what happens. Here they go. Clean start. Let's see who will get out there first. Seems to be the inside lane. That Academy running well. That Academy is making up some ground. Team Grenada running well also. Ace Track Club on the inside. That's Extreme Velocity. Yeah, Velocity there. As they come around the bend, Toussaint with the baton for Team Grenada. He's going to surge ahead. Here comes Ace Track Club. Chasing Extreme Velocity. It's going to be a showdown between Ace Track Club and Team Grenada. Baton on 2.
As they continue here on the second leg, Team Grenada here. It looks as though it's Devonnie Ferguson who is on that second leg here for Team Grenada. Ace Track Club is giving good chase as they scratch towards the inside lane now. Ferguson and Kyle Ned is running him down like a bullet train as well. Extreme Velocity is currently in the 3rd position. Devonnie Ferguson for Team Grenada. Kyle Ned, a good leg indeed. He's running here. He's actually closed the gap nicely on Devonnie Ferguson here now. Kyle Ned, will he be able to catch him? I don't think so. Team Grenada still in the lead. Extreme Velocity still in the 3rd position as we move into the second handover now.
So that's the handover. And here we go. Team Grenada establishing another lead. They're just about 40 meters. Ace Track Club will have to respond. Here goes Devonnie Ferguson on the back straight. Some 40 meters ahead of the Ace athlete there as he goes into the 150 mark now, heading for home. Ferguson pushing. He's pushing it. He's pushing. If he continues this way, the record will be under threat. Here goes Team Grenada. Final handover.
Well, the final over is made. It's over. It's over now. It's Michael Francois for Grenada. He has a 40-meter lead over Ace Track Club. And Hamlet has his work really cut out here for him. Well, that's Michael Francois there for you. He's up and running and out in a flash. He's a sub 46 seconds runner. And look at the gap he has over Ace Track Club. He enters into the bend for the last time here now. And he has his eyes on the clock for a record-breaking performance. Michael Francois enters the home straight now and continues to motor and continues to pour on. The record is on watch here. The record is on watch. Michael Francois powers through the finish line, establishes 3 minutes 6.5 on the flash time. It's already record-breaking. The battle is for second and third. Ace Track Clubs holds on. Extreme Velocity has to settle for the third. And what a race it has been by Team Grenada here, leading from the start to finish. We are with the official time, but Team Grenada in one, Ace Track Club second, 3 minutes 6.56 seconds. A new record has been established by Team Grenada. And we called it, we expected it, and they live up to expectation. The record being 3 minutes 9.10 seconds, taking out a full 3 seconds on the record in 3 minutes 6.56 seconds. Ace was second in 3 minutes 16.85, and Extreme Velocity was in third.
Well, we started the finals evening with a record, and we end again day 2 of the Whitsuntide Games with a record. Trust me, it really has been a well-spent 2 days for most of these athletes.
I am sure all of you track and field fans are truly satisfied with the outcome of these 2 days of the Whitsuntide Games 2026. A truly memorable and rewarding experience for these athletes, and they have delivered some exciting and competitive performances, much to, I'm sure, your satisfaction. It has been 2 exceptional days of track and field, some brilliant performances. I still want to recall the 21.71 by Jelano Hamlet out of Barbados as a 14-year-old, and that will obviously be my standard performance over the 2 days.
Well, we have a number of record-breaking performances, but as you rightly said, Hamlet, even you go back to Avery Marriott, really outstanding. A number of athletes really performing well.
I think it's Roy Charles from St. Vincent as well, 11.1 in the under 15 category, or the under 13, I think it was, whatever it was here, but 11.1 as his age group category was another very good performance on day 1. As we see here now, the winners of the 4x400 meters open and international receiving their medals: Extreme Velocity in third, Ace Track Club in second, and Team Grenada establishing a new record in 3 minutes 6.56 seconds to win the gold medal. Medal presented there by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sports, Desiree Stephen. The champions of the final event, as we pull the curtains down on Whitsuntide Games 2026. John, before we put a wrap on it, your final thoughts?
Well, again, really we must commend the hardworking team of the Grenada Athletics Association, the officials who came out and assisted to make these games what it was. The athletes continue to perform well. 2026, a record-breaking year. And I am really happy to see the way that the season culminates. Right here, I am at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. A number of records going down. From here, the athletes will just challenge themselves to get better.
Well, Whitsuntide Games have been here for us for several years, and there has always been the concern the back end of the season whether we would have top quality athletes and top quality performances. Well, that was never a concern at all. We had Carifta athletes here, we had overseas based athletes coming back to perform, and all in all, I think it was a truly rewarding experience with some great performances, the number of records that have been broken. And we see here Jeleno Hamlet receiving the trophy here for what may be the best performance of the games. The performer of the meet indeed, and I mentioned a moment ago the 21.71 seconds in the 200 meters and of course a sub 50 time in the 400 meters for a 14-year-old, deservedly so, the best performer of the meet, Jelano Hamlet, out of Extreme Velocity in Barbados.
Yeah, certainly he has really delivered here. I don't know, I'm going to, if I get the opportunity, ask him if he likes to be in Grenada. He certainly put on some really good performances here in Grenada, and so we will continue to keep our eyes on him as he continues his journey.
So before we put a final wrap on things, we want to say again, thank you for staying with us throughout the course of the 2 days. We want to say a special thank you to the team from TNR Communication, the executive producer, Richie Olivier, Blondell, Cullen, and all of the cameramen, to the broadcasters. We had Bonnet and Twine, of course Clyde John is here, myself, Leslie Smith. We say join us again next year for some more exciting events in the track and field calendar. It's going to be another very long season. This is the final one, and so we encourage you to join us again next year for the Whitsuntide Games on the Whitsuntide weekend. Until then, we say so long, and we hope that you truly enjoyed the broadcast this year. See you next time.